Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Sheriff Annalise, how are you?
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
After our informal greetings, we're going to go ahead and call the meeting of the Board and State and Community Corrections to order. And I'd like to welcome and thank everyone in the audience and on the board for joining us. I want to thank all the board members who are here in person today and welcome those who are here virtually. Let me begin by saying Supervisor Chavez, I believe, has a conflict and will join us when she's able. I think we have heard from Member Scott Budnick, who also is in the process of joining us. So we'll verbally welcome them when they come on board. And I see already here is Sheriff Dicus. I think Sheriff Mills is imminently coming also in the near future.
He should be joining us shortly.
Okay, and Angelis is there. So welcome to you once again. And I would also like to do a huge welcome for our new member of the board who I will swear in today, and that is Sheriff Eric Taylor. He is from San Benito County. He's been appointed by the governor to fill the vacancy left by Sheriff Groudon. And let me just say, it's great to have you here. I think myself and staff already are impressed by your enthusiasm, your energy for the things we do here at the Board of State and Community Corrections. And I'll allow you in a minute to talk about yourself, but let me just say, aside from his many duties as a sheriff, he is a founding member of the Family Impact Center in San Benito County. He partners with First Five on that effort. He is a founding member of the Opioid Task Force in San Benito County. He's well, apparently you're into horses, I can see here, which has little to do with this job, but I am impressed by the diversity of your experiences. You're not only leaning heavily towards the law enforcement and running institutions as you have to do as a sheriff, but you've expanded and engaged in your community in some things that are very important to us here. So welcome. You are going to get sworn in now, and then I'll allow you and the board members to say a few things. If you notice, I'm just garnering all the attention myself thus far. So if you wouldn't mind standing, and we'll administer your oath. And I'll try to do this slowly as not to confuse you. I, your name,
I, Eric Taylor,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of
I
California.
take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Thank you very much. Nice
Thank you,
job
sir.
on the oath. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I think we'd like to take a picture. Thank you. All right, Sheriff, you want to do a few opening remarks?
No.
No. Has nobody told me can't say no to the chair?
Thank you, Chair Penner, and thank you for members of the board for your welcome this morning. And it's nice to get to meet all of you and the staff that I got to interview with, and Adam, who has promised to keep me on track. This is an honor for me. I'm really excited to represent rural counties and the smaller correctional facilities that we have in our juvenile justice system. I'm also very appreciative of our Governor Gavin Newsom for giving me this opportunity. I've been working with his office for a period of time to try to strengthen the relationship. between the state sheriffs and his office, and this opportunity came about, and I'm just extremely grateful to him and his staff for making this a reality. So I look forward to the work we're doing here. My understanding is this is going to be quite a meeting to jump into with both feet. And
Mhm.
so I appreciate that also, but just really the vast majority of my career, the first 15 years of my career was in city policing. I came to the sheriff's office in 2014 and was heavily involved on the operations side and the administrative side. Since becoming the sheriff, I've really tried to get up to speed on the correctional side of this job. And so having this opportunity is really, forcing me to hone my expertise in this area and really be part of this process is it's something I'm very excited about. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I look forward to serving all of you. Thank you.
And looking to any board members that would like to say anything at this point. Do I see, Sheriff, were you raising your hand out there, Sheriff Dykus?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Penner. I just want to welcome Eric as a fellow sheriff, and from CSSA as a board member. Certainly, we're proud to have Eric representing us on this board, and his expertise is welcome. And as you mentioned earlier, he's got a very diverse set of experience, and I know he'll bring great things to this board. So welcome, Eric.
Thank you, Sheriff.
All right.
I'd just like to say, Chair Pinner, Sheriff, it's just a pleasure to be able to have you aboard, and looking forward to the work with you. I'm Kirk Haynes, Chief Probation Officer here in Fresno County, or there in Fresno County, but I just appreciate the work they're going to be doing together. And congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, and we're going to turn to the agenda now, and this is the part of the agenda where Adam provides instructions for today's meeting on public comments. So those of you who are attending virtually and those in the room, please pay close attention. Okay, Adam?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. We are meeting both in person and virtually, and we will support public participation during this meeting through the Zoom webinar platform. Board members, for those participating remotely, if you wish to make a comment, please use the raised hand feature on Zoom or physically raise your hand so we can see you. Members in the room, please remember to state your name before making a comment so that those participating remotely may know who is speaking. Regarding voting, all agenda items that require a vote will require a roll call vote at the end of each agenda item. Board members in the room, please remember to turn off your microphones when you are not speaking. And please remember to speak into your microphone so that all on Zoom may hear you. Members of the public, we will give the members of the public the opportunity to comment after the presentation of each agenda item and prior to the board voting on an item. You will have 2 minutes for your comment. After your 2 minutes have ended, I will verbally let you know, then you may watch the screen where we will display the 2-minute timer and those in queue. We encourage anyone wishing to make a comment to raise their hand at the start of each agenda item being discussed. Members of the public will not have the ability to unmute yourself during the discussion until the chair opens it up for public comment. You must raise your hand on Zoom or send a request through public comment at bscc.ca.gov. This is also available on our website. If you sent in a request through the public comment email box, I will call on the email address or identifier you provided in your email. If you are calling by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, dial *6 to unmute yourself. I will call on those who have raised their hands and those who have emailed your request to speak, and I will ask you to unmute yourself. As a reminder, I will notify you when the 2-minute timer sounds. The 2-minute timer will be visible on the screen, so please try to keep track of your time. When the time is up, you must complete your comment so that we have the opportunity to hear from everyone who wants to make a comment. Also, if your comment aligns with other speakers, please feel free to associate your comment with prior speakers. Thank you for your patience and understanding as we work to ensure all speakers can be heard. Agenda item 6 is the opportunity for any member of the public to make a comment on any agenda items or other comments in general. We will call the members on Zoom first, then the members here in the room in Sacramento. Public participants in the room, when it is time for public comment, please form a line at the podium. If you wish to, please state your name. You may also complete a public comment card by the door and provide it to me during the meeting. As a reminder, you may follow along and view the list of those in public comment queue by watching your screens. As always, thank you for your patience, Madam Chair. That concludes my instructions.
Thank you, Adam. I think I saw Chief Mills briefly pop up. So while he may not be on camera, he is in the meeting. I can take that liberty right now. I want to note that agenda item K, the corrective action plan process, has been removed from today's agenda. That's a work in progress. And so all parties kind of agreed that we could take it off the agenda and move it to the next meeting. Now turning to the information items before the board, I'm going to forego the chair's report and ask Executive Director Howard to give her report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the board and all who are participating on phone and Zoom and here in the room. My name is Katie Howard. I'm the Executive Director here at the BSCC, and it's a pleasure to be here today. I have just a few items to share with the board today. We recently submitted a legislative report on the Youth Reinvestment Grant. There were 2 cohorts in that grant. I want to thank our team for their hard work on that and the wonderful work that was done by grantees. Now wrapped the YRG program up and wanted to bring that to your attention. Next, I want to talk about the legislative budget subcommittee hearings that have been conducted in the recent weeks. We were at the Assembly Budget Subcommittee on Monday. The focuses there were the public defense pilot project, which has been proposed to have the funding reduced for year 3. That received a fair amount of discussion and attention, but no action was taken. We also talked about the proposed transfer of juvenile justice grants from the BSCC to OYCR, and there will be more to come on both of these issues at May Revise. We had our budget subcommittee in the Senate a few weeks ago. Similar topics were addressed. And today in the Senate, there is a budget subcommittee focusing on Prop 47. Our colleague Casey Warmoth will be presenting on the Prop 47 evaluation report. And we will hear shortly from Stacey Riley in our meeting today about some really positive news on the Prop 47 evaluation. I also wanted to mention that the BSCC recently received a Notable Achievement Award as part of the annual state agency recognition. This nomination is a testament to the BSCC's collective hard work and leadership advancing the state's small business and disabled veterans business enterprise programs. The statewide goals were 25% for small businesses, and our participation rate was 36%, and the DVBE goal was 3%, and our rate was 10%. I really want to acknowledge all of our administrative staff for their hard work in this area, and we appreciate the recognition. I also want to mention that the Attorney General, Rob Bonta, is planning a summit for public safety leaders in June. And some of the members of our board may have heard from the Attorney General's office. The goal of this summit will be to focus on state agency issues on the justice barriers to successful reentry. There will be an emphasis on the importance of effective information sharing and eliminating existing impediments to data sharing. So for those who may be able to attend, just wanted to let the board know that that is in the works. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Just briefly, Madam Chair, I just want to highlight, as I usually do, we have some grant items on the agenda for this meeting. So wanted to focus for our board members on one of the consent items, agenda item B. I would look to Chief Richart and Chief Haynes to recuse on those items when we take those items up, even though they're on the consent calendar. And then wanted a flag for our local government board members. The Prop 47 RFP is going to be also up for consideration. And so we would look to recuse on that item if you think your department might be applying for that grant fund. And also board members Kumpion and Budnick on that item, because I believe that the Anti-Racism Coalition have received funds as subrecipients in the past. So we'll figure out the quorum numbers when we get there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I see Chief Mills here. Adam, I think would be a good time to take roll if you don't mind.
Chair Penner,
Present?
Mr. McCumber, Mr. Johnson,
Good morning, present.
Mr. Taylor,
Present.
Mr. Dykes.
Here.
Ms. Chavez will join later in the meeting. Mr. Haynes,
Here?
Mr. Richard,
Here.
Ms. Guard.
Here.
Mr. Mills,
I am present.
and Mr. Budnick will join a little later. Ms. Zaragoza,
Here.
Ms. Kumpion.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Adam. Moving now to the consent calendar. That is item A through C. Looking at board members, if you have any item you would like to pull from the agenda. Seeing none. Take a, the recusals have left the room, I should say. Apologies. Can I get a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda? Council, you look like you have something to say.
Just waiting in anticipation, Madam Chair.
Okay, you look so ready.
Motion to accept.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Have a second. Adam, please take the roll.
Madam Chair, I
Public-
do have one member of
public
the
comment.
public who has raised their hand. Can we take that first before voting?
On public comment, yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay. So, it's a phone number. I'm going to call 90, the last four digits, it's 1194. If you have a public comment on the consent items, I'm going to allow you to talk. And, you'll have 2 minutes. If I could have the timer show up on the screen. All right, so the number that ends with 1194, you're allowed to talk.
As a reminder, it's *6 to unmute your phone.
Please go ahead.
Yes, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
I accidentally raised my hand too early. However, I do want to have my 2 minutes to speak, towards the end. I was
thank you.
just testing. thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
no problem.
Next I have Acosta. You'll have 2 minutes and I'm going to allow you to talk. Please display the timer. Acosta, you're speaking on the consent items A, B, and C. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, thank you so much. I have a question in regards to the title. For the data, so the future reference on data, you're gonna be disclosed for the public hearing, am I correct? In regards to that, I believe it should not. I believe we still have the right to hear what's the background of acknowledging of what's going on to the analysis. In regard to that, I just believe there's still a lot more to know that I do not know, but honestly, I'm here to have more feedback on it. I'm gonna do my research as we speak and I'll give more public comment to what I believe. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Adam?
Chair Penner,
Aye.
Mr. McCumber,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Taylor.
But I will add that I don't know if it's appropriate for me to approve the minutes that I wasn't present for. But the other ones I would vote in favor for.
So we'll record the vote for items B and C and then leave you off of A, if we
Thank
can
you.
do that.
Okay. Mr. Dykes,
Aye.
Mr. Haynes and Mr. Richard recused. Ms. Guard,
Aye.
Mr. Mills,
Affirmative.
Ms. Zaragoza,
Aye.
Ms. Kumpion.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the motion carries for agenda items A, B, and C.
Thank you, Adam. The recusals can come back in the room. And we're going to move to item D, Proposition 47, Cohort 2, State Evaluation Findings, and welcome Stacy Riley to the podium. How are you, Stacy? Thank you for all your hard work on this.
Okay, good morning, Chair Penner, members of the board. My name is Stacy Riley. I'm a Research Data Specialist 3 in the research unit here at the BSCC. And today,
Stacy, I wonder if we should get that microphone a little closer. You're a bit. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
today I'm going to present the some of the findings from the statewide evaluation of the Proposition 47 grant program. Specifically, I'm going to provide information about the findings from the Proposition 47 Cohort 2 grant program, provide you with information about the grantees, as well as the participants, the services they provided, outcome data related to housing and employment, as well as the recidivism rates for participants. Proposition 47 is a voter-approved initiative in 2014 that was designed to reduce some low-level nonviolent property and drug crimes from felonies to misdemeanors. 65% of the net savings from reduced incarcerations are distributed to the BSCC. And the BSCC's grant program is designed to provide mental health services, substance use disorder treatment, as well as diversion programs. These programs are designed to serve individuals who have been involved in the justice system, as well as having a history of mental health or substance use disorder. The Cohort 2 grant program began in August 2019 and ended in May 2023. 21 grantees were awarded nearly $93 million. And of those grantees, 5 of them have accepted a 1-year no-cost extension, which ends in May of this year. So the data presented today includes data for all grantees for the first 3 years, as well as recidivism data from 17 of the 21 participants. Grantees were required to provide at least one of the following 3 services: mental health services, substance use disorder treatment, or diversion programs. As can be seen in the second column, many provided more than one, with 95% providing mental health services, 91% of grantees providing substance use disorder treatment, and 62% providing diversion programming. In addition, there were several optional support services that grantees provided, such as case management, employment services, and housing services. Over the course of the grant, nearly 22,000 participants received services. The majority were male, and the average age was 38, with over half of the participants between the ages of 26 and 45. 37% of participants identified as Hispanic, Latino, or Spanish. 24% identified as Black or African American, and 21% identified as white. At the time of enrollment, over a third of participants had less than a high school diploma, 31% were unhoused, and 65% were unemployed. Looking at the participation status at the conclusion of the grant, almost 19% had received a one-time intervention service, such as a state of sobering center or services from a mental health crisis response team. 22% were still enrolled in the program and receiving services, and would continue to receive services through another funding stream. 40% had exited their program prior to completing the requirements, and 19% completed program requirements. It's important to note that what constituted program completion varied by grantee and was determined by each grantee. Grantees are legislatively required to provide recidivism data on all participants In addition, the BSCC collected data related to housing and employment outcomes by comparing housing and employment status at program enrollment and program completion. So starting with the housing outcomes, this is a subset of the participants who indicated that housing was a goal and completed their program requirements. Almost 5,900 participants indicated housing was a goal, and of those, nearly 2,200 completed the program requirements. Comparing housing status and enrollment, which is reflected in the blue line, relative to at completion, which is the gray line, you can see that the proportion of participants who were unhoused was reduced by 60%. And the number of participants who were living independently nearly doubled. Looking at employment outcomes, again, this is a subset of participants who indicated that employment was a goal and they completed the program requirements. Almost 6,200 participants indicated employment was a goal, and nearly 1,900 completed the program. Comparing enrollment to program completion, again, enrollment is the blue line and completion is the gray line. You can see that unemployment decreased by 50% in these participants, although most of the gains were in part-time employment. However, the number of participants who received full-time employment did increase, but it was still small. To assess the effectiveness of the Proposition 47 programs at reducing recidivism, for the purposes of this report, we defined recidivism as the conviction of a new felony or misdemeanor after enrolling in the Proposition 47 grant program. Based on the available data, the overall recidivism rate across participants was 15.3%. This is compared to other research which estimates the statewide recidivism rates between 35 and 45%. However, these research estimates are based on 3 years of data, which is a longer time period than what we have for most of these participants. Additionally, the people for which the estimates are based may or may not be equivalent to the Proposition 47 participants in terms of criminal history or other factors. So while we cannot say conclusively that the Prop 47 program reduced recidivism rates without an equivalent comparison group, these data do suggest this when compared to other recidivism rate estimates. Another way to look at this that suggests that the Prop 47 program was effective at reducing recidivism is by comparing recidivism rates across participation status at the conclusion of the grant. The individuals who received one-time intervention services, such as at a sobering center, which can be seen in the gray bar, had substantially higher recidivism rates relative to those who received ongoing services. For those who were enrolled in a Prop 47 program and received ongoing services, completing the program requirements, which is shown in the dark gray bar, did not impact recidivism rates. Their rates were comparable to those who were still enrolled, which is the dark blue bar, and also those who exited prior to completing the program, which is in the light blue bar. We also compared recidivism rates based on race ethnicity. And this analysis revealed that participants who identified as Black or African American had the lowest recidivism rate at 11%. And participants who identified as white had the highest recidivism rate at almost 17%. Additional recidivism rates by other demographic variables, as well as housing and employment status at program completion, can be found in the statewide evaluation report, which is attached to this agenda item. Over the course of the grant, the grantees encountered several challenges. One of them, and probably the biggest, was the COVID-19 pandemic. The stay-at-home orders were issued 5 months into the grant when most grantees were just starting or preparing to start serving participants. Many grantees had to temporarily pause services, and they also noted that participant referrals dropped significantly during this time. Many grantees also reported challenges related to available housing, particularly low-income housing. And many grantees reported challenges with staffing shortages or with high turnover rates. These staffing issues were particularly problematic for key positions such as licensed clinical staff and substance use specialists. Oops. And somehow I lost a slide. But the benefits of these services for thousands of participants that receive mental health or substance use treatment along with other support services are reflected in lower recidivism rates, increased positive outcomes in housing and employment. But most importantly, for the thousands of individuals whose life trajectory took a positive turn as a result of these services, the benefits are immeasurable. Thank you. And at this time, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. That's really a good news story.
Yeah.
No other way to state it, particularly during a time when we had a pandemic and there was probably this start and stop motion that was very, very difficult. I think the partnership between governmental entities and CBOs, demonstrates to just long range positive results. And thank you for all your hard work. This was not simple. And don't worry, we're going to have you gear up and do it again soon because we're going to take that agenda item next where we re-release Prop 47. Any members of the board? Yes.
That was amazing. Thank you so much. Just like what Chair Penner said, it's a heartwarming story. I'm so excited. And if you don't have the answer to this, it's okay. But do you have a bit of a snapshot of what the programming looks like there? I know you said it was mental health and it was substance abuse, but is there anything else that you could tell us?
So each grant program was different. They developed the program themselves based on what was needed for their community. But really a lot, I would say probably for those that provided like substance use disorder, the majority were outpatient, but there were several programs that had sort of a more of a longitudinal approach where they had residential treatment, then moved to like outpatient, and they were living in a sobering center, and then transitioned into the community with continued outpatient.
Thank you so much. This is so exciting. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Any other comments?
I do have one.
Sorry. Well, hold Adam.
This one, thank you so much. That's an awesome presentation and great results. It's good to see, as funding goes out to the communities and we can meet the needs of the folks who need it the most. Question about the recidivism rate and how it was measured. So there were convictions, either misdemeanor or felony convictions after they were enrolled in the program.
Yes.
How did programs collect the data as far as the recidivism data? Was that a review of criminal histories? Did the programs do it, or did they partner with someone? How did that, do we know how that was done?
Yeah, thank you for that question.
Yeah.
Most grantees, either they had, like, for example, with district attorneys or probation departments, they had access to that data directly and provided it to us. For other grantees, such as behavioral health, a lot of them had developed MOUs or data sharing agreements with a local law enforcement agency, such as the sheriff or probation departments. They received that information and then sent it to us.
So on the grantees that we just are talking about now, and I'm sure with future ones, are those kind of agreements already set up when they submit their plan about how they would achieve those objectives of how they're going to collect that data? Is that something that or is that just something that they develop after the fact?
So with cohort 3 and also this cohort 4 that you're going to hear about today, one of the components of the rating factors is asking them to explain how and where they're going to obtain that recidivism data.
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. I see Sheriff Dykus has his hand raised.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question. A lot of the Prop 47 grants have to do with housing, and the state auditor just did their own report, particularly as it relates to housing funds. And if I think I'm hearing the report correctly, some of this is self-reporting, or is there actually verification going on by staff as to the outcomes that we're recording here?
So the data that we receive in terms of the services that the participants receive, as well as, you know, what their housing status is when they complete the program requirements, we receive all of that from the grantee. So they're reporting that to us directly.
Okay, and are we able to verify that, or do we not?
We do not go out and verify that. Now, Damien, who is the field rep for Prop 47, he does do site visits and he does meet with grantees, CBOs, and participants, and does get feedback, but we don't verify that data.
Okay, thank you.
Any further comments from board members? The
I have a
public,
couple-
thank you.
yeah,
Go ahead,
sorry.
Sheriff, sorry.
It's okay. So thank you for your presentation. My heart goes out to everyone that has these grants. For those of you that don't know, especially for smaller offices and that don't have a lot of staff to support you, this data collection reporting is really, really difficult for us, especially when we don't have expertise in it. So the fact that this data is coming in is great. I'm a huge proponent of intervention prevention, and I think that some of this is really positive. I do have two questions that you may or may not be able to answer. One is, are we capturing why people are exiting? Or is there any data to show what's happened to somebody not completing the program? And then my second question would be, though the numbers are good, I think if I wrote down correctly, you made a comment that you can't say conclusively that Prop 47 has reduced recidivism. Why would that be something we can't conclusively say when it looks like the data is showing that that's what it is? So sorry. Thank you.
No problem. So to answer the recidivism question, the reason for that is because we don't know, for those other studies that have published estimates for recidivism rates of 35 to 45%. We don't know if those participants have the same type of criminal history as the Prop 47 participants. We don't know if there's other factors that can be contributing to that. So to be able to strongly conclude that yes, these programs are reducing recidivism, what we need to have is an equivalent control group. We had planned for that with this cohort, but we need to receive the data from DOJ, and we were not able to receive that in time for the analyses, but we do plan on including that in the cohort 3 analyses. So, and I'm sorry, what was your first question again?
Just if I haven't delved into it deep enough, but if there's an overarching theme as to why people would not be completing these programs.
Yes. So at the local level, they may be collecting that information. I know a lot of times, some of the participants just disappear, and they don't know themselves. But at the local level, they may be collecting that information for those that they do know that exit prior to completing, but we do not collect that information.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Adam. Members of the public, sorry.
If I may, thank you, Katie Howard. I just want to acknowledge, I really appreciated Chief Haynes's question. The work that has gone into developing these measurable data, it is tremendous to figure out how to set up the data sharing agreements. I just have to do a shout out to our research team. This has been years and years in the making. These kinds of research efforts take time. This is Stacy's job and passion project, I would say. And to Stacy and Casey and others who've worked so hard on this program. It's really amazing. And we keep getting better with each cohort, as Stacy referenced. Now we're building into the scoring criteria, looking at information about how the data sharing will be set up by the people proposing to get a new grant. So I just wanted to say thanks for all that, and things take time.
And even to Sheriff Taylor's comments about the difficulty of collecting that data, if we front load it in the RFP, then it'll be funded, and we hope the efforts get easier because it is difficult for small jurisdictions to move that agenda forward. So I hope our front loading of the requirements is helpful in the future. I understand there's members of the public that may want to comment on this issue.
Yes, Madam Chair. I had one member of the public, and that would be Sabrina. Actually, we're now up to two. So let's share the timer, please. All right, Sabrina, I'm going to call on you, and you are able to talk. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, good morning. My name is Sabrina Weddle. I just kind of have a few comments, and I just want to say that I did have the pleasure of experiencing a really close friend of mine completing a program. He went from San Diego Central Jail into a program similar to the ones that you were discussing. He did actually graduate this year, and I'm so proud of him. But unfortunately for me, I lost my little brother, Saxon Rodriguez. He was an in custody death in 2021, July 20th, 2021. He did overdose on fentanyl. And you guys can shut me down if you'd like, because I do know this was kind of a comment based on the last topic. But, if we can really start to see some change on people that are already in custody and have those mental health problems, those addiction problems, such as my brother, and us getting them that help before, somebody brings drugs in. Unfortunately for my brother's case, CLERB did decide that, the San Diego sheriffs were the ones who did not prevent keeping fentanyl out, and that is what killed him. So just, I just wanted to, again, make a comment that I would love to continue to see this change. I have seen this change happen. The person I was referring to was my brother's best friend on the street, and he changed his life, and the programs and the grants that helped him changed his life. But we got to think about those that are still in custody. My brother was in custody for 4 days before he died off fentanyl. He was supposed to have his court date the following day. And again, a sheriff failed to keep those drugs out, as well as checking him. He was checked at 65 minutes and 28 seconds. That 5 minutes and 28 seconds cost him his life, and he didn't get to be a part of this program. So I just really want to continue to see the change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have CJ policy. And go ahead, go ahead and speak.
Hello, this is Nancy Juarez with the Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice. Thank you so much, Sabrina, for your comments, and my heart goes out to your loved one, to your brother. And you're right, like programs like Prop 47, you can see it right there with Saxon's best friend versus Saxon and the life trajectory that both of them had taken. I really appreciate this presentation on Prop 47, specifically because we see Prop 47 under attack constantly at the Capitol. We see many bills trying to roll back Prop 47. Back in March 2022, my colleague Maureen Washburn had authored a report called Prop 47 offers a $600 million lifeline to vulnerable Californians. And it found in this report, Maureen had found that Prop 47's recidivism reduction programs cost just $3,000 per participant compared to California prisons, which spend more than $100K per person each year. So I just wanted to thank the board for gathering this information and this data. And if there are ways that we can get this information out there outside of just this board meeting to ensure that when we see bills that try to attack the progress Prop 47 has, that we're able to back it up, and that family members like Saxon, like Sabrina, are able to not have to have the same fate, because we know the resources are there. Prop 47 is an example of that. And thank you. Just wanted to extend gratitude for all of this data. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Paloma Serna. Paloma, please go ahead.
Hi, yes, thank you, board, for letting me speak today. I would like to echo exactly what Sabrina Weddle has stated, I am also, I'm a mother. My name is Paloma. I'm a mother of Elisa Serna, who has died in custody. She's been, on heroin when she was 17 and she died at the age 24. I wish there was a lot of programs, that were taking, helping, people that were addicted on the street, like what Sabrina has stated, if Lisa wouldn't have died in custody by the hands of deputies and medical staff, she could have got the proper treatment. We've tried and tried and tried, and as you have probably heard of, she did have a daughter, and we don't know, if she would have changed her life and got herself into a program that would help her. We were robbed that opportunity to see our loved ones thrive in society. I know, like what Sabrina stated, it was mentioned earlier, the San Diego Sheriff, they need to be stopped in the practices that they're doing in killing, and neglecting our loved ones. It's not right. There someone, needs to intervene and help put the public, with their loved ones, and also too, we need justice. And I do beg that you guys help us. We really need you guys to step up and help us get our justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I had Jessica on my list, but Jessica, you've lowered your hand. If you still want to speak, please raise your hand. And I'm going to move on to Yusuf Miller. Yusuf, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Yusef Miller with the North County Equity and Justice Coalition Saving Lives in Custody campaign. And I want to thank my colleagues, Paloma Serna and Sabrina Weddle, for bringing up the families that have been lost in San Diego County. My point here today is that these programs are very necessary, as you can see, and the recidivism rate could be lowered for a better bridge between the incarcerated and the people who are on probation. And access to these programs is the key to make sure that we fund them properly, we get proper technicians and people who love this work being involved in this program, and then that way it makes it more desirable for people to go in and stay in. So the problem seems to be that holding people in or allowing people to see the value of staying in these programs is critical. And if they could stay in the program and have more context throughout the program, they do better and recidivate less. So if we can find a way to make sure that everyone has the access to the programs are funded in a way that keeps people in the program, I think the math would be very, very simple, a 1 + 1 + 1 kind of math, and have a better outcome. So I love to see that this data, and we're looking at it strategically, and we're looking at it by informed information from the actual end user and the programs. But let's also look at the structure and make sure that it is something that our loved ones can participate while in custody, and a bridge to their probation periods and beyond. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Byron. You had your hand raised, but you've lowered your hand. So I'll give you a few seconds. Oh. Byron, there you are. Go ahead and speak.
Hi. Sorry, first time I attended this meeting. I think I'm waiting on item J, and so I don't want to use up all my time, but definitely uplifting investment and support for any community-based models that lower recidivisms, right? And when we look at the metrics, evaluations, how we continue to uplift services that are being informed by community-based organizations and also individuals with lived experience, seeing how some of the models, older models, do not continue to work for our community. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And finally, we have Acosta. Acosta, you're able to talk for agenda item D, Prop 47 evaluation report.
Prop 47. I believe that crime rates of pretty much are pretty high and a lack of rehabilitation for infractions of years. Previous of that, I believe it has to do with a lot of programs that are putting funds in but not doing the action of work. I believe the development of the youth to adult, it is not changing the rehabilitation for the future of these men and grandparents. I believe the mindset has to do with a lot of working with the probation officers, staff member counselors. It's a lot of work that we have to put implanted. What I'm saying is that those programs have a lot to do with physical work, mental work, um, education programs, video programs. There's a lot of time that's going, so we have time management. So with the time management of these youth and staff members, we have to do a lot of work with spiritually, physically, and mentally, and also a lack of understanding. And we're all youth, we are understanding as we're growing. We have to know that these youth have a lot of trauma as the age of pregnancy, as the age of knows what's the history about. But I want to understand that there's an order of law of mental and physical and spiritual health that these youth have a rehabilitation, but it does take time, but it also takes a lot of network and mindset and understanding of what we're going through in life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have James Martinez. James, your 2 minutes is starting. Go ahead.
Good morning, buenos dias. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to share public comment. My name is James Martinez. I'm a policy and programs assistant with MILPA. I just really would like to uplift the importance of Prop 47 and the work that is done in our community and how it's continued to cater to those that are often underserved, under-resourced, and to also uplift the report. I think the report puts a lot into perspective. And that perspective is the fact that the recidivism rates have lowered, and that's very important, and to understand that anytime we provide resources to the community and provide them an outlet in a direction, you know, there's going to be a level of support that goes into that, right? Not only from the resources that are being provided, but the community organizations that are doing the work on the ground. It's important to have that level of intimacy in the community where we're showing up and we want to be of support and to uplift them in their growth and their development, because Prop 47 has allowed a lot of people to, you know, flourish in many different ways, right? And I say that because I can't just capture it in one essence, right? I feel like words would do a disservice. But one thing to understand is we need to pour more resources into our community. And I feel like Prop 47 was just a mere fraction of that, right? There's a lot more work that needs to be done, but it's programs as such is that are uplifting the community. And that's what we need more, right? So those that are listening to this call, community members, you know, others that, you know, or shall I say community stakeholders at large really need to understand the importance of pouring resources into our community as a means for their growth and their development and opportunities that can flourish as a result of removing some of the barriers that have existed as a result of one's trials and tribulations as an adolescent. We all live and learn, and it's important for us to be accepting and understanding of that fact. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Justin. Justin, if you want to speak on agenda item D, Proposition 47 evaluation report, you will have 10 minutes now.
2 minutes.
Two minutes. I'm sorry, 2 minutes now.
So I'm called to speak on Los Padrinos.
Okay, thank you.
Please raise your hand when that item comes
Yeah,
up.
and are we going to close the queue here on item D?
There are two other raised
fine.
hands, and I'm not sure if they're talking about agenda item D or should we take them?
Yes, just certainly. If it's on D, I just want to close the queue following that.
Okay. I have a phone number ending in 1194. Go ahead and speak.
Reminder, *6 to unmute your phone.
Yes. Hello. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, this is me again. This is Jay Rogo. I have another friend listening to the meeting via phone, However, her name was called out for Jessica, and she was unable to reach. Is there any way she could come into the chat?
You may email us at publiccomment@bscc.ca.gov.
Oh, you see, I was just making a point. They're on the conference call. That may be her, the next individual on hand, or raising their hand, I should say. I'll go ahead and mute myself, and then I'll call back to give my comment.
Thank you. And finally, we have phone number ending in 8438. You have 2 minutes. Dial *6.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jessica. So I am a mother of a child on probation, and one of the concerns that I had were that incarceration was the first option for him rather than to address the actual mental health issue. Thankfully, now we are a part of the wraparound program, and I do feel that it's more important, how other callers have mentioned, that the mental health be addressed. I do know that that is also provided while they're incarcerated, but again, needless to say that when a child is sitting incarcerated for X amount of time and have to sit there and wait for the judge to release them back home, and that also increases the chances of that juvenile to get involved in other things. So my concern was, even for myself, speaking for my son, that's one of the last options that I feel, even though at risk, meaning even with the school and having a lot of other barriers at play, how can we better help children before even being detained is an option, before getting those proper help needs and everything? So that's just pretty much what I wanted to say, and I appreciate it for the caller. I was struggling. I logged on the web and now by phone.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I will call for any public comments in the room. I do not have a card, but you may proceed to the podium if you have a comment. And we do not have a comment in the room. That concludes public comments.
Thank you very much. This is a discussion item only. If any board members would like to make any closing remarks, we'll move on. If not, seeing none, I'd like to welcome, apologize, I noticed you just turned my microphone on. Scott Budnick, thank you for joining us, and you'll be represented in the role as an attendee at this point. Moving on to item E, also related to Prop 47, is cohort 4, the release of a request for proposals. So we had Stacy's good news story, and we're going to further the effort.
I guess I'll start with ditto to what Stacy said then. Now let's give away some more money.
Yeah.
And
That is
before,
loud, that mic.
and before we begin, Madam Chair,
Recusals, yeah,
we
thank
can do recusals. And Mr. Budnick, you weren't here before, but you're going to want to recuse on this item. Since ARC can be a subrecipient, and I see Ms. Kumpion is leaving, and then I'm just looking at our other local government members to see if anyone else would like to recuse.
Hey, Aaron, I have a question just very quickly. We're not applying for a grant, and I don't see any of my community organizations on this cohort. But I do see that some of the evaluators are from my county. Should I recuse in that case, or am I okay to stay?
You're okay to stay. Yeah, only the only concern is if funds would be going directly to your department.
Okay, Damien.
Wonderful. Oh, there we go. I did real quickly wanted to respond also to Sheriff Taylor, just in the sense that we do encourage the small agencies to work with evaluators to help them out because of that very thing that you're talking about. Absolutely. Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. My name is Damien Renault, Field Representative with the Corrections Planning and Grants Program Division. And it is my pleasure to present Agenda Item E. This agenda item requests board approval for the release of the Proposition 47 Cohort 4 RFP and establishment of a rater panel for the rating of proposals submitted. The rater panel process would be used for Cohort 4 RFP due to the comprehensive work completed by the Executive Steering Committee for Cohort 3. Prop 47 was a voter-approved initiative in 2014, and since then, the BSCC has funded 69 distinct grant programs to county and city agencies who have supported hundreds of non-governmental organizations with approximately $324 million in grant funds. Prop 47, or the Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Act, helps to ensure that prison spending is focused on violent and serious offenses. The BSCC is responsible for administering this grant by funding public agencies and the NGOs they are required to partner with. Those agencies and organizations provide mental health, substance use disorder treatment services for those that have been system involved. The BSCC anticipates in fiscal year 2024-25, approximately $152 million will be available for competitive awards. In addition, any unspent funds from previous Prop 47 grant programs will be added to the final total award for the fourth cohort's grant period. In consultation with the previous ESC and in Rater panel recruitment process, staff will establish a Rater panel that is diverse in professional and lived experience, geography, and demographics. The proposed activities and tentative timeline necessary to administer a competitive RFP process are provided in the board report. The Prop 47 team appreciates the board's support in previous grant programs and welcomes the opportunity to administer a new cohort. This concludes my presentation, and I am available for any questions.
Anything from the board on this agenda item? Yes, please.
JC and the other people. I cannot say enough things about it. And I think that the RFP that was developed with some additional monies for the residential is going to serve our communities well. And I just want to commend the BSCC staff again, Damien and the rest of the group for what they have done to get us to this point for cohort 4.
Thank you, Jana. That needs to be repeated time and time again. We thank you for all your hard work. To think that we've already gotten 324 million out in the field and we have another 152 million coming out in this cohort is impressive and encouraging. Anybody else? Anybody in the public like to comment on this item?
I do not have public comments for this agenda item.
Okay, I will look to the board for a motion and a second to adopt the recommendation by staff. There we have a motion. We need a second.
Second.
Thank you, Adam.
Chair Penner,
Aye.
Mr. McCumber,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Taylor,
Aye.
Mr. Dykes,
Aye.
Mr. Haynes.
Aye.
Mr. Richard stepped out. Ms. Guard,
Aye.
Ms. Zaragoza.
Aye.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Did you say aye? Good to hear. Thank you.
Madam Chair, the motion carries for agenda item E.
Thank you. Thank you. And should the record reflect that Chief Richard recused himself?
I would like to get that clarification from
Okay,
Chief
from
Ricard
him when he comes back. Okay. Well, let's have the recusals return to the room, please. And on item F, while they're coming back in, council, do you have some recommendations for recusals?
I believe on F and G that we do not have any board members that might have a potential conflict on the
Okay. All right.
awardees. I would flag the potential award to Fresno County is not to the probation department. So
Thank you. I see Chief Richard, we're still waiting for you to come on back. On which item? We're done. And we wanted to clarify, thank you. For the record, you can't hear him, but he was recusing himself without stating it on the record. So the Prop 47 agenda item should reflect his recusal.
Yes.
All right, I think we're all back and ready to go again. Moving on to item F, Medication Assisted Treatment Grant Program. And I see before us another abled individual. Hello, Tim.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm
Sorry,
Timothy
before
Pawlak.
Tim gets started, I know this potentially went to the Sheriff's Department for Fresno. Should I?
No, I think you get to stay.
You can, you
I
can
can.
stay if you want to not vote. That's permissible, but you can certainly stay in the room.
No, no worries.
All right.
Yeah, again, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Timothy Pawlak, Field Representative with the Division of Corrections Planning and Grant Programs. Today, I'm presenting Agenda Item F, which is request of approval for the Medication Assisted Grant Program funding recommendations. At the November 16th, 2023 board meeting, the board approved the release of the MAT request for proposals, which made available $10 million for a 3-year grant programming beginning May 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. For this grant, individual counties were allowed to request a maximum of $1.25 million for a 3-year project. 2 or more counties could submit a collaborative proposal for up to $2.5 million for a 3-year project. However, a county could not apply to both individually and as a collaborative project. Funds for this grant can be used for substance use disorder counselors in county jails, post-release medication, service contracts between jails and treatment providers, law enforcement, behavioral health mobile crisis teams, MAT for persons under criminal justice supervision, and community-based MAT and substance use disorder treatment and services. In response to the MAT RFP, the BSCC received 18 proposals requesting a total of $22,435,533. Technical review determined that 16 proposals met the criteria to move forward to the scoring process. The scoring panel was convened on March 7th and 8th, 2024, and began rating the proposals. Once all scores were submitted, a ranked order list was generated, and that's the list you see before you. In this list, I do want to point out that Siskiyou presented a shared proposal with Modoc County, so they were able to request up to the 2.5. And then also with the remaining funds, we did have 44,348 after fully funding on the rank order list, 7 proposals, the 8th proposals. Next would be Fresno County Sheriff's Office at 44,348. So it would be offered to them. On behalf of the MAT scoring panel, staff recommends that the board take the following actions. Fully fund the top 7 ranked proposals and partially fund 1 proposals at 44,348, totaling $10 million. Authorize staff to continue to make awards from the rank ordered list if any applicant is unable to accept or relinquishes an award, first by offering to any partial awardee and then next to the highest ranked applications. Authorize staff to continue to make awards from the rank ordered list if the staff determines during the award-making process that an applicant recommended for funding is ineligible or if a grantee becomes ineligible during the grant cycle. Madam Chair, this concludes my report. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Looking to the board for any questions or comments on this item. Adam, do we have members of the public interested in commenting on this item?
Yes, two individuals, 3 have raised their hands so far, so I'm going to call on those commenters. Tim, if you could stop sharing so we could share the timer.
Yes, sure.
And the first is the phone number, and I'm going to call 1194 as soon as the timer is up. Just a second, please. Okay.
There it is.
All right, actually 1194, right there you are. You have 2 minutes, please go ahead.
Is 1194 for item J? It looks like to me based on the list. Am I mistaken? Oh, I see it on both. Thank you. Okay.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Go ahead.
All right. Timer starts now. Yes, good morning. This is a pleasure for me to speak on behalf of the community. You know, I am an active advocate for the youth. I also believe in justice. With that being said, I like to state, how is it that you want to keep getting funded, however, you're unable to follow guidelines with the juvenile hall facilities? We hear, you know, from the
Hold on,
youth that
just a
they're
minute.
being raped.
Excuse me. I think you might be speaking on the wrong item. We're not on the juvenile suitability at this juncture. Is that what you hope to speak on?
But I'm also talking in regards to all this money being funded and gathered by the community and however other resources you gather it up. You know, I'm very dismayed about it, how these facilities keep requesting for such funds and we still don't see no change within the system.
Okay.
It's very alarming. It's very alarming.
Okay. I appreciate your remarks. Do you have anything else you want to say? You have some remaining time, or we can move to the next speaker.
Just, I would advise for things to get straightened out because I still see no change with all these years, all this money. What's happening?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have Nikki Martin. Nikki, your time is starting. Nakia, I'm sorry.
Are you there, Nakia? On item F? Is it *6 to unmute yourself?
Yes, that's correct. Nakia, we'll give you one last opportunity.
I think I was raised my hand by accident. I'm sorry.
Okay, I make these mistakes all day long. You don't worry. Okay, thank you.
Okay, next we have Yusuf Miller. This is for agenda item F.
Yes, my name is Youssef Miller, the North County Equity and Justice Coalition, Saving Lives in Custody campaign in San Diego. And this medical assistant treatment program, it is great. It is awesome if it is applied correctly, if it's used correctly. So with these fundings and these enhancing the medical assistant treatment program, we need to really audit whether the actual program is being applied properly. In San Diego County, we've had people who've been injured and lost lives because they didn't receive the proper medical treatment and proper medication on time or the proper dosage. So this medical assistant treatment program is a wonderful idea, and it's always been, and we need more of it, but we need it to be quality. We need it to be something that people can really count on. And I'm not saying for the most part that doesn't happen, but anytime we lose someone because they didn't get proper medication, one person is far, far too many. One person who didn't get their
I think
Did
you
you-
have there you go.
you-
You cut out for a minute.
Okay, so still on the medical treatment program, if one person doesn't get their medical treatment and they get harmed or they lose their life, it's far, far too many. One person didn't get their seizure medication, even though they were asking for it. They were placed on the top bunk, which they refused to go, but they forced them to go, and then they seized out onto their head into a coma. So these things we see that they happen, and we need to make sure that with this medical assistant program, there's a quality check on the timing and the application of these protocols. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have Sabrina. Sabrina, did you want to speak on the medication assisted treatment?
That requires *6 to unmute yourself if you're
Oh,
struggling. There you go.
No, I needed to have him unmute me. Yes, I definitely want to speak on this topic. Again, just echoing what Yusuf said. Again, my name is Sabrina Weddle. My little brother, Saxon Rodriguez, died July 20th, 2021 in San Diego Central Jail off of fentanyl and methamphetamine. The head nurse in charge the day that my brother died, Melissa Burns, she took it upon herself to get on a clerk meeting and state the best place to receive treatment for an overdose is jail. So is that because she wants to continue receiving funding? You know, I don't think that that's a statement a nurse that's working in custody should state. But I mean, I take it upon, you know, it has to do with the fact that she was hired as an in custody jail nurse with no prior nursing experience, that she would state something like that. But she's a liar because my brother died on her watch. 9 rounds of Narcan went into my brother. A machine, I don't know the name of the machine, but the one that shocks people, said, don't shock him. There was no pulse. He had been dead. So what I'm just trying to echo is that these programs, we definitely just need to make sure that they're being put to use, or they can just continue to go to rehabilitation for those that are outside of jail and do want it. You know, I'm told quite often my brother chose to do the drugs he did, and he did do the fentanyl and the methamphetamine that killed him, but somebody supplied him in custody. And then I had a nurse, Melissa Burns, who was the nurse in charge the day he died, get on a clerk meeting and state jail is the best place to receive treatment for overdose. She's a liar. She treated my brother. She didn't treat my brother because he's dead. And on top of it, the sheriffs checked him 5 minutes and 28 seconds too late. And the medical examiner themselves stated if he would have been checked on time, they could have revived him. Nurses could have done their job to save my little brother, my 22-year-old brother. Mind you, his date of birth and death is the same month. And he had court the next day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one last one. Paloma, you have 2 minutes. I am timing you. We're having an issue with the timer, so I'm timing. Go ahead.
Hi, yes, my name is Paloma Sterna. My daughter Elisa Sterna died November 11th, 2019 in the Las Colinas jail. And I'm with the North County Equity and Justice Coalition and the Saving Lives in Custody. And so, you know, I know the San Diego Sheriff, they keep asking for fundings, you know, for the medical and all these things, exactly like what Sabrina has stated. You know, these medical staff, they do not care or treat our loved ones at all. Elisa was in custody for 5 days. When she was going through the booking process, she told the booking medical staff that she did heroin, Xanax, and that she was and that she drank alcohol. And then they found out during that booking process that she was 5 weeks pregnant. And so they never put her on a withdrawal protocol at all. And then they never decide to even have her seen by a doctor until a couple of days later when she was already dehydrated. So they were stating, medical staff and deputies were stating that she was faking, she was malingering, she was trying to secondhand gain, instead of just checking to see if she was really okay. You know, we did go through a criminal trial, and one of the experts said, you know, if people are faking, you could figure that out by taking their vitals, basic vitals. You cannot fake vitals. My daughter died 5 days, which we will have video evidence be shown to the public next week, how my daughter died because of medical staff. We need to get justice, and we need to stop the San Diego Sheriff.
Thank you. Your time is up. And we have phone number ending in 8438.
Or recorded. The use of
Dial *6 to unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes.
to consent to the monitor.
Hi, good afternoon, Jessica again. So my concern is my son is also on probation. He has court coming up. If he's not
1 second.
ready.
Oh, yeah. I
Go
thought that
ahead.
was your phone. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so my concern would be exactly that. Overdoses happening at Barry J. And if he's going to be incarcerated because he is not testing negative, that highly concerns me if he's going to be incarcerated and not get the actual help or the proper help needed if he's already taking a substance abuse class. That wouldn't be self-harm reduction. So that's just very concerning, and I'm sorry for the losses that continue to happen and are happening throughout the juvenile system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Matthews, Khalid Matthews.
Hi, I wanted to speak on behalf of Los Padrinos.
Okay, well, that's coming up, so I appreciate you telling us that. We'll ask you to hold until we get to that item.
That's it for public comments.
Are there any members of the public in the room that would like to comment on this matter?
If you have any public comments for this item, please approach the podium. And we do not.
Thank you. I'd just like to take a quick pause and mention to the public on all the items we've done thus far, their heartfelt remarks. It always feels a little uncharitable to not be able to comment after each one, but certainly we understand that those of you who have members of your family in custody or have lost people to an overdose in custody, we're certainly empathetic, and please don't assume our lack of silence is a lack of concern and caring. Now back to the board. Okay, I'm looking for a motion and a second on item F. Motion?
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve staff's recommendation.
Thank you. And a second?
Second. Dykes, I'll second.
Thank you. Got a bunch of seconds. Let's go with it. Okay, Adam?
Chair Penner,
Aye.
Mr. McCumber,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Taylor,
Aye.
Mr. Dykes,
Aye.
Mr. Haynes,
Aye.
Mr. Richard,
Aye.
Ms. Guard,
Abstain.
Mr. Mills,
Aye.
Mr. Budnick,
Aye.
Ms. Zaragoza,
Aye.
Ms. Kumpion.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the motion carries for agenda item F.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item G, Tim is going to stay with us and we're going to discuss the RSAT program, which is the Residential Substance Abuse Treatment Grant. Tim?
Second here, ma'am. There we go. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Timothy Polosic again, this time presenting item G, which is a request for approval of the Residential Substance Abuse Treatment Grant Program funding recommendations. BSCC administers the federal RSAT program, which is funded through the Federal Bureau of Justice Assistance. The RSAT program assists states and the local governments in developing and implementing substance use disorder treatment programs in state and local tribal correctional and detention facilities, and supports efforts to create and maintain community-based aftercare services for participants. For this grant, eligible applicants are local adult jail detention facilities, and currently funded programs are eligible to apply. RSAT programs must include both an in-custody medication-assisted treatment and services program, as well as aftercare, evidence-based aftercare and reentry services. A total of $8.5 million in federal RSAT funding is available for a 3-year program beginning July 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. Applicants could request up to the maximum of $1.5 million for the 3-year grant program, and must also meet a 25% match requirement as in kind or cash. In response to the RFP, the BSCC received 6 proposals requesting a total of $8,208,325. On February 27th and 28th, 2024, BSCC research staff provided training for the RSAT scoring panel on how to apply the rating criteria established in the RFP. The BSCC generated a ranked list of proposals that met the minimum scoring threshold. One proposal fell below the minimum threshold and is not recommended for funding. Project summaries for the 5 counties recommended to receive funding are attached as attachment G4. On behalf of the RSAT scoring panel, staff recommends that the board take the following action. Fully fund the 5 proposals that met the minimum scoring threshold for a total of $6,997,277. That concludes my report, Madam Chair. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any members of the board wish to comment on this item? Yes, Sheriff.
I just want to make a comment, just to thank the people that have not only been on the executive steering committee, but also the scoring panel. I had the pleasure of being on a scoring panel before. It's a very robust conversation and scoring process on these things, and the support that we get from the BSCC staff is incredible. So I just want to take this time for all these that we've heard of today, but just to acknowledge the folks that have taken the time to really delve into these and score them appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate those remarks. Yes.
I know the CDCR is one of the awardees. Should I have already recused myself?
On this particular one, CDCR is not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't see you there.
I apologize.
It's okay, but you did the right thing and stayed. With all that said, anything else from the board? Anything from the virtual public?
Yes, I have a few. If we could get the timer up. All right, I'm gonna first call on Yusuf Miller. Yusuf, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Yusef Miller, North County Equity and Justice Coalition, Saving Lives in Custody campaign. And this treatment program, this substance abuse program, exactly what we need. Exactly what we need. But do we need it? Should we use it in a way that's proper? Yes. Should everybody get access to it? Yes. This is why we lost Elisa Serna, because this type of program protocol was not initiated, even though she mentioned it at booking. This is the type of protocol that would probably have saved Saxon Rodriguez and so many others. I'm only mentioning those two because those two are here right now, but there's so many others that could have benefited from proper use of that program. So the programs are not the problem. The problem is that we need them to be properly applied. And in San Diego County, I don't see San Diego County on the funding at all, or I didn't even see them on the original map that was put up earlier. And we have problems. We have the highest in custody death rate. In 2022, we had the highest in custody death rate in the state. And we had a lot of overdoses, high overdoses. So it's proper to have this program. I love it. I love it. But throughout the state, from North California all the way down to South, when you think about these programs being implemented, the execution of these programs is something that we need to audit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sabrina. Sabrina, you have 2 minutes for agenda item G.
Hello again, Sabrina Weddle, Saxon Rodriguez's sister. Again, echoing what Yusuf said, these things could have saved lives that have already lost. And I noticed that he said July 1st, 2024 is when, I don't know, I kind of got lost after that, because that's the day that I will be celebrating Saxon's 25th heavenly birthday. So I know that, I don't know if somebody coughed or laughed, but that's why I got lost, because it's crazy to see us talking about, getting people help off of substance abuse. And if my brother would have got the proper care, then July 1st, 2024, I wouldn't be celebrating a heavenly birthday for my brother. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Paloma. Paloma, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yes, I'm the mother of Elisa Serna, who died November 11th, 2019. I'm with the North County Equity and Justice Coalition and Saving Lives in Custody. And so, yes, if these programs were implemented like years ago, I mean, drugs, there's been a drug crisis for years, and I don't know why it's slowly happening now. And even like what Yusuf Miller has stated, San Diego is not even on the list, and still, the San Diego Sheriff, they continue to ask for funding for like money for, to fix these buildings, but still, it's not the building that's the problem. It's the people that's there. They need money to properly train their medical and their deputies properly. Because like I said, in 7 days, we're going to have video in which the public will see how these employees of the San Diego Sheriff, how they neglect in custodies. And it's awful how they just let them die before their own eyes, especially in the medical and the MOB, where they're being monitored 24/7. But no one's getting up to help these people in crisis, in distress, while they're chit-chatting on their personal phone, eating while someone is feet away, dying on the floor. Things need to change in these jails, and they need to change now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a phone number. The last four digits are 8438. Dial *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, good afternoon again. Just having personal experience and firsthand family members and friends who have died in the sheriff's Temple station. And again, it was exactly that. He needed help. He was crying for help, and yet he was able to hang himself in their cell. So that's very concerning because, again, if the substance abuse, for sure, I work in the substance abuse field, so that definitely addresses the problem, but that's only outside voluntary seeking, also court referred. But if they don't get the proper mental health need, then that's just very concerning where they're able to do these under their care. Also being abused and abusing their power is just very unacceptable. Laughing at someone knowing they should have been doing their hourly checks and him being able to hang himself and not be saved. My son has a friend who personally already had this problem, and thankfully his brother, his mother were there to be able to remove him from that situation. And he did fall into a coma, but again, his fear was going into jail, being incarcerated when he needed mental help and already getting outside mental help. So that's really concerning if we're going to keep funding these police officers that are supposed to protect and serve. So just very concerning, and thank you all for sharing what you guys share, because that really gives a lot of insight on what the problem and where the system is failing the youth and adults who were once youth that were already embedded into this injustice system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now calling anyone in the room who would like to make a public comment, please approach the podium. And we do not have public comment in the room.
Okay, I'm back to the board. Here we are on item G, residential substance abuse treatment grant. I'm looking for a motion in a second, please.
Dykus, motion to approve.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Adam?
Chair Penner,
Aye.
Mr. McCumber,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Taylor,
Aye.
Mr. Dykus,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Yes.
Mr. Haynes,
Aye.
Mr. Richard,
Aye.
Ms. Guard,
Abstain.
Mr. Mills,
Aye.
Mr. Budnick,
Aye.
Ms. Zaragoza,
Aye.
Ms. Kumpion.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the motion carries for agenda item G.
Thank you very much. The chair would like to welcome and acknowledge Supervisor Chavez, who has made it to the meeting. Thank you. I know you had a busy day. I appreciate your attendance. And my notes say that Allison Ganter is going to report on this item, but I am looking at the podium. We have an extremely adept.
Nobody should want to be understudy to Allison Ganter.
Today.
But this is what you get today.
We
It's a
gotta-
whole new perspective from this angle.
Yes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Katie Howard, and I'm here today to present agenda item H, which has to do with a survey on opioids in local detention facilities. Board members will recall that we began having a lengthy discussion, and clearly today, practically every item that we have covered today has had extensive public comment on the issue of opioids in local detention facilities. It's an issue of growing concern and huge concern. So back in June of last year, the board discussed the increasing incidences of overdoses in adult and juvenile detention facilities and requested that staff develop a survey that could be administered across the state at all local detention facilities. At that point, we had a rather narrow focus in mind, and that was to assess and measure the number of opioid, or rather, first I should say, facilities' access to opioid antagonists in their facilities, and then the number of incidences that had been administered, and that would be a proxy measure for overdoses in the facilities. The board had a very robust discussion back in November and directed staff to revise the staff and expand the areas of focus on that survey. There has been a great deal of work that has gone into what you now see as today's draft in attachments 1, 2, and 3 to item H here. We are asking for a broader scope of information about drugs and drug overdoses. We are still using the opioid antagonist, that's better known as naloxone, as a proxy for the occurrence of a drug overdose within the facilities. I do want to thank Supervisor Chavez and board members Zaragoza and Dicus for their direct involvement in follow-on meetings and drafting and review and conversations about really trying to hit a good level of information to be requested in this survey. We provided a draft copy to both the State Sheriff's Association and the Chief Probation Officers of California. The comments from there were generally positive. There were some concerns about the length and scope of the survey, but at the end of the day, we were able to simplify further some of the questions so that it would be more of a checkbox kind of response. And we are hopeful that if the board approves this survey today, that we can begin in May. So what staff is recommending is to administer the survey twice for the first and second quarters of 2024. So it would first go out in May for a look back to January through March, and then some additional introductory information about policies and so forth is included in the first survey. We're talking where those questions have to do with the policies at intake to address addiction issues or drug use issues, and several other issues that you've probably seen in the attached survey. And then we will administer a second round of the survey in July of 2024 to look back at April, May, and June. So I'm sure some of the board members who've been involved in this would probably want to add their comments. You see the draft surveys in your materials, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Katie. Looking to the board for any comments on this item?
Sure. Chair Penner, Shannon Dykes, I'd like to make some comments.
Thank you.
I'm certainly promoting this survey. I know there's been a lot of robust conversation, as Katie said, around this issue. And I believe that once we administer this survey and the public gets to see what we're actually experiencing in our custody systems, they'll have a better understanding. Right now, there's a lot of subjective information that's out there, and having concrete facts backed up with police reports and a number of things as we've encountered the introduction of these things into a incarcerated environment or a jail environment will certainly help all of us be able to address those concerns as both the BSCC board and then individual sheriffs that are in charge of these facilities. So I actually appreciate the efforts and am looking forward to participating and exchanging that information with the public.
Thank you, Sheriff. I see Supervisor Chavez, your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you. I'm very interested in hearing from the public, but I too wanted to say how much I really appreciated Angeles, you and or PD Zaragoza and Sheriff Dicus, just your willingness to really roll up your sleeves and dig into this topic. And it really did take quite a while because of just a lot of folks wanted to give input, and that was frankly a really good learning experience for all of us. I also just wanted to say a very special thank you to Nancy Juarez from the Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice, and her bringing in, I'm apologize, I'm going to
Health Management Associates, HMA.
Yes. Yeah, HMA. They were very, very helpful in helping us think through how to make this really something that's usable. And then, and I also wanted to thank Sheriff Johnson, who, and our staff here in the County of Santa Clara, who, frankly, we asked a lot to fill things out to help us understand how easy it was or not to really get the information that we needed. And then I also, Chair Penner, really want to compliment your staff for really being responsive and digging in and listening to a lot of different feedback. I think I've learned that creating a survey with a committee is a little like asking everybody to pull out their phones and schedule a meeting for sometime next year. And your staff did just a really good job of being thoughtful and inclusive, and just really grateful to them. And I know it's not what everybody's going to want. It is really just the beginning, but I'm very hopeful that the information we get is something that we'll be able to use to consider what opportunities there are to really protect the folks who are in our custodial care. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your remarks. And yes, we very much appreciate our research staff. And actually, Katie and Allison, a lot of heavy lifting went on to get this survey out. I'm pleased that we're going to launch it today. I really think data should drive the information forward, and we will know a great deal after we've completed our analysis of the surveys when they come in. Any other-
Angeles wanted to make a comment?
I didn't see
Yeah.
your hand up, so sorry.
It wasn't up. I'm sorry. I unmuted and was gonna jump in.
Well,
and
just for the
anyway.
record, my hand wasn't up either, so you go ahead.
I want to echo the thank yous that Supervisor Chavez just made. And I also want to add a thank you to the Office of Youth and Community Restoration, because it was really through them that we were introduced to the folks at Health Management Associates, who were really excited to help us make this more informative and user-friendly, and something that we could really learn from. And I also want to thank Supervisor Chavez for your leadership on this, and for all of the internal meetings that you had within your own county with folks to make sure that it is something that will be received well during the rollout. So thank you so much. It's been great working with you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sure.
I just want to echo a little bit what Sheriff Dykes was saying for us that run these facilities, and just for me to speak on behalf of the rural facilities and the smaller facilities. I come from a county that's not resource rich, and we're constantly looking for partnerships and people to help us with these things that somehow find their ways into our jails that are supposed to be these secure facilities. And sometimes these things find their ways in, and we're trying to figure out how that happens. But I want to publicly thank some of our community partners. We have a really neat outfit in San Benito County called Monkey Tail Ranch that breeds and trains comfort and therapy dogs, and they were nice enough to donate a detection dog for our jail. We have a nice black lab named Ned in our jail that's doing narcotics detection, primarily at intake to try to stop this. And then also our friends at Monterey County Sheriff's Office have graciously donated a body scanner to us because we are unable to afford one. So I think when we see these surveys come back in and we see the gravity of what's actually occurring, it's these partnerships that really help smaller agencies like mine and communities like ours that are going to help us combat this problem. And I'm really excited to see what these survey results say. And then the last thing I do want to say is, again, and kind of what Madam Chair spoke to earlier, is that sometimes we get in business mode and we don't accurately probably show the correct empathy to those who have lost people. And this opioid epidemic has really affected my community in and out of custody. And so one of our really difficult roles that I perform is the role of coroner for our county, and having the interactions with our community members that lose loved ones is one of the most difficult things that we go through with those that we care about and we serve. So for any of you that have lost somebody to this epidemic and this pandemic at this point, my heart goes out to you, and I think that you find the state sheriffs would feel the same way. So I appreciate the effort from the staff and from you, Madam Chair, and from all the people on the board and the members of our board that really got in down and dirty with this. So let's get these surveys out and make sure that we follow up and make sure that they get turned back in. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the board? Adam, members of the virtual public?
Yes, we have a few in the queue. If we could get the timer up, please. All right, the first one will be Yusuf Miller. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, this is Youssef Miller, the North County Equity and Justice Coalition Saving Lives in Custody campaign. And I really support these surveys. Thank the young lady who was giving the presentation on those. It is really critical and really important. But here's the thing. We do check, the mail that's coming in. We check body cavities and things of this nature. But all these surveys and all these checks have a huge blind spot. And that blind spot is staff and deputies. We don't check them. They get a pass, but I think that we need to, in this crisis, we need to do extreme measures and to scan the deputies as well and the staff as well is not an insult to the deputies. It's something to just get a handle on. And when we started speaking about this a couple years ago, our sheriff was like, hey, there's no reason for me to scan our deputies. But then in the same year, right after that, a deputy was charged with drug-related issues. And then a couple months later, another deputy was arrested for having drugs in the parking lot of the jail. So we can't keep this blind spot open. We have to assume that we need 100% contact to everyone going in. In one of the San Diego jails, in Central Jail, you could find deputies coming in and out of the Sally Port, just walking in with bags and things of this nature. And I'm not saying that they didn't have their lunch in the bag, but we need to know. We as the community need to know this is a crisis and we're losing people. So 100% contact when it comes to these dogs and scannings. And I thank you for going above and beyond to make sure that we have these, but we have this huge blind spot that we will not admit in some counties, not all counties, but some counties, San Diego County, we do not admit this blind spot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sabrina Weddle. Sabrina, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, Sabrina Weddle again. I also am with North County Equity and Justice Coalition here in San Diego. Our Sheriff Kelly Martinez she has such a great budget. I heard that when Joe can't afford a scanner, well, Kelly Martinez can definitely loan you some money from the budget that we have here in San Diego because it's too much, and the deaths go to show that are happening in custody that the scanners aren't working. We need dogs in San Diego. Again, my brother Saxon Rodriguez died July 20th, 2021 in San Diego County Jail, 4 days into his stay, the day before his court date, off of fentanyl and methamphetamine. My brother did have an opiate addiction, and I know that when he entered in that facility, that if the nurses were doing their job, they could tell that he was either high, withdrawing, or will be. Kelly Martinez has refused to scan her deputies. I go outside of San Diego Central Jail quite often to scream my brother's name because that's how I grieve. And I do see staff coming in and out with very large bags, and who's checking them? And some of these deputies aren't even using their badge to enter the premises. Again, I told you that Melissa Burns stated on a CLERB meeting, the same oversight board that blamed my brother's overdose death on Sheriff's Department for failure to keep drugs out, and people can't say, oh, they were his drugs, because Chula Vista PD sent his drugs home with us when he died. So he didn't die off of his own supply. Somebody failed at keeping those drugs out of our jail. We have scanners at our jail. Cavity searches are happening, but the deputies, and like Yusuf said, we had 2 deputies in San Diego arrested for drug issues. And this survey is going to staff, but staff's the one bringing it in. Give it to the inmates as well, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any members of the public in the audience?
We still have a few more.
I only see 3. Okay, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Give me
Thought we were
1
finished.
second. We have Paloma Serna.
Hello, my name is Paloma Serna. My daughter Elisa Serna died November 11, 2019. I'm with the North County Equity and Justice Coalition and Saving Life in Custody. And so it's like what Yusuf said, all these ideas are great, but the San Diego sheriff, Kelly Martinez, refused to scan her deputies in the media. She states that if she starts doing this, her staff will distrust her because, she doesn't trust them. And then she mentioned in another article that she did not want to give her employees, she didn't want them to be exposed to radiation. Well, everyone has to go through, these scanning, go through scanning procedures when we enter court, sometimes the DMV, when we're even boarding an airplane. But she just refused to do it. And this is even before her was William Gore. They don't want to stop the drugs coming in. They want to, it's like a genocide that's taking place in our jails. There's no excuse that makes sense why Kelly Martinez does not scan her deputies, like what Sabrina Weddle had stated. I've been outside of the central jail with her, and we have pictures and videos of deputies and medical staff entering that jail with no problem, with no one stopping them. I'm originally from Las Vegas, Nevada. For you to work in a casino, you got to have a clear bag so everyone could see what's in that bag. They're in the San Diego County Jail. They have backpacks. So I don't think it's right that they protect the employees of the San Diego Sheriff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Israel. Israel, you have 2 minutes.
Israel Villa, co-convener of the California Alliance for Youth and Community Justice, in support of this survey and hope that it gets expanded in the future. I also think it's absolutely critical and important to acknowledge where this push comes from, and also want to acknowledge Nancy and many other leaders from within the California Alliance for Youth and Community Justice who have contributed to this process. I'm also echoing the same concern and this blind spot that my brother Yusuf just mentioned, and the reality is, historically, and I know from direct experience in juvenile hall, in the youth authority, in state prison and federal prison, where staff was bringing in the contraband. And I also want to uplift the reality and the fact that probation officers in Fresno, Alameda, and Los Angeles County have been caught bringing in drugs, including fentanyl. And so where is the accountability there? And why are these folks not being screened when the reality is a large majority of the contraband is coming from staff, free staff, so on and so forth. And so I hope that, especially because when young people get caught with it, what we've seen in numerous counties is that system folks are deciding to press charges and send them to the adult system, right? And hold them accountable, yet refuse to hold your own accountable. And again, y'all have been caught in numerous counties. And unfortunately, what happens is folks get put on paid administrative leave and often return. And so there's absolutely no accountability. And this is an extreme hypocritical from all of you system stakeholders and law enforcement actors. And this needs to be addressed and rectified. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Gracia.
Hello, Grecia, she, her, hers with the Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice. I'm going to echo what other people said and just say that it's critical that we examine this like brotherhood and sisterhood that exists within probation and staff, so much so that it creates blind spots that we do not hold them to the same standard, these adults, as our youth. Earlier in the meeting, it was mentioned that data should drive our decisions and what we make. Data, first of all, data doesn't have to show you that the easiest way to get drugs into this facility is the people who are not getting searched. Second of all, data does show us and has shown us that staff bring in contraband, that staff bring in drugs. So while I'm grateful for these efforts and the survey, which I was grateful to contribute to, what is being done at the staff level? That's great that there's dogs, but you mentioned that there was dogs to sniff and search people coming in on intake. Are they also searching your staff? CJCJ has long investigated what used to be DJJ, which is now closed, but one of our reports we saw that there was still drug overdoses happening when facilities shut down visitation, and it was COVID. There are countless examples of that show you that staff are bringing it in. I know that for medical reasons, there's different ways that we can't always track overdoses, but I would really like to see more effort and emphasis on what's being done with staff misconduct and staff bringing in these drugs, as they're the ones that are supposed to be protecting our young people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Adrina.
Good morning to the board members. I just want to make a huge critical detail about my comments towards the survey. For the community members, if you go back in about maybe 3 BSCC meetings ago, they said when approving the surveys to be conducted, they said the accuracy of the surveys are not going to be accurate. You guys cannot collect everyone's data to put accurate numbers together. So here you guys just presented us a bunch of numbers that we can't do anything with, really, because until you could guarantee us the accuracy of these surveys, the numbers you are putting together they're not showing us anything. That's where people can take advantage of these I guess with the survey or whatever, but I just felt like that was a waste of money, and for these numbers, they can't be taken seriously. And we, the people, demand the accuracy. It shouldn't be hard to collect numbers and conduct these surveys. And until you guys can come on and say that they're accurate, we can't do nothing with these numbers. And we demand for you guys to conduct better surveys and come out here and tell the people that they're accurate. But I do want it to bring a community up to notice about three meetings ago or maybe 4, it was announced that these surveys, the numbers, they're not, I guess, efficient. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have Tahita.
Hello?
Hello?
Sorry, okay, y'all can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay. Hi, my name is Sada Shakur with Youth Justice Coalition. I am here to urge you to do the right thing and deem the halls unsuitable. In an article.
I apologize. I think you are on the wrong agenda item. That will be agenda item J. We're currently discussing the opioid survey that's going to go out, which is agenda item H. Would you like to hold your remarks?
Yes, or I can speak now.
I think it would be, you'd be better served if we could do the agenda item and then you make your remarks.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
For everyone else who has their hands raised, again, we're talking about agenda item H, the opioid survey. So next we have Sir Bailey.
Forgive me, wrong agenda
Okay.
item for
No
agenda
problem.
item.
Thank you.
And we have Jacob Jackson. Please go ahead. Jacob Jackson.
I'm on J.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone in the room who wish to speak on agenda item H? Please proceed to the podium. And we have none.
Thank
And
you.
that's it.
Any additional comments from the board? Executive Director Howard, any comments from you?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. We're going to ask for a motion and a second, please.
Motion.
Thank you. Second,
Dykus will second.
Adam?
Chair Penner.
Aye.
Mr. McCumber.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Taylor.
Aye.
Mr. Dykus.
Aye.
Ms. Chavez.
Yes.
Mr. Haynes.
Aye.
Mr. Richard.
Aye.
Ms. Guard.
Aye.
Mr. Mills
He had to step out for a council meeting.
Thank you.
is not present. Mr. Budnick.
Aye.
Ms. Zaragoza.
Aye.
Ms. Kumpion.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the motion carries for agenda item H.
Thank you. We're now on to agenda item I, and I just want for clarity for everyone in the room and everyone virtually. This is a report out on the local detention facilities inspection updates. And please don't confuse that with item J, which is a determination of suitability out of Los Angeles County Juvenile Detention Facilities. I know this is going on a great deal of time, but this is simply a report out and not the determination of suitability for anyone in the audience or anyone who wants to make a public comment on this item. You'll be allowed to do so, but I didn't want anyone to be confused because they're closely related in some ways. I see Allison Ganter has come forward. Please, Allison.
Just turned 12 o'clock, so good afternoon, Chair
Yes.
Penner and board members, colleagues, and community members. I'm Allison Ganter, Deputy Director with the Facility Standards and Operations Division, and I'm here to provide a regular update on the status of our facility inspections and outstanding items of noncompliance. You have copies of the reports for the adult facilities. They're broken up into 2023 and 2024. You have copies of those reports in your binders, and there are also links to the dashboards containing that information online. Beginning with the adult inspections, we don't have any current recommendations to request a sheriff to come before the board. And you'll recall that at our last meeting, Sheriff Sanchez from Alameda County and Sheriff Luna from Los Angeles County were here at our last meeting to discuss their outstanding items of noncompliance with safety checks. Our field representatives have conducted follow-up inspections in both of those counties. Field Representative Jill Ferris was in Alameda as recently as April 2nd. And while she's reported that several improvements have been made since our last inspection, they do remain out of compliance at this time. Jill will be back in the coming months to conduct an additional inspection, and I'll continue to update the board on progress toward compliance in Alameda. Field Representative Tracy Kessler was in Los Angeles recently. She's conducted 2 unannounced and 1 targeted inspection at the Men's Central Jail. Again, the facility remains out of compliance with safety checks at this time. Tracy plans to be back at the facility by the end of April. And again, we'll keep our dashboards updated, and we will continue to update the board with respect to compliance in those counties. Thanks to Tracy and to Jill for their continued focus on these issues, and to all of our field representatives who are out there conducting inspections and technical assistance. We have an amazing team out there. And as I mentioned in February's meeting, we've begun our 2024 targeted inspections. As of right now for the adult facilities, there's just a few items of non-compliance that are still within 30 days of inspection. We are waiting for corrective action plans from that county. There's some items in Butte County that we're waiting for corrective action and corrective action plans on. And a quick summary of juvenile issues. Outside of the issues that we'll be talking about with respect to Los Padrinos and Barry J. Nydorf, there are 2 counties that are still in the 90-day phase of suitability, meaning that they are in the window of time with which to correct the items of noncompliance. The Los Angeles County Probation's Dorothy Kirby Center, SYTF, has a few outstanding items of noncompliance remaining. They have until May 20th to correct those items. We have an approved corrective action plan on file, and we're working through that process. Again, May 20th is their day for final compliance. San Diego County, and I mentioned this in the last meeting, has until April 18th to correct their remaining outstanding items of noncompliance. Obviously, that's next week. So we will be conducting follow-up inspections at those facilities to make sure that they've been corrected within those 90 days. That's the update for the inspections for now. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Any members of the board that have any questions on this item? Seeing none, Adam?
I have a few members of the public for this item. So if we could put up the timer. The first one will be Zoe Dawson and Rawson. And Zoe, I emailed you back to see if you wanted to speak on agenda item I.
Is this the Los Padrinos item?
No. That
That's-
will be agenda item J. So please raise your hand again when it's time for discussion of agenda item J. And we'll move on to phone number 8438.
Hi, in regards to the Barry J and Los Padrinos incident, so definitely having
One moment, please.
less.
Excuse me. I think you're hoping to comment on item J and we are on item I. If you don't mind holding your remarks until we get to that item.
Yes, ma'am. I just heard it and I was like, I'm gonna jump on
Sorry,
it right now. But okay.
Easily
worries.
confusable. Okay.
And I will call next Sabrina Weddle.
Hello, Sabrina Weddle. I am commenting on item I. I heard that San Diego County has until April 18th. I'll let you know Kelly Martinez probably will be of non-compliance after that. And if she does, I would triple check her work.
Yeah, one moment, please, just for clarity. I believe the item in mid-April that they were discussing is the probation department and not the sheriff's office. She is on this one? I thought Ally said it was the
Right, but
probation department.
the person commenting is commenting about the sheriff in San Diego County and the items of non-compliance I discussed are as the
Yeah,
Chair Penner said,
thank you.
with
Chair
probation,
Penner would
yeah.
like to reflect she was accurate on this for once. So I don't know if you want to hold your remarks. I hope we gave you cleared it up for you a
Okay, so
little.
so April 18th is for the probation and not Kelly
Yes.
Martinez is what you're saying?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, my statement still stands. But okay, sorry about that.
No sweat. I understand. There's a lot going on here. Thank you for your patience. Next, Adam.
Next, I have Yusuf.
Hello, Yusef Miller again from North County Equity and Justice Coalition Saving Lives in Custody campaign. And yes, thank you for bringing up San Diego County probation. They also need high scrutiny in their noncompliance. We had 4 youth overdose in one day. They went to the hospital, and thankfully they all survived. But they went emergency room, and the same day and the same night, one after another, in San Diego County Juvenile Detention Center. So there's something going on there with the porous system that allows drugs in, and the same with the adult detention center as well. But with our youth detention centers makes it more egregious and more painful when we hear that these things are going on with our youth. And I don't care what people say about, oh, well, the youth are this age and that age. Let's stop that. The youth detention center should be a secure facility just like the adult detention center should be. So we are really critical and we're really interested in what's going to happen next week when we have this compliance issue rechecked in San Diego County. So please keep your eyes and ears open, which I know you're doing. And thank you for that investigation to those compliance matters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Paloma. Paloma, please go ahead.
Yes, my name is Paloma Cerna with the North County Equity and Justice Coalition and the Saving Lives in Custody. Yes, but regarding the probation for San Diego County, they just opened a nice facility. They had presented beautiful pictures of these buildings for our youth that are in custody. But like what Yusuf Miller has stated, our youth are also experiencing overdoses in the juvenile halls, and these are children, and how are these drugs coming in? Once again, I would always have to believe that it's the staff that works there. It's been known for years that staff always plays a part in bringing drugs into these type of facilities. So continue do the work and expecting the jails and the juvenile halls. And I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all for public comment in the room. On Zoom. And if there's anyone in the room who wish to make a comment on agenda item I, local detention facilities update, please approach the podium.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Seeing none. Allison, did you have any further comments?
Nope, just looking for a motion to accept staff's recommendations at this time. Oh, no,
I don't think we need that.
I
on
did not
this.
mean to say that. I
It's
take
a
that back.
Information item only, and back to the board, any other comments on this item? Seeing none, we're going to, as the chair's prerogative, we're going to take a 15-minute break. I think people need to attend to personal needs or whatever may be going on in this room, and we are going to come back. It is now 12:10, so 12:25. Think be back. Council, you look like you have something you'd like to share at this point.
I was wondering if you're going to round that to 12:30, Madam Chair.
Okay, we're starting at 12:25 in hopes of 12:30. And we'll address at that point recusals and take a look at who's in the queue and discuss, timing on the issue. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you for taking your seats. We're going to give it a minute for our virtual board members to come back. Scott. I'm not sure Annalise will come back.
She's recusing from
She's
the
recusing,
item,
so I
yeah.
don't expect her back.
So there's Ms. Chavez.
And Scott, you got your hand up? There we go. Okay.
And Chair Penner, Judge Guard has already recused and left.
Okay. And then I would ask council before we begin the item to announce the other recusals, please.
Sure, Madam Chair. I believe Board Members Zaragoza and Mr. Budnick will also be recusing themselves on this item.
Thank you. Let the record reflect they're out of the virtual audience. And also I see we have representatives from LA that will be introduced in just a moment at the table there ready to discuss this issue. I'd now like to call item J, determination of suitability for Los Angeles County juvenile detention facilities. And Allison will be presenting on this item today, but before Allison starts, I actually have some prepared remarks I would like to make. But even before that, I want to address the interest in this issue. I think at last count, there are 500 people in our virtual audience. 506, and based on the number of participants and the highly likely number of people that will want to public comment on this issue, we will be only allowing a 1-minute public comment. I know that is troubling to some, but there's a matter of time, and we want to complete this item this afternoon, and we have to hang on to our quorum. So thank you for your understanding on that issue. So before we listen to Allison present on this item, I want to give an overview of what the BSCC staff has been doing since the board found the Los Angeles facilities unsuitable. Since the findings of unsuitability in February, our inspectors have been at the facility every week. Allison Ganter and Lisa Southwell were there for a total of 13 days together. They have spent countless hours reviewing documents, providing training, and extensive technical assistance in Los Angeles. Allison and her team have been briefing this executive body throughout this process, and there have been continuing review of documents And as recent as Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of this week, new evidence has come forward. There have been a number of discussions back and forth. There are ongoing issues, and they are complex and difficult. That being said, I believe that based on the information and looking at the reinspection reports, that we have before us a staff recommendation that is appropriate. LA appears to have remedied the outstanding items of non-compliance. I also feel a need to point out that the problems in LA are long-standing and serious. And this recommendation was not easy to formulate. No way should this be considered by anybody in our virtual audience or in this room as mission accomplished by LA. Your mission now is sustainability and durability. We need continued compliance. Keep in mind, we are talking about minimum standards in Los Angeles County, and all counties should be striving for that. We expect even better than minimum. We are dubious about your ability to sustain compliance, and it is a grave concern to us. In addition, I want to remind the board that the suitability process came out of a targeted inspection in August. And frankly, it should not have taken LA until April to get to the point of meeting those minimum requirements. LA County needs to have and will have a comprehensive inspection in 2024. So again, even if the board determines suitability today, LA County may have corrected these items for today, but they are certainly not finished. There will be a comprehensive inspection, as I noted, and we will continue to conduct targeted inspections and unannounced inspections at least once a month. Let me repeat that. We're going to continue targeted and unannounced inspections at least once a month. With that said, it's a serious issue we face today. There's a great deal of concern, and certainly we have our reservations. Durability is what we need now if we get to that juncture today. So Allison, will you go ahead and present?
Yes, thanks. Thanks, Chair Penner, for your introductory comments. Good afternoon, Chair Penner and members of the board, colleagues, and community members. I'm Allison Ganter, Deputy Director of the Facility Standards and Operations Division, and I'm here to provide you with the results of the recent re-inspections of the Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall and the Barry J. Nydorf Secure Youth Treatment Facility. There are separate motions for each facility. I'll provide a combined introduction, and then we'll take each facility's action separately. So I will provide an overview. I will then do the report on Los Padrinos. I'll remind the board of staff's recommendations. There will be time for board discussion and public comment. The board will take action on Los Padrinos, and then we will move to Barry J. Nydorf. And as you are aware, at our last board meeting, the board found both of these facilities unsuitable for the confinement of minors pursuant to Welfare and Institutions Code, Section 209D, because the facilities had failed to correct several outstanding items of noncompliance before the timeline outlined in the statute. Upon a finding of unsuitability, the unsuitable facility shall not be used for the confinement of juveniles commencing 60 days from notice of unsuitability, which was February 16th, until the board finds, after reinspection, that the conditions that rendered the facility unsuitable have been remedied, and the facility is again a suitable place for the confinement of juveniles. And I'm going to repeat this a few times and echo some of Chair Penner's comments. This report that we'll be providing today and the subsequent reinspection does not cover all conditions at the facilities or all applicable Title 15 regulations at the facilities. It focuses narrowly on the conditions that rendered the facility facilities unsuitable. The remaining items of non-compliance with Title 15, and I'm going to go over each of those in detail in the report for each facility. So 60 days from the notice of non-compliant is April 6th to April 16th, 2024. And so the BSCC scheduled both facilities for reinspection within this 60-day window. On April 4th, we conducted the inspection for the Barry J. Nydorf Secure Youth Treatment Facility. And April 5th and April 7th, we conducted re-inspections at the Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall. Before the reinspection, BSCC staff committed to providing technical assistance at both facilities. Since March 8th, Lisa Southwell has spent 13 days total in the facilities. I was able to join her for some of these visits, and Lisa and I conducted much of the reinspection together. Lisa has continued to be a champion for the young people in Los Angeles, and I'm grateful for her continued support and also her willingness to spend so much of her time in these facilities. Thank you so much, Lisa. I'm going to give a quick summary of background, and then we'll provide the report on Los Padrinos first, which is item J2, a little bit out of order, and we'll do Barry J. Nydorf second. There are several more items to discuss at Los Padrinos than at Barry J, and much of the information overlaps. When I get to sections that I've already covered in Barry J. Nydorf, I will not repeat details unless necessary or there are questions about those details. And again, as a reminder, neither of these facilities have had a comprehensive inspection of all applicable Title 15 regulations. These findings, the regulations and sections that I will be reporting on are based on a targeted inspection of each facility, where we inspected for a small subset of regulations based on previous findings of noncompliance in August of 2023. Along with our plan to begin targeted inspections and unannounced inspections in the next month, we will also be conducting that comprehensive inspection at both facilities within the next 6 months. A comprehensive inspection includes all applicable Title 15 regulations. I also want to mention that the window of time for which we reviewed evidence and proof of practice for these findings during reinspection was necessarily small. The proof of practice we reviewed during last week's inspection indicates that Los Angeles County has remedied the items of noncompliance that caused both facilities to be unsuitable. And a quick reminder of dates. We conducted targeted inspections of both facilities in August of 2023. In that targeted inspection, we focused on sections of Title 15 where the facilities had been out of compliance in the past. We received corrective action plans that were approved from Los Angeles County Probation in October 2023. The facilities then had 90 days to correct those items. In January and February of 2024, after that 90-day window, BSCC staff conducted follow-up inspections and found that not all outstanding items of noncompliance had been corrected. And again, I'll go over the remaining ones in just a bit. After the finding of unsuitability on February 15th, we scheduled our reinspection for April. We're sharing the results of those reinspections today, and I'm going to begin with Los Padrinos. And again, this is J2 in the binder, if you'd like to follow along. On February 15th, 2024, the Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall remained out of compliance with the following sections of Title 15. Section 1321 staffing, Section 1325 fire safety plan, Section 1328 safety checks, Section 1354.5 room confinement, Section 1357 use of force, Section 1360 searches, Section 1370 education program, Section 1371 recreation programs and exercise, and Section 1390 discipline. During our inspection last week and for several days afterward, we reviewed documentation relating to the above noted items of noncompliance for the period of time of March 29th through April 9th. We also spent time talking with youth while at the facility. Our review of documentation, observation of operations, and discussions with youth and staff indicate that the following items of noncompliance have been corrected. Number 1, Section 1321 staffing. And I want to provide a few notes about staffing. There are several factors that combined tell us if a facility is compliant with this section. They include ratios being met, programs and services being provided, safety and security being maintained, to name a few. Having a facility staffing plan is one piece of information that helps us determine compliance. The BSCC does not develop, nor do we approve county staffing plans. It is up to each agency to determine what their minimum staffing levels are, to confirm that It is up to each agency to determine what their minimum staffing levels are, to confirm that these staffing levels are adequate for the facility they are operating to operate without disruption. An issue we've had in the past in both facilities is that we have not had a staffing plan with which to see if the department was providing the number of staff that are needed to operate the facility safely and without disruption. On face value, the two facilities have met staffing ratios, but we knew that staff weren't showing up to work and programs and services were being impacted by lack of staffing. Youth were being placed in room confinement, they weren't getting to school on time or at all, and programs, recreation, and exercise were not happening with regularity. We now have a staffing plan for each facility. Both are effective April 2nd, 2024. We reviewed documentation of actual staffing levels through Tuesday, April 9th, which was just a few days ago. Los Padrinos has been meeting their minimum staffing numbers with very few exceptions on late night shifts. And in the past few days, when we've pointed out discrepancies, they have been addressed. We've reviewed room confinement and education documentation, program, recreation, and exercise logs, and sign-ins of community-based program providers, and have had conversations with youth to determine if programs and services were being impacted by staffing. We determined that they were not being impacted by lack of staffing. Youth at Los Padrinos reported, when asked, that staff promptly respond to their knocks at night when they need to use the restroom. The facility has increased the number of staff on the late night shift to help assist with this issue. Now, having a staffing plan doesn't equal compliance. However, taken together, all of this information demonstrates that the facilities are currently meeting the minimum standards for staffing. We know that Los Angeles bolsters their staffing levels in each facility with a deployment of field staff. As with all the factors that impact staffing, the department is going to have to figure out a durable and sustainable solution to maintain compliance. We've provided significant technical assistance to the department related to staffing. We continue to recommend that they ensure that facility leadership have a clear picture of the staffing plans and expectations to fulfill minimum staffing levels, and take the time to assign staff that show up to each shift adequately and efficiently. Again, although minimum standards are being met for staffing, there is a long way to go to ensure that compliance continues. Number 2 is 1325 Fire Safety Plan. At issue in our targeted inspection was that the emergency housing plan provided to us did not contain enough beds to safely house all evacuees from Los Padrinos in the event of an emergency. On March 13th, 2024, BSCC staff was able to verify that the East Region camps have enough beds for use in the event of an emergency to house the current population of Los Padrinos. Number 3, Section 1328 Safety Checks. Safety checks have continued to improve as we began our technical assistance in early March. The facility uses a system called Guard One, where staff uses a transponder that looks much like a mobile phone to electronically record safety checks. During our inspection, we reviewed safety check documentation and confirmed that the safety checks we reviewed are in compliance with Title 15 when youth are in their rooms. 15-minute safety checks are being recorded. We also spent time in the facility with staff performing actual safety checks so that we could assist, we could provide technical assistance with live safety check documentation. Facility leadership has also put processes in place to support compliance. The documentation for that support has improved significantly since the facility was found unsuitable. We have provided technical assistance to ensure continued compliance with this section, although safety checks are meeting the minimum standards at Los Padrinos. Number 4 is section 1354 room confinement. One of the outstanding items with room confinement at Los Padrinos is that we continue to observe youth being placed in their rooms, particularly in the intake unit, without being documented as room confinement or for required institutional operations, which is allowable for up to 2 hours pursuant to statute. In our follow-up inspection in January and February, the facility did not have room confinement documentation to review, but we continued to see evidence that room confinement was in practice. Since that time, facility staff have been reviewing video feeds in these units to help understand and target the issue. The department reached out for BSCC for specific technical assistance related to room confinement, and we provided it to the department. During our recent inspection, our re-inspection, we were able to confirm that youth are being placed in their rooms for either room confinement in accordance with the section, or that they were placed during required institutional operations. Youth on the intake unit reported that they are not being placed in their rooms outside of required institutional operations as they had been in the past. The department must continue to support efforts for continued compliance, including regular reviews of video. 5, Section 1357, use of force. During our targeted inspection, we found that many staff had not been given annual refresher training in use of force as is required by department policy. Training on the use of force is required by this regulation, and the agency outlines the frequency and curriculum for such training. To be compliant and consistent with their policy, the department's plan is to complete all required training by June 30th, 2024, with half of the 16 hours of hands-on training to be complete by April 15th, 2024. We reviewed training records indicating progress toward completion of training, and both facilities are on track to meet this plan. At Los Padrinos, there was also an issue with staff not conducting debriefs and contacting parents or guardians after a use of force. We reviewed available physical intervention reports and confirmed that staff are conducting debriefs following use of force and notifying parents or guardians as required. Number 6, 1360 searches. Department policy has been updated. Our review of available search forms indicate that searches are happening according to policy and are compliant with this section. Number 7, 1370 education program. Following the finding of unsuitability, the department developed a staggered school movement schedule with the Los Angeles County Office of Education, known as LACO, to ensure that youth are getting to school on time. There were multiple factors impacting school attendance. The department also worked with LACO to develop an instructional memo for probation and LACO staff to improve attendance. We reviewed available documentation at our reinspection from LACO and from the probation department and find that youth have been getting to school on time. Youth's arrival and attendance at school is not being impacted by lack of staffing. Number 8 is Section 1371, Programs, Recreation, and Exercise. Programs, Recreation, and Exercise have been impacted by staffing and out of compliance for some time. What was also happening was that facility schedules were not being consistently followed, and program providers' delivery was not being documented accurately. You basically couldn't tell who was doing what and when. So in addition to not having staff available to provide programs, recreation, and exercise, the facilities were not accurately tracking some of the programs that were actually being provided. The department implemented several processes to ensure that program providers actually served the units that they were scheduled to serve, using sign-in sheets and also streamlined activity logs so that staff could properly document each of the required activities and also document when youth refused programs. There have been questions about programming calendars at Los Padrinos. Based on what we've seen, the programs at Los Padrinos are more robust than what is on the calendar that we've seen. As one example, we reviewed sign-in sheets from program providers that show programming that was not on the facility calendar that we've received questions about. Have programs, recreation, and exercise improved? Yes, they are meeting minimum requirements. Could the facilities do better? Absolutely. Youth continue to refuse programs at both facilities and report that they would like to see more exciting, relevant, and fun programs. They also expressed a desire to have ongoing program that will help them upon release, such as vocational skills. The department must continue to review programs for youth interest, participation, and relevance to youth goals. And finally, 9 is Section 1390 discipline. A new behavior modification process has been implemented at the Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall. We reviewed documentation and spoke with youth to confirm that incentives are being provided as part of the positive behavior intervention and supports. All youth are now shopping at the behavior modification, the BMP store by unit, and are able to select their own items as opposed to having items delivered to them. MP3 players have been implemented on a small scale with a plan in place to implement them more widely across the facility. This concludes my report on Los Padrinos and the items of non-compliant, the items that, based upon the evidence that we reviewed, are in compliance. Staff is recommending that the board support staff's findings of compliance for the above noted issues and find the facility suitable for the confinement of juveniles within the meaning of Welfare and Institutions Code Section 209D. Staff also recommends that with this finding of suitability, that the board direct staff to begin regular targeted and unannounced inspections of the facility, and we will be in the facility no less than monthly. We'll continue to conduct ongoing reviews of issues such as staffing, programs, safety checks, and room confinement to ensure sustained compliance. And I'll turn it back to you, Chair Penner.
Thank you, Allison. At this point, I'm going to give Los Angeles an opportunity to talk. I'd like to introduce today with us from Los Angeles, Kimberly Epps, Chief Deputy of Juvenile and Adult Services, and Sheila Williams, Chief Deputy of Administration. And I am told Jason Gonzalez, Senior Assistant County Counsel, is in the room also. Thank you. We'll hear remarks from LA, then the discussion will go to the board, and then we will do public comment.
Thank you, Chair Penner, members of the board. At this time, we do not have formal presentations for Barry J. or Los Padrinos. We just have a brief statement that we'll hold until both reports are finalized. But of course, we'll respond to any questions.
Thank you. And I probably bears repeating, we are only talking about Los Padrinos on this agenda item. So I go to the board and ask for any questions, comments. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. I see your hand raised.
Thank you. And I want to thank the staff for the report. I was hoping if the staff could, and I'm sorry, Linda, I couldn't hear you at the very beginning, so you may have responded to this already, or Chair Penner.
That's okay.
Could you talk just a little bit about the ongoing compliance strategy? And I know you talked about more visits, but I'm really trying to understand how that follow-up will happen. And part of what my concern is that if staffing is at the core and foundation of almost many of these issues, and the staffing plan and ratio are relatively new, how the staffing maintenance is evaluated, and therefore the implications for the rest of the programming.
It's certainly a reasonable concern. And one of the things I think we need to highlight as you raise this issue is that we have a very limited period of time where we can go in and inspect and verify following them submitting compliance to us. So Allison, if you wouldn't mind talking just a little bit about the issue they raise and how it's really difficult because we don't have a long range opportunity to view this. It's our intention, should this be adopted, that we would continue to remain in the facilities with monthly targeted inspections, as well as documentation overview on an ongoing basis, and unannounced inspections going forward?
So, I think I'm going to answer the question in two different ways. So, the probation department is going to have to be providing the effort to meet their staffing levels. It's up to them to be in compliance. Us having a staffing plan gives us the ability to look at their numbers and see that they are, again, putting forth that effort and meeting their numbers. So probably what it would look like is us getting daily reports from the agency on their actual staffing numbers. Once we have those, we lay them next to the staffing plan and we can determine that they're meeting the numbers. We can start to see if numbers are dropping and there are issues, it's going to start to raise questions. So having daily, perhaps even downloads from the facilities on staffing numbers is one way. The other way that we can monitor compliance both on-site and remotely is, again, looking at program and activity logs, making sure that services such as visiting and education, that those services aren't being impacted by lack of staffing. In the past, it was clear that when those programs and services weren't happening, it was due to the lack of staff. So again, we'll review documentations for programs and activities and also spend time talking with the young people. They will let you know when they are not receiving services because there's a lack of staff. So again, reviewing staffing numbers on a regular, if not daily basis, which we can do if the county continues to provide that information. And when we're on site, we can review program and activity logs and talk with youth and staff.
Well, this may be a question for legal counsel, but what I'm interested in understanding is, in order to have a comfort level in supporting the staff's recommendation, I need to have a high level of comfort that you have the access you need to the information you need. Or to me, this is it's a concerning recommendation from staff, absent understanding the frankly reporting out component of this. And so I guess for council, can suitability be conditioned on access to information if, and I'm basing this on Allison, your just point about whether or not the county would let you have access to that information on a daily basis, particularly around staffing, but there are other issues as well. And also access to do interviews at the will of the staff versus, whatever the current process is.
I can say we are authorized to go in and do unannounced inspections. We absolutely, as we've said on the record, intend to do exactly that. The targeted inspections will be ongoing, and I would hope there are zero barriers coming from LA County on us accessing staffing numbers and compliance in any of the many other areas that we face here. Allison, you want to expand on that from your purview?
Oh, sure. And I don't foresee any issues with that. I mean, we just spent several months and weeks. We have access to the records we need. If we don't have them, we ask and they are provided to us. We have no issues walking around the facility and having access to young people. We've had opportunities to have access to young people outside of staff earshot where possible. So we will continue those. I don't see any of that access being an issue at all.
So Allison, I'm actually reacting to what you just shared with us. And in particular, it was on the access to daily reports and downloads of staffing, that are present. And so what you said is if the county allows us to have access to that information. So what I want to make sure what I'm understanding from you is that you have all the access you need, that we will be getting that you have access to daily staffing reports. Is that accurate? And you will ongoing?
I would say we don't have them yet. We've been getting them on a daily basis. My hope is that that would continue. I can't imagine why it wouldn't. It's not I don't know if it's not like we reach in and pull the data. The county has to download the data for us, and that has not been an issue. I guess I can't anticipate there being any issue. Looking over at Los Angeles.
Is
yeah.
it,
Well,
is it
am I
fair
missing
at
the
this
question?
juncture
Yeah.
to say to LA, will there be any barriers? County
I can't.
council's in the office. And so you're curious if we're going to
No,
have
there
any
will be no
stumbling.
issues. We will upload daily as requested.
Thank you. And any other information we request, just for the record. That I absolutely hear you, Supervisor Chavez. We are all a bit dubious about what's going forward. So thank you for raising that. Excellent point. And I'm going to take your commitment on face value and assume that we will have open communication in terms of verbal and documentation going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the board?
I have a few questions, but thank you for all of this. I'm listening to how often you were at LP and how you all work together. It's really great to hear this and hear thinking about the youth and centering the youth. But I have a couple of questions. There was a part that said that the education, that last time we were here, kids were late to school 50% or something like that. And now it says that they're not late and that there's a staggered schedule. So I would like to understand the staggered schedule a little bit better.
And can I?
And what happened? Like how did you come from the 50% to now
Great
it appears everyone's on time?
Thank you for the question. So what we put in place between the time of 8 a.m. and 8:30 is moving the units separately to their classroom. Say like Unit A may go at 8:05. Another unit may go at 8:06, so that there's less possibility of any type of disruption, kids yelling out to one another, maybe a physical altercation. So we put that in place with LACO, and that improved how we were able to get the kids to school on time. In addition to that, there had been barriers previously to probation remaining in the classroom with kids, so we weren't able to take them earlier, but we got an agreement in place that said they could be escorted to class early within the escorting schedule, and probation would remain in the class until class officially started at 8:30.
And just for the record, Kimberly Epps is now speaking. So those of you who are virtual, you would know that. And define LACO for the body. It's okay.
Los Angeles County Office of Education.
Thank you.
And then further on the education piece, I've read a couple times, I don't know if it was in public comment or where it was, but talking about either Project Rebound or Underground Scholars not being able to get in to do classes, or I'm not sure what that's about. Have you been approached by any of the colleges that want to come in, or the vocational? And is there what the holdup is about that, about having either vocation or maybe even just speakers come in and talk to the youth?
Our Director of Education, Dr. Jesus Corral, had spoken with Dr. Reese, who's dealing with that program, and I understood from our conversation that all of those issues had been addressed. But I can certainly follow up and provide any information on that, but the last time I spoke about it was probably just over 2 weeks ago, and I understood everything had been addressed and there was access.
Oh, that's great. That's great to hear. And then also about the MP3 players, can you tell us a little bit about that and what that will look like? Does each kid get an MP3 player, or?
Those are incentives that you earn for positive behavior. So it depends on if you've earned the privilege, but I understood that those were in stock and being provided as earned by each youth.
Got it. Okay. I was in Los Padrinos on Easter, and I saw a lot of the signs talking about incentives in every unit, and I thought that was really great. And that was a huge improvement from when I had been there previously. So thank you for that. And I asked one of the staff what that meant. And she explained it. She didn't say the MP3, but she said there's an opportunity. You can pick these goodies, or sometimes you can get this extra time. And it was really great to hear that that's happening now. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's it for right now.
Yes. Couple questions. Yeah, Kirk Haynes, Chief Probation Officer in Fresno. Thank you, Allison, for the information and the presentation. I just had a couple of questions that I think, you'd be able to clarify for me. In regard to program variability, in the report it mentioned that if we've got long-term youth that have been in custody for a long period of time, they're refusing programming because they've already probably cycled through it several times. What's the plan for there to become, varied programming or, different kinds of things, vocational? What plans does LA have to bring those in?
So a couple of things. Thank you for the question. There's been reports from our youth who have been surveyed and their discussions recently with BSCC that some of the programming that they are bored with, they would like to see different program options available. So we do have youth councils at the facility, and we're working with them to identify some of the programming. We do have several programs that have had delays in getting contracts processed. So we're looking at piloting other types of programs to bring in additionally under our education sector, because it goes to education, but kind of has that crossover under a purchase order, which allows us to do those things more quickly. We're also working with our Department of Youth Development to bring in additional programs that they are bringing in under their leadership and guidance. We're taking some of our final steps. We have put together our Los Padrinos example advisory committee guidelines. We're in the process of finalizing that, and we'll identify additional programming under that advisory group and use that purchase order process to add additional programs.
Okay, thank you. And then under staffing, just, it was made note that the staffing that's there now, what's the plan? Because as we've been under this umbrella of unsuitability, and understand that their probation officers are coming in to assist with that. And I know what's the long-term plan in order for the department to meet the needs of staffing, correctional staff in there?
Well, obviously, the same things that everyone's doing is the recruitment, but we realize that's not enough. One thing, it was important to identify a number for the mandatory minimums, how that was able to exist for so long without saying, hey, this is how many people you need at any time to effectively run the supervision ratios in addition to your ancillary posts and all that go together to make the facility function.
And a relief factor, I would imagine, too.
Yes.
Okay.
So now that we have the number, what I found was people were just being deployed. So you may schedule 80 people on a Monday, just not the actual number, but for sake of argument, you may schedule 80 people on Monday, but then on Wednesday, you only schedule 65 people. That doesn't make comprehensive sense when you're doing long-term planning. So working from that number and in scheduling to that mandatory minimum, building in a buffer percentage to schedule over that so that you meet it. And then giving our staff some relief, because we do have people actually showing up to the facility. Now we can take a look at how we're deploying staff, combat that fatigue factor that staff feel when they're being deployed, return people to our field offices when we've met that number. Also look at assigned deployment days. We did have 2, but look at assigned days that staff have to work their overtime shifts. So people that are already there, looking differently at how we're doing holdovers as we continue to bring in new people. We are launching several programs in the community sectors to bolster recruitment. One includes recruiting directly from military personnel. So we have a project that's already online doing that. Targeting working with colleges, we're looking at partnering with a local university to have a training center on site, which will give us some built-in recruitment there. And recruiting people, also collapsing our classifications into one joint classification, putting training in place to improve the knowledge of our superintendents, assistant superintendents, on-site supervisors and directors to better utilize our staffing resources within the facility. One thing that we were noticing or have noticed is when there's gaps to fill, we're not adequately shifting personnel around. We're actually meeting the numbers more often than not, but we're not adequately moving staff to cover in certain areas. We're not relieving staff. We're not. We're doing better now, not relieving staff to do that. So more comprehensively with all of the things I've just mentioned, kind of in a stair-step approach, connecting those approaches to have better staffing outcomes.
And then the work with the unions and those kind of things, I mean, I'm sure some of those things are work that need to continue to be done as well.
I have to say, many of our unions actually are here today. We agreed to disagree on things, but our unions have been a tremendous help in getting the word out to their membership. We need to staff our facilities. We need to meet our staffing numbers. People need to show up to work. So carrying forward Chief Vera's message on what the plan is and understanding that once we get into the compliance, that we can look more strategically at what we can do to relieve people that are being deployed from the field and meet the needs of the facility. So they've been very helpful.
So Allison, you reported that for over the graveyard shift, I'm assuming that there is sufficient staffing so youth aren't having to use the restroom in their rooms or anything like that. So that's stopped.
I believe that is the case. Yes, they have put more people on those late night shifts. And we don't hear reports from the youth about having to use the restroom in their rooms in our recent visits.
Okay. And then just one last question about training. In the report, Allison reports that this training program that is happening with, I'm assuming with some of the deployed staff that are out from the field, that they're going to be done with the training program by June 30th.
Yes,
Can you explain that a little bit?
I can try.
Or maybe, maybe Kim can.
What's that? All of the training.
Is it just the use of force training? So
Yeah,
the-
right.
The use of
Yeah.
force training was a 16-hour training cohort that we broke up into 8 hours. So we're doing one phase of it before April 15th, and the second phase will have to be completed before June 30th. But to address the other training issues that we were having, we made sure that our deployed staff received the 40-hour of training upfront before they actually got assigned to the facilities.
Got it. Okay.
But I think in the groups that are being trained, it includes the assigned facility staff and the deployed staff. Anybody that is not regularly assigned to the facility is also getting that 16 hours use of force training.
Okay. And that'll be done by June 30th.
Correct. And that's in line with Los Angeles County Probation Department policy, which is how the regulation works. The regulation says that, they develop the training and the curriculum, and that's their time frame for completion. So they're on track for the first half by April 15th, and we'll be in communication to make sure that second half gets done by end of fiscal year, June 30th.
Thank you.
Yes, Norma.
Okay, and then also we talked about Project Rebound, and I understand that there's talks about that, and that's very exciting. What about vocational programs? And I know I've been to LP, I know structurally it's a little bit, there's like some really small areas and then maybe there's not like a lot, but do you have any updates to anything vocational wise for the youth?
Not a lot has changed in that area. There are a few programs provided. Obviously, we want those to be more robust. Dr. Corral, our education director, is working on that, and we are in discussions to increase that. But again, I can provide an update for BSCC to bring back, or when we come back, we can provide it.
That would be great. And then also the MP3 players. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody with that at the at LP. So if we could have an update when those will start being issued, that would be great as well.
And I think they are being issued now. They're being earned by the young people dependent on their points. And I think they're going to be released on a larger scale. I think there were some technology
Would
issues
they
with
have them in the units? Would they be like hanging out in the day rooms with the MP3 players on? Because I don't think I've seen that.
I do know that some have been issued, but I don't have an exact number. Barring any safety concerns, youth would be able to use those during their time out of their rooms. And then obviously with observation, if they have them in their rooms. But I understood that that was going to be something progressive. It was just when they were out in the day room area due to safety concerns at this time.
Okay, that's so great. Yes.
And Lisa can talk about her. Oh, come on.
You have to use the microphone, Lisa.
When I was doing the walkthrough, I went to several units and they were utilizing the MP3 players and the kids, and I asked the kids, how do you like them? Are you enjoying them? And they're like, oh my gosh, this is the greatest thing ever. And they were just absolutely loving them. So they had, I think at the time, they received one version and they had them checked out, but then they tried to order the same version and there was a problem with that. So the newer ones had some technical issues that they didn't want anybody downloading things and getting on the internet, that sort of thing. But they have, I think, 300 ordered and ready for use for a behavior incentive.
That's awesome.
So yeah, the kids absolutely love it. And
Yeah.
I know also that they were working on implementing also personal CD players
Ooh.
that the kids can actually watch movies with their little earbuds. So
Yes.
that they're, yeah.
That would be great. It just, it feels like when we go into LP, that the big issue that I see is the kids are bored and they're, they're young and there's not a lot to do. You know how we are on our phones and they obviously don't have phones. And so just trying to think of how to build out more exciting things. So, and I know, something like a vocation, like getting excited about being a barber or getting excited about, culinary or any of those things. I think that that's something that could be really positive and that would give a lot of the youth hope. And it would make our situation a lot better. So thank you all for all your answers. I appreciate it.
Do you mind if I dive just a bit deeper into that answer on the vocational programs? So I got the impression you have some proposed vocational ed programs and you're trying to execute a contract or working with the County Office of Education to further those. And if you do have those proposed, what's your timeline for actually seeing those in action and what are they specifically?
We expect to have some things in place hopefully by July. So like Paxton Patterson, I believe it is called, you can do dry skills classes in HVAC, electrical, plumbing, and there are small stations that you can put into a classroom that kids can work on. So I have discussed that with Dr. Corral. And then some kids have asked about being barber apprentice.
Mhm.
So as you mentioned, the space at LP. So we're taking a look at these things and how to onboard them. Cognizant of space, we have done some repair to one of our gym areas. There are some home-like upgrades taking place in other units and some of those spaces that are being freed up, considering relocating our young ladies, and that would give us additional space. So we're hoping to have some things in place in July, specifically looking at the barber apprentice, looking at, I want to say it's Paxton Patterson, and then some things that'll come online through the college, like the dry skills auto repair that you can begin to do in the classroom, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, where kids can do some of those things in the classroom. Those are things that Dr. Corral and I have discussed that he's currently doing some of the legwork on.
Thank you. Chief Brian, I think I interrupted you.
No, but thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to try and keep this organized because I have a variety of questions that might be directed at Ms. Epps or to staff. So I break this down into sort of 4 categories: staffing, training, execution, and documentation. And I'm going to start at the bottom because I think from what I have read in the report that documentation is where it was prior to this moment. Something that was of considerable concern because we couldn't really tell what was going on, but that seems to have been alleviated in its entirety, and you no longer have concerns about receiving documentation of what is actually happening, correct?
Do you mean for programs and activities or staffing specifically or anything?
Yes.
Okay, so we, where we had, limits in documentation, programs and activity, programs, recreation and exercise being one of them, we have so much better documentation. Not only do we have the staff noting that a young person got, their exercise, their recreation, and their various programs, we also have access to the program provider sign-in sheets. So there used to be a question of, well, this program was scheduled in this unit, but there's no record that it ever happened in that unit, and maybe we saw it documented over here. Now the facility has consolidated all of that. There's been some direction from probation to the program providers to, again, just keep the programs where they're actually scheduled. And so we're seeing that documentation, if that helps. Same thing with the staffing. We had always had access to the staffing numbers. We just didn't know where they were supposed to be in terms of minimum staffing, and we have that as well. Does that answer those questions?
Does, yes. So I'm going to go then to execution. What the documentation appears to be showing you is that those things that are minimally required to be executed as far as programming, education, staffing, et cetera, that the execution of those things appears to be occurring, but a little bit more granular in nature here. Are we examining that unit by unit by unit, or are we looking at it in the aggregate by facility?
We look at it unit by unit by unit. I mean, we pour through, there's more units in Los Padrinos than there are in Barry J. And so we have a packet for instance, for programs, recreation, and exercise, there's a packet for each one. There's the summary of activities in each unit, and then all the requisite sign-ins behind it. And we review each packet for each unit. And then we'll also walk around and talk with young people and observe operations on each of those units.
Okay. I appreciate that. My two larger concerns are training and staffing. The larger of those being staffing, and I'll get to that in a minute. One of my questions was answered with regard to the training being anticipated to be completed by June 30th. As far as you're concerned, that is because they are on track to complete that training by 6:30 and there's a plan in place, having the plan in place and being on the trajectory to complete that plan is sufficient to meet the minimum regulation?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. And then to staffing, and this is where my largest concern is, and I think it was stated by Ms. Kupian accurately, seems to be the crux of just about every problem that we've seen ongoing is related to staffing. And so right now, I think most people would reasonably say there's a Band-Aid approach in place to the staffing problem, the ongoing staffing problem. And a long-term plan appears to be in place with some strategies that Ms. Epps referenced to building a more sustainable, durable solution to actually filling the positions that are allocated to the facility unit by unit by unit, in order to provide adequate coverage of the classifications that are intended to be there. My curiosity, and maybe this initial part is to Ms. Epps, what percentage of those posted positions are currently being covered by staff not really placed at the facility, but are currently deployed there? Can you give me a sense of what that is? Is it a small percentage or a big percentage?
I'm sorry, you're talking about our ancillary post? What specifically?
Supervision specifically is what I'm
Okay.
concerned about.
So you're saying what percentage of positions for supervision are being covered by?
Field staff as an example. Yep.
That is a good question. I do not have an answer for the percentage. I can tell you that some of the people that we've deployed are in fact on the supervision unit. One thing that I did see in our discussions with the chief is that our higher level units, we did ask that we increase those by 1-to-1 due to the physical plant concerns that Ms. Southwell had pointed out. So I can certainly get back to you with a specific percentage. I did not anticipate that question, so I have to admit, I'm not prepared to answer it, but I can tell you we do depend heavily on our deployed staff to staff the units.
Okay, let me take that word then heavily. And can you give me a sense of what that might look like on an average day? Are we, in general, and I know you don't have a percentage, and so I don't mean to be pushing you on that specific, but in general, are we talking less than half of the posted positions are being covered by deployed staff who are regular field agents? Or is it somewhere north of that?
So I can tell you, I don't know why this pops in my mind. So every morning, usually in the mornings, I get something, say for AM, PM, morning, afternoon, early morning shifts. And it'll say number of deployed staff. So I do recall the last time I read something, and I know it wasn't this morning. So there was 100 and say 89 staff, right? 71 were deployed. It seemed to me to hover about 70, 71. But again, I can go back, get the percentages, but that just sticks out in my mind.
Okay, okay, that helps sort of quantify it for me a little bit, and I appreciate that. So then, with that in mind, coming up with this more durable solution is a long-term strategy and is going to take months upon months upon months to execute. My curiosity then is back to you, Ms. Ganter. In your opinion, and maybe Ms. Southwell can help supplement this for me. In your opinion, is it likely, more so likely than not, that LA is going to be able to continue to sustain sufficient staffing next week, the week after that, the week after that? Because what I'm concerned about, I think what we're all concerned about, I think what everybody in this room is concerned about, is that we make a finding of suitability based on the recommendation of staff, and that next week something goes sideways and we're right back to where we were before, where we have to start this process all over again. And now we're 5 more months down the road before we can do something about it. And I'd like to get a sense from staff as to what you believe the propensity for success is between now and the point that the long-term, more durable solution is in place. I'm not saying you have to speak for Los Angeles and what they're going to do next week. They could completely upend your answer, but based on what you've been seeing over 13 days on site in the facility, do you think this is sustainable? Can they maintain this until the long-term solution's in place? Because I think honestly, that has to go into our considerations.
So, and maybe this can sort of be a little bit of a tag team between Lisa and I. So one of the things that Lisa handed me was, our assessment of who's in the building and on staff, and they have a list that includes the deployed staff. There were really good numbers between April 4th and April 8th, which is obviously just a few days ago. The scheduled numbers are, from what I've seen, much higher than there have been in the past. And the numbers of deployed staff are on some days are 0. So it's hard to make that determination because we're seeing better numbers now. I guess I don't necessarily have the confidence that they'll continue long-term, since the numbers we saw from several weeks ago didn't look the same. It's hard. One of the things that Lisa and I were talking about, it's hard to make a linear projection of where things are going to go, because the staffing numbers and who's scheduled to be on the shift each day, it literally goes like this. So it's really hard to make that call right now. Given past experience, I would say that I don't have a lot of confidence. Given the most recent numbers, I have hope. I don't know if that really answers the question. I'll ask Lisa to weigh in as well. And hopefully we have much the same answer.
So I agree with Allison in the sense that we've been here before. And so there's, my faith it wanes. But I can say that in these last few months that we've been there, we have provided a lot of technical assistance with regard to how are you doing this? Where's the gap? And I think one of the biggest issues is that they didn't know how to manage their staffing. They didn't know because they've never had a full staffing plan. They've never they just haven't. And so I think now with having numbers that they can actually build to, their ODs, if you would ask an OD, an officer of the day, if you would ask them, what do you do if this happens over here? What do you do with that person over there? They wouldn't know. And I think now with all the technical assistance, they have a much better idea. They know the number that they need to staff to. They know the number that they need to get to run the facility the way that it should be run. We're still working on that because, you know, I tend to think that, you know, in some occasions, you know, you need to have a little bit more here, you need to have a little bit more there, and they need to look at their past practice, past history and see and adjust accordingly. But for the most part, I think we are in a definite better space. The other thing that I've noticed just from looking at, and I charted everything out because I'm just kind of a geek like that sometimes, but their call out numbers have decreased. Their no calls, no shows have decreased from what they were in the past. When we were here back in, I want to say February or before that even, and we were looking at the numbers, it's less. It's a lot less. And so staff are coming to work. And when I look at the number of, and this is the holdover piece is, I mean, there's still holdovers. You're gonna have overtime. And there's a lot of overtime because that's just the way it is. But the holdovers and holding people over where they were holding 16, 17, 18 people over a shift, I think at Barry J, the highest holdover they had was they had one event in a week of holdovers, and that was one staff. At LP, over the course of the week, they had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 holdovers, and only 2 of those days would I say were excessive holdovers. The other thing that we were working with them on is we talked to them about a schedule, is reevaluating their schedule. I know in my past life, we look at our schedule and do schedule bids often. Every 6 months or so, you reevaluate your schedule. And this is something that they haven't done. I think I was told that it hasn't been done. It's only done when it needs to be done. There's no rhyme or reason to that. And so I think that's something that they're looking at, and Mr. Minor, their consultant is working with them on that, on reevaluating their entire schedule. Because if you have 15 people go out on their relief shift, which covers the weekend, well, there goes your weekend staff. And again, they didn't know what they didn't know because they weren't managing their staffing properly or their schedule properly. So do I think they can do it? I think if they manage it properly, I think that they can, but it's going to take a lot of work and it's going to take a lot of dedication and a lot of eyes on. But they've done it. The numbers that I'm seeing have definitely improved.
Thank you. That's
So I
very,
don't know if that was too much information,
no,
but
that was just the right amount. Thank you. So then, and I apologize for
No, no, you're
going on,
very-
but
Very helpful.
this is where I think for me, it all comes to a head. All of those issues are administrative in nature, practical issues, and they all lead to outcomes issues. And that's what I think we all really care about is outcome wise. What are we seeing in the facility? There are allegations ongoing, have been for a long, long time around issues of abuse due to lack of staffing and oversight, issues around safety and security and health. And I don't know, Allison, if you can give me a sense or give us a sense of what you're seeing on the ground as it relates to health and safety issues for the kids. Obviously, we're not talking about standards here. We're talking about outcomes, which is not part of the regulations. But I think it matters. Like, are the changes that we're seeing relative to the regulations and the execution of those things that are going into place, is it making a difference on the ground where we're seeing fewer assaults? Obviously, we spoke to the fact that kids are getting out of their rooms to relieve themselves rather than feeling compelled to do so in their cells. Are we seeing health and safety issues being remediated and improving?
And I'm gonna look over to Lisa and to probation staff. Our evaluation was really narrow in this time period. Certainly that's something that also comes into play with the limited amount of regulations that we looked at. I'm gonna ask Lisa, put her on the spot. Are we seeing less incidents? Are you seeing less incidents in the time frame in which we were in the facilities recently?
I think one of the best things about LP is that the majority of the rooms are wet rooms. So that's one thing. So that is definitely a good thing. The other thing is that they have increased their night staff, their late night staff to 2 per each unit. And so it's not just the one person, running around doing what they need to do over here while they need to, when they hear, kids knocking or kids requesting to come out. And so now that they have the 2 staff per unit, that's literally, when you think about the larger units, that's 4 sitting together. So somebody's available. The one thing that we've talked about in technical assistance is they have to have somebody, because their physical plant is so different than so many, that they really need to have somebody sitting in the hallway, because the office is over here, the hallway is over here. They need to have somebody in the hallway. And so that's something that we talked about, that going forward, moving forward, that would be something that we would really be looking into and making sure that that was being a, part of. But as far as health and safety of the kids and talking to the kids, that was not something that was shared with me. I asked that specific question to the kids, and that wasn't something that was a concern.
And if I might add, in addition, I know, I'm assuming, Mr. Ricard, so I guess I'll ask for clarification. Is the concern that the staffing, trying to address staffing through the deployment may not be enough? Because I can speak to some of the efforts going on in the county to look at decarceration efforts to bring down the population. So there's the girls program, there's the co-locating a deputy district attorney on site at Los Padrinos to look at the filings so that we can do early releases. However, that's still in the final phases of the contract, because I understand that they're bringing on a retired deputy district attorney who will be located at LP. So there's been some delays in fully implementing that. I anticipate in 90 days, but sometimes in county time, that can turn into a little longer. So there are those efforts. Also working with our intake division and our probation oversight. Commissioner Mundo is forming a group, I understood, and just talking to him and really wanting to take a look at how we're assessing our intakes and how we are agreeing to bring people into the facility. So we're looking closely at that procedure ourselves and looking at the intake criteria. But again, those are not things that are resolved, but those again, go to the population, which will ultimately go to staffing.
Yeah, I think, I appreciate that, Ms. Epps. I think each of those practical things will make some marginal change or difference in the overall atmosphere, environment, culture within the facility. But it's the environment, atmosphere, and culture, as practitioners, we know, lead to the negative outcomes. And when if you have poorly trained staff, or you have poorly experienced staff, or you have staff that aren't generally interested in being there because they're essentially being taken off their regular duties and placed in the facility, you may wind up with negative outcomes as a result of those things. And so my interest is really more so in quality of care. I want to make sure that the changes that have been implemented that bring you in compliance relative to minimum standards as reported by staff are sufficient, such that we are seeing quality of care outcomes that are satisfactory. Because you may be technically in compliance with the minimum regulations, but if there is a continuing threat of health and safety risks to the children, then we have to take that into consideration. I think we have to take that into consideration, so.
Oh, I'm totally in agreement with that. So just as part of that effort, in addition to looking at our staffing, the programs that I just mentioned about taking a look at population, just implementing our juvenile safety and welfare task force, just since bringing that online, I don't even think we're 90 days into that effort, but we've addressed many issues of contraband. We've unfortunately had arrest of staff. We've had arrest of parents. We've had arrest of people that are assigned in the facilities. Those things are no secret. They have, of course, hit the press. So there's looking comprehensively at how we're utilizing our staffing, how we're the Safety and Welfare Task Force to make our facilities safer, how we as an administration are looking at and reviewing the videos so that we can take swift action when something doesn't appear right to us, bringing online something that hasn't existed before, a comprehensive way of continually, monthly reviewing use of force. So in doing that, having administrative level reviews of videos, working with our superintendents, our supervisors, our directors, having bureau chiefs assigned inside the facility to provide ongoing coaching and mentoring to directors and supervisors on responding to things. I want to say that's where we believe we've seen some of the marked improvement, because these are things, hey, we have to deal with the basics to improve this as a safe space for the youth that we provide services to. So that's been an ongoing effort in addition to everything else that's been happening. So we've seen a lot of improvement in things. Can I say here now we have no use of force incidents? I can't. It's a facility of young people that, often have what they have going on, but we've seen a marked decrease in targeting behaviors of staff, of our young people, comprehensively putting in plans to provide better guidance and coaching to our supervisors, and as I said, our directors, so that they are coaching people on the units every single day in their documentation, appropriate responses, available to have higher levels of authority to say this is what happens, and making sure that once we have people comprehensively trained through our new training plan that we'll be turning in to BSCC, I believe it's already been submitted, that we expect to see even more improvements with that as well.
Yes, sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Eric Taylor. I'm the sheriff and coroner of San Benito County. So I apologize. I'm new to this. I'm coming in the 11th hour, but it's an extremely important thing. I'm extremely supportive of the juvenile system. I think this is a big decision because I think it's extremely important for juveniles to be able to receive services in the communities where they live. And so that's really important to me. Also important to me is cooperation. And coming in here at the end, I just want to make sure that the staff feels like there's a level of cooperation and accountability that the County of Los Angeles is taking in the shortcomings on this. And so that'll be an overarching theme for me to make sure that the staff feels that up to this point, there's been cooperation and that there will be cooperation in the future. Again, that's was brought up by the chief, and I know you can't hang your hat on that, but I want to tell the staff that that's going to be important to me. One of my concerns is that with the sustainability of using field staff to cover an emergency situation with staffing, I don't know if you are in a position to speak to this, but is the County of Los Angeles being responsive to your staffing concerns and your ongoing recruitment efforts? And so I think in this field and in public safety in general, we're finding ourselves in a time where we're desperate for staff, but we dare not lower the standards of the people that we're bringing into this profession. And so is the County of Los Angeles taking this serious enough to where you're looking at salaries, benefits, not lowering a standard to bring people in? Because with the chiefs, I'm of the same mindset. You cannot sustain reassigning field staff into this setting and have them work an assignment that they're not, maybe their MOU doesn't cover for an extended period of time. So that's one of my main concerns is, what are you going to do to bring up the hiring, and is the county supportive of that? That's my first question.
Yes, the county has been supportive of that. In fact, the county hired through Human Resources a contracted company to help us do a recruitment campaign to draw people into the field. I can tell you that Chief Vera is very dedicated to this effort as well. We have a classification in our county called Deputy Probation Officer Social Worker. Routinely, those have been in our treatment services program, and it's his hope to expand those positions to all of our facilities and to put in place a chief psychologist so that we have a robust program that recruits pre-licensed clinical therapists to the field so that they can be under that guidance and get their hours working in that program. We believe it's an attractive way to get people into the field and into the facility to improve the services that we're providing. We're not too far off from doing that. Again, looking at a collapse classification that everybody starts as a deputy probation officer and has a portion of time that you spend working in the facility, then migrating out into do field services work. In addition to that, we have not, let me say this, back up a little bit. We have not, and nor do we plan to lower the standards for the classification. We believe it's important to have a skilled workforce with what we're seeing with complex care youth, some of the issues that we see in our facility. We think it's important to have a skilled force that can transition into other higher levels of needs. So they choose to be licensed. You can be licensed right here if you go back and get your MSW or your MFT. We have a program where we will be offering a program that allows you to do that right here in the probation department and to utilize you in that field differently. So in addition to that, not lowering the standards, also we're working right now on a process to provide a incentive, a stipend, if you will, incentive pay for laterals that we're just trying to determine the amount by doing county to county surveys. What have other people offered? Is it on par with you living or moving to Los Angeles County to make that a more attractive option? So all of those things we believe collectively, looking at the staffing, working at decarceration efforts, looking at recruitment. Also, because we've just been in this crisis for so long, several years now, the staff have spoken about, hey, we've been hanging on for 4 years through deployments. We realize that this is not an infinite thing, and we believe that we will be able to recruit along with retaining a higher level of personnel, looking at our training, we're changing how we do training to make that more beneficial. One effort the chief is working on is co-locating our training center on a university campus to kind of have that built-in recruitment tool to recruit directly from the college and working with them so that just through the program that we develop eventually through training, staff will be on track to earn their degree or an advanced degree through that effort. So we are putting those in place. Again, those things take time, but we're optimistic that all of these things will fall in place at the right time and work out well for us.
I very much appreciate that. I just want to clear, especially the public watching, that, you know, you can ask for better working conditions for your staff, but it's the Board of Supervisors that needs to provide you that funding. So you're just spinning your wheels if you don't have a supportive board. So hopefully that they are supportive to help you get the staff that you need to keep this going, because this is not going to be sustainable. I do have a question for BSCC staff. The safety checks, I understand the Guard One system. I just want to make sure that it's one thing that I learned right away is that it's not just if you're using technology to help you check boxes on a form to be compliant. Is there a way that you're tracking the quality of the checks and not just that someone's waving a wand as they walk by a room? Are you seeing that the quality of the checks are sufficient?
I believe so, yes. We did spend time walking with staff so we could see examples of what they were actually doing. I mean, there's a difference between walking down the hallway and hitting the button and having a conversation with the young people, and we do observe that happening. There's also a menu of choices. We provide some technical assistance about that, a menu of choices for again, it's the staff tagging in what activity they're doing with the young people, having a conversation, they're sitting. So we are seeing descriptions of that activity when they're doing the safety check. I mean, it's as good as the check that's being done. Do you have anything to add to that, Lisa, that the safety checks, even though they're being done electronically, that the quality is sufficient?
I do. I think in the past, when it's not difficult to see the inconsistencies in safety checks, whether it be on paper or whether it be electronic. If there's as soon as I see them, if there's a concern that I feel needs to be investigated further, then it's very clear to, you know, we also have the option to run video if we need to. And that's something that I've very easily done in the past, and probation has always been very open with that, and allowed me to do that. So if there's any problems or concerns with it. But again, I also talk to the kids and I say, you know, what are they doing when, you know, they come by your door? And they're like, oh, they're checking on us. They make sure we're okay. Now, how often do they come? Well, every once in a while, and it's funny because I'll say within every 15 minutes, you know, so it's like, oh, you know, there's a Title 15 in the unit, huh? But so there is that option if we see things that are unsettling or uncomfortable. So.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Just, I think two more things for me. So with the education, which is extremely important for those in our care, it looked like 24% of the time it was, the onus was on the school or maybe the school staff.
Mhm.
Has that also been remedied? And do you have any span of control over that? It sounds like the kids are getting there on time. Are the teachers?
Actually, we met with our partners through LACO, the Los Angeles County Office of Education, and we prepared a memo, a discussion with the teachers, principals, everyone. Hey, it's a big parking lot, right? But hey, you need to make sure you arrive in time, even bigger facility. Arrive in time to park, to make sure you get through the security check and arrive at class on time. So they've been really great with that. There's things both of us stood to fix, and we've seen those fixes, and we believe that's why our kids are now getting to school on time. When I was last here, we were late to school, whatever the reason was for the late start, 51% of the time. And to bring that from 51% of late to where we are now in actually less than 60 days is significant. So it's taken a lot of work and agreements through both of the agencies working together.
Thank you. And my last thing is that I think that this whole process is to bring people and facilities into compliance. And it sounds like I'm grateful for the staff for making that happen. I want to make sure as we move forward that it's not just an all hands on deck thing for this meeting, and that it's going to fall back into what it was because of, you know, we got through this process. I apologize for my ignorance on this, but if we did move forward with finding them to be able to continue operations and being compliant, does that give a reset? Like, is it a reset as of today? And then if they fall back out of compliance, does the process start over from the beginning?
Technically, I believe yes, and I'm looking over at our council to confirm. But technically, once the facility is suitable, according to the Welfare and Institutions Code, it is a suitable place for the confinement of young people. I'll ask Aaron to jump in on that one.
I would just add there could be options for us to move the process along faster if things really fall apart. And hope that would not be the case. But that's something that we can certainly keep under consideration as we continue to monitor to make sure that compliance is being met.
Thank you for that. And I just realized I have one last thing. Sorry. So the monthly checks and the unannounced checks are going to be happening. Are they only going to be targeted to these things that we're talking about today? Or I just believe that when there's smoke, there's fire, and that I know that in the inspections in my own facility, you're always looking at different things. When you're talking about the ongoing inspections after this meeting, are they going to be targeted only to these things listed? Or is it going to be more broad than that?
I believe that to start with, we will focus on these particular items because they are, particularly with staffing, they are the items that have continually risen to the top of the concern pile, for lack of a better term. Certainly, and Lisa has certainly shown that when you are in a facility and you're looking at one thing, something else might pop up. So me saying that we're going to focus on these items does not prevent us from opening up a look into somewhere else.
I guess a better way for me to phrase my question is, are you confined to these things?
No.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you.
And again, as I've mentioned, we are going to be scheduling a comprehensive inspection at some point within these next 6 months. So every regulation will be looked at, but certainly in no way are we limited to these.
Thank you. I'll just close by thanking the staff again and thanking both of you for being here today.
I actually have another issue that I'd like to raise. You referenced in your remarks earlier, Ms. Epps, that, there have been issues of staff misappropriate actions and that have hit the media. And during our last meeting, when we were discussing this issue, we continually heard of a high rate of no-shows and staff that had been out an extremely long time. And there was what appeared to this board as zero accountability for those failures. And I'd like you to address how you're going to hold staff accountable and move towards, a environment wherein it's a much more positive day-to-day for the young people we serve, because staff would be there repeatedly and show up, and that helps for young people's recovery too. And we hear of instances where there are just hellacious things that have occurred. Understanding you can't talk about HR issues, are you aggressively moving towards, terminating individuals or rectifying those problems that you often get publicized for?
Steps are being taken to address no-shows, no-calls appropriately through progressive discipline. We're working with our human resources to take a look at our work pool and addressing other barriers to us having the appropriate number of staff available through the necessary steps with human resources. So yes, all of the things that were discussed previously are being actively addressed.
Just one follow-up question on the staffing issue. The Sheriff reminded me of, you mentioned something about a class consolidation effort that is in the works. Can you illuminate?
Well, currently we have our DPOs, Deputy Probation Officer 1s, Deputy Probation Officer 2s. We have night custody staff. That's what I used to call it where I came from, but we have our night custody staff. So separate classifications. So the goal is to collapse those classifications so that when people start with LA County Probation, they would start at Deputy Probation Officer 1, assigned to the facility. And as you promote out of the facility to Deputy Probation Officer 2 in the field supervision classifications.
So you're saying that your current classification system segregates night staff as one classification. In other words, those that are serving, say, between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m., and I'm just putting numbers roughly on the table. And then you have a separate classification of DPO 1 that serves your daytime, more active hours in the facility. And if you advance to a DPO 2, you leave the facility and go to the field? Is that?
It's a little bit different. So right now in our halls, we have what we call the detention services officer. And then we have our group supervisor night that is responsible for the EM shift. The detention services officer is responsible for staffing the hall. So that can go up to a senior detention service officer, a supervising detention service officer, but they're limited to working in our juvenile hall. And then we have our deputy probation officer classification. They can also work in our camps, but primarily they're out in our field. And so we're talking about consolidating our detention services officer position, group supervisor night position, and we're just going to have a single entry point classification, which would be our deputy probation officer. So when you come in, you work in the facility, similar to how many of our sheriff departments are structured. You come in as a deputy sheriff, you go into custody, you can promote to the field, but then you can be used throughout the entire organization as we see fit. So we don't have that silo that we currently have in our classifications.
Thank you.
Just one quick question in that regard. So what would the minimum educational standard be? Like today, what's your detention officer standard now?
the detention officer only requires 60 units. So for those that are currently employed, that's where we were talking about the training academy. We would work with a college campus to allow them to try to meet that qualification if they so desire. But if not, they could stay on their item until they eventually retire. But if they come in and they don't have a sufficient number of units, we would send them through that training academy. And the training academy, the goal there is to have them do correctional type programs, trauma-informed care, the things that you would need in order to operate within a probation officer. So it's going to be a dedicated probation officer bachelor degree that we're working with the college.
Got it. Thank you.
Hey, this is Shannon Dykes. If I could just make a comment real quick. I'm very familiar with the management staff, both the chief and Miss Epps, and their care and quality and their certifications as it relates to their abilities to run this facility. But since I've been a board member, I haven't been given the confidence in the county of Los Angeles to support their efforts and those chiefs before them. Some of these things are in control of HR and certainly involve the board members funding them. I would like to hear about what additional funding there is for recruiting and how they're being supported from the county level so that we can ensure their success.
I can tell you that the board is extremely supportive. Like, as you know, I came from the chief executive office and they directly sent us over there along with other staff members because they recognized the issues that were going on within the department and wanted to figure out how best they could help. There has been nothing but 100% support behind Chief Vieira Rosa, his issues, his initiatives, the things that he's trying to put in place. Obviously, there's certain things that we can't discuss publicly about what our long-term goals and plans are for the department, but they have provided 100% support. They have initiated and instructed all county departments to assist us. They gave the chief delegated authority for many things that would require board approval to do so that we can move swiftly and immediately to address any issues that we have, from contracting to procurement. When I call, departments answer. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. How about funding? Is there additional funding related to recruitment or the different classifications to try to promote people to come to Los Angeles?
They have not provided additional funding because the department does have sufficient resources available. We actually entered into the contract with CPS to do our own marketing and recruitment for the probation department. But I assure you, if there is additional funding that's needed in any area, the board has been supportive, as well as our chief executive office.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions, concerns from the board? All right, Adam, as I said earlier in the meeting, we're going to have to limit public comment to 1 minute each, and we'll try to get through the bulk of individuals that like to speak, that want to speak prior to closing the queue. We're going to give it a period of time and then close the queue because we do need to maintain a quorum and move through the next item on the agenda. So Adam, can you tell me?
I currently have 24 members on Zoom and 7 in the room.
Okay.
Would you like to take the members in the room first? And then that will give ample amount of time for the members on Zoom if they wanted to raise their
okay.
hand.
If you think that's easier for those on Zoom, that's fine with me, surely. And I would just once again reiterate, 1 minute. We certainly don't want to, have to, get in a battle over timing. And also, if you are just concurring or agreeing with an individual speaking, please feel free to say just that when you get up to speak. So I'll ask people in the room that wish to speak, and I think there's 7 people now.
Yes. So,
Please get a line up by the podium, and we'll begin that process as people online get in the queue and are ready to begin their comments.
all right, so go ahead. I'm not going to call up the names. Just go ahead and line up and we'll give you a minute for each person. You could state your name if you wish to.
And I just want to say to everybody on this meeting, it's gone a great deal. Been a lot of time has passed, and we appreciate your continued patience and availability to make your comments.
Sir, would you like to go first? And we'll start the timer at 1 minute. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Stacy Ford, Local 685 President. I had to shorten my speech, but let me just say this. I want to congratulate Chief Epps for her presentation. It was outstanding. But here's the issue that we have as a union. All of that is great, but it cannot be accomplished unless we have accountability with our young people. There has to be some guidelines for our young people to follow in terms of assault staff and fighting. Currently, we have a lot of gang activity, and that needs to be addressed. And until that's addressed, we're going to have problems. But I think we can do that. Her plans are great, and I think they fall in place. We can make that happen. But we have to have structure and guidelines with our young people. We have to have that structure, and we have to have accountability. They cannot continue to assault each other and assault staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't get to finish, but that was most.
Yeah, I wanted to speak on both of the items, but I'm gonna just use this because I don't know if I get to speak again. But it's on both of the items, so, this is, I work with SYTF youth for the past, I don't know how long, probably 5 years. And, from what I know is that, DJJ had like more than 12 vocational things to offer. And right now, in the past 3 years, there's no vocation being offered at Campus Kilpatrick, at Barry J. United Juvenile Hall, which means that no SYTF is getting any vocational support. Shouldn't be something that we should be accepting. I don't disagree on holding people accountable and helping young people, but there's a humane way of doing this. And I just want to say that right now ARC has 16 credible messengers which are assigned to Barry J. Juvenile Hall, Campus Kilpatrick, and 2 in LP. And we really want to make sure that we continue to look at this as a real solution, and everybody should support these types of approaches because that's what the kids need. And we're also working with our Department of Mental Health directors at ARC to work with the Department of Mental Health, basically to get some warm handouts to the community and incarcerate some of these young people from LP. So, but shouldn't be acceptable that there's no vocational trainings in the past 3 years, but there was in DJJ where I actually got some vocational myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good day. Thank you for your time. My name is Tina Curiel. I'm the daughter of Gonzalo Juan Curiel and Eleanor Cecilia Curiel Vega, and I'm with the Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice. I will use my brief time to just read a few public comments that were sent to the BSCC from LA Probation to highlight the division amongst staff and the culture that I believe we will be back up here speaking on again. The end of one of them says, "My solution is to close juvenile hall, allow the CBOs and stakeholders to provide housing, programming, and services to the minors and adults. It appears the CBOs and stakeholders have all the answers. This solution is in the best interest of the minors." The next one is called, "You Can't Be That Stupid." Excuse my language, I'm just gonna read it, it's brief. "The only reason they will be able to pass is because they are taking officers to the halls from the field offices to the halls. But what about the field offices? Understaffed, but I guess it's okay with you. All of probation is fucked up, and so is the BSCC fucked up. Excuse the language. Thank you."
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Isaiah Barber. I'm an advocate with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I'm here to speak on both items. I believe that the county resources should be focused on implementing more programs and collaborating with community organizations for effective rehabilitation services such as ARC. I understand the need for the resources through my own experiences because I'm a formerly incarcerated youth. I was facing 127 years to life as a child, and I'm currently 24 years old, and I'm able to stand in this room due to law changes and stuff. And I understand the importance for programs such as credible messengers like myself that have a different lens and perspective based on life experiences, knowing the proper tools and how and what it takes to rehabilitate and transition back to the community and a thriving citizen because they have done the work themselves. I understand there's been challenges due to the program. Oh. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready to go? Hi, Frank Paredes, President of Professional Managers Association, also the 2019 CPOC Award for Excellence recipient, and talking to you today about our leadership and our opportunity. The developments that we've had here in Sacramento, the stories that we've had about success. We've had terrible misunderstandings with some of the things that have happened, the experiences that we have with our young people. We have 50 times more success in all of those things mentioned at any one time, given those articles. We're going to bring subject matter experts into Sacramento. We're going to stay lodged in this of leveling this understanding. We want to bolster our relationship. And Winston Churchill says that define success as moving failure to failure with enthusiasm. Enthusiasm from the BSCC, with the governor's office, with oversight commission, with legislators, with those stakeholders. All of us have to have this connection so that we can produce this success and wonderful service that we're going to be providing.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Giovanni Hernandez Romero, a youth advocate with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I'm here to speak on behalf of the youth currently incarcerated, more specifically their future. Once again, our youth future seems to be uncertain. Punishment or rehabilitation seems to be the way things are right now. But I would like to speak more of how we can shift more towards a rehabilitative approach by actually addressing the youth's most urgent needs. As someone who spent over 3 years at Barry J. Nidorf, out of my 17 years I served, I know firsthand the dangers that come with punishing youth for the adults' shortcomings. But more importantly, I know the success that comes with meeting these youth with not only the basic standards, but going above and beyond, providing these youth with such rehabilitative programs such as cognitive therapy, allowing credible message to be part of the recovery, credible message who are actually being denied access. It took me 13 years into my incarceration in an adult institution to receive the help I so desperately needed, which eventually led to my release and successful reentry into society. Let us not keep making the same mistakes of the past and actually take meaningful action and allow these resources to meet the youth where they are at. We here at ERC are more than willing to be as bold as you allow us to be.
Need to
Thank you.
wind up. Thank you. Sorry, this is just a minute, but we have a lot to get through here.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tyreek Ship. I'm a policy fellow with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I just want to touch a few points, right? Because I heard a lot about cooperation, but us, the organizations, we want to go in and we want to help, and we have these credible messengers, and then they're denied, and these youth are sitting in their rooms, and as you see, room confinement was something that wasn't fixed, but the credible messengers want to go in and then they're denied, and that's something like we keep continue to face. And then also like we need to put a focus on these youth, right? As you heard, SYTF youth don't have any vocational training. They're not focused on anything, and so that's an issue because that's the most vulnerable population, right? And that's where we should root youth development the most. But I feel like we're doing them a disservice by making them just sit in there and figure it out themselves. And then we want to make it to where they have warm handoffs back to the community, right? We don't want them to go in and learn nothing and then go back to the community and continue to do the same process. So I think that we just need to really focus on youth development and bringing these youth back. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all in the room who have made their remarks. We're now going to turn to our virtual audience and
just a reminder to those on Zoom, if you don't see your name, it's because the screen doesn't fit everyone in there, but there you are on the list.
I'm told there's 33 people in the queue at this time.
It has, yes, that's correct,
Thank you.
33. All right, so we'll start with Deborah Lewis. Deborah, you have 1 minute, please go ahead.
Thank you. It is clear from your findings of the re-inspections of Barry J. and Los Padrinos on 4.5 and 4.7 that LA County Probation Department is still out of compliance with the minimum standards for juvenile facilities. There are discrepancies cited within your reports, confusion and conflicting information. However, despite these concerns, you have somehow found Los Padrinos and Barry J. in compliance. It is clear that your agency has no intention whatsoever of actually holding detention facilities accountable for their failures, but instead ready and eager to overlook and instead assist in upholding their substandard practices. We will not forget the death of young Brian Diaz, who less than a year ago died from a fatal overdose inside juvenile detention despite warnings and call to action before his demise. From 12-year-olds to young emerging adults, the only thing we are certain of that the abuse of our youth continues behind closed doors and nothing is being done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lakeisha.
My name is LaQuisha Johnson. Time and time again, the probation department has shown it cannot even meet the minimum standards required to operate these facilities. Accepting their temporary fixes is an insult to the youth who have suffered tremendously. These halls have cycled through excuse after excuse, asking for more time, money, and technical assistance, and never once have they shown they are capable of remaining in compliance. Finding suitability today will make a mockery of this entire inspection process. It was signal to every county in California that they can get away with abusing incarcerated youth as long as they put on a good show. How can halls that have spent hundreds of days every year since 2021 out of compliance magically be fully compliant overnight? You have a moral obligation to look at the full damning record and conclude that these halls remain unsuitable. Anything less is a dereliction of your duty to protect the most vulnerable. Today, we are talking about LA, but youth in every single county are now at risk because the precedent has been set that any probation department in California can operate unsafe halls that do not meet the minimum.
Thank you. Next, we have Tanya.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. I'm an attorney at law, retired from the State Attorney General's office, and I'm part of Hangout Do Good. I'm urging the board to please find Los Padrinos unsuitable or to continue them on probation for continuing monitoring. I don't believe the Department of Probation has met its burden in showing that it has a handle on its staffing. They are relying too much on holdovers and reassignments, trying to keep up their staffing levels. And so while it is good news that Ms. Ebbs has plans for the future to attract more staff and to improve staffing levels, I do not believe that they've met their burden. What I'm hearing from Ms. Ebbs and from other employees from the department is that they say we're gonna, instead of we have achieved these benchmarks. And so I urge the board to please keep Los Padrinos on a close watch.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kali.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kaylee Matthews, and I am a fellow with the Young Women Freedom Center. And it's sad to say that, unfortunately, it's going to take death and destruction to catch our attention. And this just shows that no matter how much proof or how many allegations, this is still not enough for y'all to accept and respect our demands. With that being said, being a formerly incarcerated youth who has been in and out of foster system and juvenile system since the age of 14, unfortunately having to spend my 15th birthday behind bars, while I'm sure y'all were out enjoying y'all kids, I deserve to be loved and cared for too, just like these 50 youth, these 50 girls in LA County do. How can you move forward with this unfortunate decision? This is outrageous. Why is sexual assault, fentanyl attacks, suicide, and unsanitary spaces, used clothing, no resources, no mental support, and no proper education all going down in this alternative, quote unquote, called juvenile hall? And how long must this go on? Invest in these youths and invest in restorative justice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jordan.
Hi, my name is Jordan. I'm with LA Youth Uprising. The prospect of durability is out of the question. LA juvenile facilities have already cycled in and out of compliance for the past 3 years now. What do you think happens to a teenager when they're separated from their friends, family, community, educational, vocational resources, healthy emotional outlets, stripped of their autonomy with no adult mentors and left with nothing but drugs? And oh yeah, MP3 players. Let me remind you that Black youth make up 37% of detained youth when they comprise of only 7% of the population. This vicious cycle of perpetuating violence in Black and Brown communities was never sustainable, and you can hear it from probation staff themselves. They're burnt out. The system is broken and it harms everyone it ensnares. Enabling the LA County Probation Department to continue evading responsibility further delays the implementation of Youth Justice Reimagined. I encourage you to urge probation to cooperate with the people who are here, CBOs who are eager to provide programming, credible messengers who are equipped to connect with youth, but will never get the chance at fully implementing these initiatives if probation is allowed to continue holding the reins.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have Jeffrey.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Hines. I am the Youth Development Coordinator with Youth Justice Coalition. And on February 15th, I was at the meeting in person where these halls were found unsuitable. And I demand that you uphold the decision. It is difficult for me to think that they were able to correct and will be able to sustain these issues when they haven't before. They have not been able to sustain minimum standards. So it is your duty to the youth and their safety not to continue to allow probation off the hook while the youth are the ones who are suffering because of a department who can't meet these bare minimum standards. Youth are overdosing and being forced to participate in gladiator fights. Probation is not keeping our youth safe. So I demand you shut down the halls to prove to the community and the youth that you can hold probation accountable. Stop the cap.
Thank you. Next, we have Olivia Shields.
Hello, Olivia Shields with the Urban Peace Institute and LA Youth Uprising Coalition. I want to reiterate that LA County Probation has been out of compliance for over half the year, every year since 2021. At this point, everyone is abundantly aware that deeming Los Padrinos suitable today is an empty ruling. There is no doubt that probation will fall out of compliance once more, and the youth inside, 94% of whom are Black and brown, are ultimately the ones who continue to suffer. Youth deserve access to culturally relevant, individualized, well-funded, healing-based programming. They deserve to be able to choose their own youth empowerment and support teams who have relationships with the youth to truly advocate for them. They deserve credible messengers, education, recreation. They deserve love, and they deserve freedom. The only answer is decarceration. We need more investment in community-based placements, more investment in Youth Justice Reimagined. And we need you, the BSCC, to halt this years-long cycle of unsuitability and help to end the charade of LA County probation ever being a suitable option for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tahita Shakar.
Yes. Hello. Hi, my name is Sada Shakur with Youth Justice Coalition. I am urging you to do the right thing and deem the halls unsuitable. In an article titled 9 Reasons Child Protective Services May Take Your Child from Home, it states the 8 things are as follows. 1, physical violence. 2, sexual abuse. 3, use of illegal drugs. 4, abandonment and child neglect. 5, parental consent. 6, environmental danger. 7, inadequate care. 8, medical abuse. Probation has been guilty of all 8 offenses, and yet children are still in probation clutches. How is it that how is it that common people are held to these standards and you're not holding probation in these juvenile halls to the standards? If you do not shut down the halls, there will be another Brian Diaz. Youth lives are at stake. Do you have a duty? You have a duty to protect young people, and protecting them means finding halls and
Thank you.
Next, we have Sean.
Thank you. My name is Sean Garcia-Lez. I am the Executive Director of the Peace and Justice Law Center. Sorry, one second. I had some notes and they disappeared when it asked me to unmute.
Sorry.
Well, let me just share that I don't think that anything that the staff said today is factually incorrect, with the exception that I don't believe that youth are receiving an hour a day of appropriate programming. But that was for 2 weeks. And there's a structural inability in Los Angeles to meet the minimum standards. And the fact that a temporary 2-week Band-Aid was able to be achieved is not the same thing as remedying the issues of noncompliance. And I think what we've heard from several of the other speakers speaks to that. We can expect a return to noncompliance immediately if there's a vote today of a finding of compliance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Lena.
Are you there, Lena?
I'm here, sorry.
That's okay.
Lena Mott with the Children's Defense Fund and Layup. If this board adopts the staff recommendation to find Los Padrinos and Barry J. suitable, it will be an undeniable display of intentional negligence and will clearly outline to our communities and to the rest of the state who is watching the ways in which this agency aids and abets the sustained abuse and torture of young people trapped in LA County probation custody. You have a duty as a board member to consider LA's egregious track record, to use your most basic common sense. You cannot find the hall suitable today if you're acting with fidelity, and I don't know how you can bear to sit up there with a straight face when on a non-compliance inspection report. As recent as April 9th, just 2 days ago, BSCC confirmed that LA Probation's disastrous and illegal emergency staffing efforts still weren't enough to ensure compliance in the other violation areas. It is unexplainable to me how a day later these facilities are magically fully compliant. The only way out is decarceration.
Thank you. Next, we have Adrena.
Last week on April 4th, Union President Floyd stated our communities are unsafe due to probation's noncompliance. There's no way in 7 days everything has miraculously been fixed. Here are his own words proving probation's deceit to the BSCC or the BSCC's deceit to the people. Who is lying here?
Report, but I will say it sounds good. But the report that I'm getting and the executive board that we're getting from our membership is that we're pulling people out of the field offices to provide services in the juvenile halls. And there are no staff or a minimum staff that are working in the field offices, which is causing a conflict because the field staff are saying that they can no longer provide services to their clients because
there's the proof.
Thank you. Next, we have Justin.
Do not reset the clock to 9 months. What will you do when there's another overdose or sexual assault? Chair Penner, you said that we should not view silence from the board as a lack of charity or compassion. A vote of suitability will definitely demonstrate just that. 8 probation officers were fired after forcing you to participate in gladiator fights. Chair Penner, what if it were your 2 children who were forced to do gladiating fighting, peddle drugs by probation, and sexual relations with probation officers in custody in the jails? In February, I hand-delivered you a copy of LA County's adopted plan for Youth Justice Reimagined. LA County is ready for change. Many of you are talking as if you've already made up your minds, but staff's recommendation is in contradiction with your mandate as BSCC. You keep saying how complex and dubious and serious this issue is. If you say that it's dubious about finding that LA County is in compliance, then why vote to condemn these youth? By probation's own admission and written public comment today, the solution is to close the juvenile halls. You said in an interview once, Chair Penner, that the best advice is do the right thing when no one is watching. Well, we are watching. Do the right thing. BSCC must find the halls unsuitable. The BSCC has a choice today. Youth safety.
Next, we have Zoe.
Here are the conditions this board is willing to deem suitable. A 15-year-old forced to be in handcuffs at his mother's funeral because probation didn't trust the Black community there. Documentation of probation leading gladiator fights. Sexual abuse exposed by probation officers this year and for many years prior. Bodily fluids that are permanently stuck on the cell walls. Invasion of bodily privacy. Food that is toxic. Chronic trauma, anxiety, addiction, and overdose. A sacred life, a son dying inside the facility. I am ready to receive the young people home as part of the Youth Justice Reimagined community in LA, and we're doing a better job than the state. If you want to protect the health and safety of youth, shut the youth jails down now. Justice for Brian Diaz. Justice for the survivors of the sexual, physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual abuse of LA County's probation-run youth jails.
Thank you. Next, we have it's iPhone Trin. Trin.
Hello. Hi.
Go ahead.
Am I good to go?
Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Trinity Rutherford. I'm with the Young Women's Freedom Center. From personal and system impacted experience from being incarcerated and Barry J. and Los Virginos, my concern is giving probation so many more chances. Children are not dogs. You can't keep pushing them around like dogs in a kennel. From closing down one facility and moving them to the next, we cannot continue this cycle. How can y'all let this continue with sexual assaults and death and deprivation? The lie just continues over and over. Free the 50 girls. Free the 50 girls. Make it happen now. Y'all let the halls just lie to y'all just to make it look good when they come through doing inspections. Deaths of a youth should have been the first red flag to shut that shit down. Let's keep our community safe. Invest in youth justice reimagined. Thank you for listening. Period. Shut that shit down.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Stacy.
Ms. Epps is actually sending you all smoke screens. The field DPOs are alleging that they are being threatened and intimidated by either Ms. Epps and the department. There are actually more field DPOs in the unit and are either running the units or are in more record numbers. There are no supervisors or directors in the units as they actually reported. There are many field DPOs who are actually quitting or resigning because of the unsafetyness of what they are being faced. And now because there are low numbers in the field, the adult probationers really don't have anyone to report to. So at some point, there will start to be some really dangerous conditions in the city and in the community. So I just want to know, is that a concern for BSCC? I also want to say that I believe that Ms. Epps actually knows the numbers of how many people are actually being reported. But if she tells you all the truth, then you will find the halls unsuitable.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jazara.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Jazara Holiday with Youth Justice Coalition, formerly incarcerated. The halls have been unsuitable for over 200 days. There's been 3,000 claims of sexual abuse in the juvenile detention centers. Declare Los Padrinos and Barry J unsuitable. This is a widespread issue, not only with the boys, but with the girls as well. Why is that young people are racking up additional charges based off your officers bringing in drugs, orchestrating fights, etc.? I urge you to do the right thing and declare the halls unsuitable. Brian Diaz's death is on you. Stop the correction action plan. What you all are doing is inhumane, and the same crimes that you guys are committing of sexual assault, drug distribution to minors is all illegal. And if it was happening on the outside, that you guys will be in jail. You guys are not exempt. You guys are supposed to uphold these very laws. Today, a disturbing video was played in court that depicts 6 to 7 probation officers facilitating a fight in Los Padrinos where one youth fought 8 others on a timer. How do you think this is okay? Please.
Next, we have the identifier is just a Zoom user. I'm going to allow you to talk. Please go ahead. There you go.
This is not suitable. This is not realistic. These situations are not gonna just go away. It sounds great in theory. This is not a long-term plan. The long-term plan is not just put a Band-Aid on it. A long plan is just
I'm sorry, you're cutting out.
You're cutting out. Okay, we'll move on to the next one.
But before we do, I think we need to close the queue, Adam, please.
Yes.
I'm told there's 29 more people ready for public comment.
All right, next we have Jacob.
How y'all doing? My name is Jacob Jackson with the Youth Justice Coalition. I'm a concerned community member and the youth outreach coordinator. We are not yet free from the bonds of injustice. I urge you to take action and use your power that's instilled in you to end the suffering of young people, end the vicious cycle of incarceration. If you operate in good faith, I hope you do an extensive look at the LA CAP track record. They ban and remain out of compliance. I urge you to find the halls unsuitable today. This has been ongoing debate on who you should be in care of, but from evidence and facts, we see that probation has no control, adequate training, and more wasted dollars. The staff-to-youth ratio does not compare to the support required to meet the youth needs. Young people in these halls are living in savage-like condition, and their mentalities are not improving. Probation has repeatedly called out numerous times. The exit plan is based on youth with new officers who are not fully equipped to deal with the youth. There have been many outcries from community, family members stating the injustice that takes place in the hall.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Millie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Millie Kakani, Children's Defense Fund. I'm at a loss. I'm confused, exhausted, definitely dubious. So many folks have called in to talk about how these systems, the one most of you run, uphold, rely on employment for, have caused so much harm. It's hard, it's tiring to watch LA cycle in and out of fake compliance, resulting in more harm, more death, more trauma. It's hard to read news story after news story about sexual abuse, fight clubs, record callouts, $500 million budgets into the new commissioner that feels pretty supportive, that yield the most questionable results, and that's charitable. It's hard to count 321 days in 2021 of LA halls being out of compliance, 206 days in 2022, 353 days in 2023, and 100 in 2024. Congratulations to LA County Probation for magically falling into compliance at the 11th hour, despite hundreds of days of harm and even death. This is a joke, and you all need to step up and acknowledge that this is not sustainable and that we should call for these.
Next, we have Daniel.
Good morning. My name is Jerome Alvin Anderson, and I am a reentry coordinator and restorative justice youth advocate, and I'm coming on behalf of Self-Awareness Recovery for Daniel Silva. We're asking for this agency to look at the innovative ways that CDCR did the realignment with High Desert, Tehachapi, Pelican Bay State Prison. You see, I have lived experience. I was formerly incarcerated. And so what our goal is, we would like to have the community-based organizations go into the hallways and into the hearts of these youth. Because I'm hearing a lot of problems. I'm not hearing about mental health support services, culturally responsive therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy. We have system-impacted youth. We need to be able to reach these youth and provide services to give them, increase their skill building capacity, to have them become productive members of society, to provide warm wraparound services for reentry for them and their families. And ultimately, we need to get in there and listen to these youth.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Deja. Deja, are you there? Go ahead.
All right, Adam, we'll move on.
Okay, we'll move on. Next, we have Axel, but he disappeared. Axel, there you are. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Axel Pissarro. I'm with the California Youth Connection, and I wanted to ask a question towards the board. So be honest with yourselves. If your child was arrested tomorrow, would you feel comfortable with them spending even one night in these facilities? If you find LA's halls suitable today, the message you send to incarcerated people in LA is that the horrific abuse they suffer in these facilities must yet again continue. Today, we are talking about LA, but youth in every single county are now at risk because the motto has been set that any probation department in California can operate unsafe halls that do not meet the minimum standards, and they will be given a pass and a chance after chance. Will this board still put their faith in this department and give them an opportunity to continue their abuse? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Brooklyn.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brooklyn. If you consider LA juvenile halls to be suitable today after you have so many reports of abuse and inhumane conditions, your message to incarcerated youth in LA is that the mistreatment they endure in these facilities is okay and will continue. We're not trying to make your jobs harder. We as the people are demanding you to help our young girls and gender expensive youth escape further trauma. Giving MP3 players and hiring more staff does not change the issue at hand. You have witnessed countless youth come up here and show you what community investment looks like. Make the obvious decision and keep them unsuitable. Shut it down now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jessica.
We can't lose the fact that there are real lives of young people inside right now that are being negatively impacted every day since the beginning of this. Lives have been unnecessarily lost. Rest in power, Brian Diaz and Saxon Rodriguez. It's been over 200 days since Los Padrinos has been in non-compliance and youth are still not receiving rehabilitative supports and programming. The report states, we also talked with youth. Who is we speaking to these youth? How many youth were represented? What was this process? We know that youth facilities have reported fear of retaliation and actual retaliation for speaking up. How do we know this is not the same issue with these conversations? We cannot rely on these short-term band-aid attempts being made by probation to resolve these foundational issues with the department itself. It's concerning to hear that there was never a staffing management plan, and over how many years has the LA County Probation Department existed, and how much funding has it received in those years for staffing. We demand that you stop wasting time and resources to do the right thing for our youth today and find that LA juvenile halls remain unsuitable. We need to spend time and resources on solutions for the alternatives instead of continuing to say that there are no other options.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Acosta.
Hello,
Okay, ready?
ready.
So I want to exercise the rights of hearing me speak today. I'm bringing the youth home for reducing the stress. I'm with the youth program system in LA. So I'm pretty much understanding the BCC Title 15 may file staff being forcibly deployed to the juvenile halls lacking training, posing serious safety concerns to both staff and juveniles. So this because the BCC does not check in with the training initials. So the Detention Services Bureau's manual, so just a piece of paper from the department that checks in a box saying the training will be provided. Honestly, that's a cap. That's a lie. Because this is staff and juvenile halls are being in 2021 to 2022, section 2224.71, which establishes the policy that all youth and juvenile health facilities have the right to live in a safe, healthy, and clean environment conducive to treatment and development, treated with the dignity and respect for family and members who are in and out. If February 1, 2024, the chief of probation, as notes, was sent to notice of local 685, 721 stating initials 250 failed, staff will be removed from their assignments for 90 days, which is not.
Thank you
The
very
BCC
much. Next, we have Helen.
Hi, my name is Helen Eichenberg, and I want to thank you for letting me speak. I'm a member of Hangout Do Good in Los Angeles County, and I'm just a taxpayer. I can't speak eloquently like everyone else can to the professional things that are happening, but as a human being and a member and a person who lives in Los Angeles County, I am horrified at the treatment. These are children. I've been listening to these meetings over the past few months, the death of Brian Diaz, fight clubs, sexual assault, youths over ODing and peeing in garbage cans. These are children. If they were yours, this would not be happening. If they were mine, this would not be happening. Shame on all of us that we are letting LA County treat our youth like this. Where is our empathy? The entire state county system is a shameful failure. These kids who are ordered into this are in desperate need of rescue from their supposed rescuers. Do the right thing, and please find Los Padrinos unsuitable, and let us treat these children with care and compassion and love and kindness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Israel.
Israel Villa, CYCJ, expressing extreme concerns with the maneuvering and manipulation from the LA probation with another Band-Aid and temporary fix, which frankly is not sustainable. It makes absolutely no sense to prioritize the incarceration of children, pulling line officers and field officers out of the community to temporarily patch the staff shortages. This seems extremely unwise and creates public safety risks. Today, a very disturbing video was displayed in court that depicts 6 to 7 LA probation officers facilitating a fight club in Los Padrinos where one youth fought 8 youth, one at a time, back to back to back. I want to ask the question whether any of you board members are familiar with this incident, and if you can please address it. Some of you already have blood and a body and are responsible for the loss of Brian Diaz's life due to not holding them accountable and delaying the unsuitability process. When will the buck stop? It needs to stop here and now. Please prioritize our young people's safety, security, and well-being. Do not delay or reset the clock. Stop the cap and shut them down. Quit protecting these child abusers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tori.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good day. It's so important that the BSCC understands and believes the people when we say LA County is lying to your faces. They have pulled band-aids out of their asses to look good in front of you and the state of California, when the truth is they have not fixed a thing. They have found a way to slither themselves through loopholes and claim they are providing the basic bare minimum requirements. Take a look at these solutions. Would these be good enough for your children? Would you keep your children in here even with all these solutions implemented? Hell no, I wouldn't. If the BSCC decides to keep LA juvenile halls open, then be ready for this headline in the news. The state of California and the BSCC are allowing LA to traumatize and sexually abuse youth. This is a scandal on par with the Catholic Church and predator priests. We must free youth now. There are plenty of community alternatives that are already implemented and working for youth. We have done all the work and created all the outcomes for you, and yet you still hold on to these jails. It is
Thank you
so
very much.
ridiculous.
Next, we have Red.
Mic check.
Go ahead.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
please.
Right, Red, a community member residing in what you know as LA County. A lot of big talk for people who have 310 days to make the bare minimum. 4 days you've been in compliance. Since 2021, half of every year, LA probation has been out of compliance, and there has been plenty of years before that. It's really interesting to see the BSC staff at the podium willing to hold probation's hand with what little confidence they have, even though probation's failure speaks for itself. There's no quality of care when you're locking up children. You take children's freedom away, and probation expects them not to spit in their face. LA probation has multiple chances as if they were children, when in actuality, they set children up to fight each other, playing with their lives as if they were slaves, living in the movie Django Unchained. That's not alarming to you? That doesn't tell you there's a deeper problem than just reaching the bare minimum? It's sad. I want our youth free. I don't want them fighting each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Aditi.
Hi, Aditi Sharakar with Children's Defense Fund California. If your own inspectors can't confidently say that LA will maintain compliance next week without hedging, how are we even entertaining the outrageous notion that LA halls are truly in compliance? Every measure taken to come back into compliance is patently unsustainable. Everyone here, you, the probation department, LA County, knows this compliance, quote unquote, is a temporary illusion that will fall apart as soon as this vote ends. I do not believe any of you truly thinks that young people inside LP are being cared for. I do not believe for a second you would allow your own kids or grandkids to be left alone with any LA probation staff, let alone let them spend a night in LP. Because you know they might get a CD player in the year 2024, or maybe they will be forced by probation staff into a gladiator fight club. They might get an MP3 player, but if they're not so lucky, they may overdose on fentanyl. You know this is happening, and I hope you realize how much integrity your suitability process will lose if you find the hall suitable today.
Thank you. Next, we have Joaquin. Joaquin, please unmute. Oh, there you are.
Sexual abuse by probation officers, gladiator fights organized by probation officers, drugs smuggled in by probation officers, whistleblower retaliation by probation officers. This list goes on and on and on. They know they're not in compliance. You know they're not in compliance. We know they're not in compliance. So if you find them in compliance today, not only will you show everyone that you have no integrity, but you will also show them that you have no real interest in protecting our kids from this level of abuse.
Thank you. Next, we have Sir Bailey. Give me 1 second. All right, Sir Bailey, go ahead.
Thank you. Sir Bailey, Youth Justice Coalition, layup, like the other lady said, a human being. Listen for a change. These are things that we've heard just today. No battle over time limit. No battle over time limits. We have a gang problem. Listen for a change. No vocational training in the last 3 years. All the resources the Board of Supervisors can put behind probation, they have and will. When probation calls, departments answer. We are concerned about sustainability. The department's problems are big and take time, yet they came into compliance in 4 days. Listen for a change. We need to close the queue. Listen for a change. BSCC, please find the halls unsuitable. Listen to Lena, listen to Justin, listen to probation, listen to Kaylee, Black, Tyreek. Listen for a change. Shut the halls down. The people have given a solution. It's youth justice reimagined. Free our futures. Come on, you can.
Thank you. Next, we have Sam. Sam Lewis, go ahead and unmute yourself.
You know he's up. Where's he at?
Sam, please go ahead.
And let's go.
Okay, next we have Dominique. Dominique, if you could please raise your hand. Dominique Davis. And they are not there. And the rest were emailed to us, so I'm going to call out their names so that we get everyone in the queue. The next one is Paloma. Paloma, are you still there? Please raise your hand so I could find you. Okay, and again, if you've sent the written notice, that's been shared with the board members and it's been posted online. Do we have Joaquin? And I'm going to call on Sam Lewis.
Okay, my apologies. Can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Yes,
My
go
name
ahead.
is Sam Lewis, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of ARC, the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I sit here in a room full of credible messengers that work in Barry J. Nightoff 40 hours a week. We are committed to continuing to support our youth, both while incarcerated and upon release. We ask for the support of and increase of credible messengers in all facilities. We have credible messengers that are certified as drug and alcohol counselors, trained in dialectical behavioral therapy, cognitive intervention treatment. We are also trained in the use of Narcan. We are trained professionals with decades of lived experience. We're here to provide support, guidance, and compassion to our youth. We ask for more support and the deployment of more credible messengers in all the facilities, especially Los Padrinos. Thank you.
Hey, hold on 1 second, please. All right, next we have identifier is 1194. If you're still there, dial *9 to raise your hand. Okay, and we'll move on to David. This was again an email, and if you are on Zoom, please raise your hand. Okay, and we'll move on to Jacob Jackson. And identifier 8438, please raise your hand. And again, these were emails, so I'm just calling everyone out just so we don't miss anyone. Tanya, please raise your hand. All right, we'll move on to Nancy. Okay, Victoria Gomez, please raise your hand. And CJ Policy, I do see your hand raised, so please go ahead.
Nancy Juarez, Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice. In December 2022, days ahead of a scheduled BSCC inspection, LA Probation moved 140 youth from Central Hall to Barry J. Juvenile Hall. Then on May 23rd, 2023, Barry J was found out of compliance and the youth were then moved to Los Padrinos, a hall where hundreds of youth were sexually abused. Today, April 11th, 2024, a video of probation setting up gladiator fights in Los Padrinos, Unit L, was played in open court. It shows probation officers laughing One staff coordinated a fight at breakfast for a youth who had just arrived 8 hours before. BSCC has been notified of this, yet the board continues to discuss and focus on MP3 players. Please free our futures. Find the halls unsuitable today before another life is lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, this was an identifier that I couldn't recognize, but it's a 2 # sign. So I'm going to allow you to talk if you're there.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Erin Palacios. And I just wanted to say, I actually, looking at your report, do not think that you have in front of you sufficient evidence to find this facility suitable. It was a inspection that took place announced after a period of time when probation knew full well that it would be being watched. And despite that, under the area of staffing, the report reads almost all shifts met the minimum staffing numbers. Almost, not all, almost. Youth are not routinely placed in rooms for lack of staffing. Apparently it's fine so long as it's not routine. That does not meet the minimum standard. Conflicting information related to staffing was during our recent inspection. How is that possible when they knew they would be watched and it was an announced inspection? Under use of force, the facility is on track to being compliant, not compliant, but on track to being compliant.
Thank you.
No.
Madam Chair, anyone else who raised their hands after the queue was closed, will take your comments at the end.
Thank you. Okay, back to the board. Certainly, many public comments, and I appreciate all of those individuals who stayed online to make their comments. I'd ask the board if there's any further comments or questions.
Madam Chair, Shannon Dykes, if we could just ask legal, in terms of really what's next, and also one process that was brought up by some of the callers was this idea or notion of probation to give us some type of stance on terms of sustainability. Since everything was recently approved, is that a legal option for this board to basically leave it in this status and then bring it back instead of hitting the reset button and having this all done again?
Let me try to answer those questions in turn. Let me start with the process question, which is what's the current sort of status or posture of the proceeding. So this board found the both facilities unsuitable at the February board meeting. So by statute, we gave notice to the county that the facilities were unsuitable, and that started a 60-day clock whereby after 60 days that the facilities, the statute provides that they shall not be used for the confinement of juveniles. Within that 60-day window of period of time, we have conducted a reinspection of the facilities, and the staff recommendation is to find that they are now in compliance with the regulations for which they were previously found out of compliance for. So if the board does nothing today, the facilities remain unsuitable, in which case on April 16th, the county will then have unsuitable facilities. And that's the end, and they're not supposed to have youth in those facilities after April 16th. What the board is, or what the staff is recommending, is that the board make findings that they have in fact remedied the items of noncompliance that are listed out in the board report, and that the facilities be found suitable. So the question as to whether or not that, resets the clock, we would consider, this targeted inspection cycle effectively closed because they've remedied the items of noncompliance. But as we've recommended and continue to recommend, is that we continue to conduct targeted inspections. Now, whether those targeted inspections will then result in either a 60-day corrective action plan process, then an additional period of compliance, or whether we could, fast track these facilities to a quicker finding of unsuitability. That's something that, we can have some discussion about. But I think to more directly answer your question, Sheriff, it's, effectively board finding them suitable today sort of closes out this window of the inspection that we conducted back in August. And so, yes, the next targeted inspection would be essentially a new inspection, in which case we would issue an initial inspection report if we find additional items of noncompliance.
Thank you, Aaron.
Aaron, with that explanation, and maybe Allison, we can ask this question as well, but with the targeted inspections that would happen, whether they be announced or unannounced, because they could happen either way, right?
Yes.
And in your comments, you said that these would be at least monthly.
Yes.
I did not see that in the recommendation, but if there was going to be some motion around that, that would insist on those inspections be at least done monthly. But if after 1 month, there is a finding that they are non-compliant in any of those areas that have been outlined here, then Aaron, technically, then we'd have to issue a notice of noncompliance, which starts that process for, the 90 days of, whatever that agreement would look like, and then 60 days. I mean, can you explain that a little bit better for me?
So there's I would say there are two paths within the Welfare and Institutions Code, which is the standard path is that under 209D, we would issue an initial inspection report, at which point, following the issuance of that initial inspection report, the county has 60 days to file a corrective action plan, an approved corrective action plan, at which point the county then has a reasonable time frame to fix the items of noncompliance, not to exceed 90 days. Typically, a reasonable time frame is within that 90 days. If we thought it would not be reasonable to have it be 90 days, we could shorten up that time frame in some ways. And then if they don't fulfill the remediation within that period of time, then a determination of suitability is required by the board at the next scheduled board meeting. So that's sort of the standard path that we've gone. And then it becomes a determination of suitability. The other option is if conditions are such that a facility is just not suitable, which is, again, a totality of combination of things, then, there is a possibility for the board to convene earlier and just issue a notice of unsuitability. We've never done that before. And then that sets up a 60-day clock in which they would have to move out of the facility. So those are sort of the future options that the board can entertain.
Okay.
For clarification, Aaron, triggering that final 60-day clock, what if we had a repeat of what we've had, or what appears that we have today, which is then they're found suitable again? Or would we just not go back in and inspect? We just say, you have 60 days to close your doors?
That is the option and prerogative of the board. So in this instance, there was an interest in conducting that reinspection. If this board is inclined not to have staff conduct a reinspection, that's certainly something the board could tell staff not to do, in which case, once a facility is found unsuitable after 60 days, absent reinspection, the facility is just unsuitable after that.
Real quick for me, I share the concern of a lot of the public speakers today about this constant ebb and flow of coming in to compliance and out of compliance, and that there was this period of unsuitability that's miraculously remedied itself in the last few days. I take comfort in knowing that we would have the option of not restarting this whole process again almost like for me, wiping the slate clean and then going forward, especially if it comes back to these things that they've already been found unsuitable. I'm also sensitive to the fact that for staff, who I appreciate very much, and if I'm correct, per the statute, they're looking at what they're supposed to be looking at per the statute and making a recommendation based on the law. And so I just want that to be clear, that understanding that there's been this pattern of in and out of compliance, what the staff's direction and what the statute says is that they needed to go do this reinspection within this period of time, which they did. And they have to report on what they found, which is what they're reporting. So that was a lot of words. I apologize. To get back to my question, just for clarification. If next month, if we were to find them suitable, if next month we have one of these things surface again, I know it hasn't been done, but we would have the option, my understanding, to just in that moment deem them unsuitable in 60 days to move the youth.
So what we could do in that situation is we could rather, and again, we've never sort of done this before, but I do believe the board has the authority to do this, that if the conditions of the facility were such that our inspectors felt the facility in total was unsuitable, and that was due to being out of compliance with one or more of our regulations, and we could issue potentially what I think we would do, working with the chair, is schedule a board meeting, in which case we would find that facility unsuitable on a short set and issue that notice, that 60-day notice of unsuitability. That is possible. That is, and as I said, would be very not typical, because usually we, for the statute, give an opportunity for corrective action through the corrective action plan process.
So
Understood. Thank
if
you.
I may, I want to resist diminishing the work that has been done in this interim period of time. It has been a very, very, very difficult conversation. Lisa, Allison, actually, Katie and myself have all been to the facility, and we certainly understand how people don't believe what LA represents. With that said, there's been a painstaking review of every one of these categories of non-suitability by Lisa, by Allison, and I have confidence in them that when they made this recommendation, it was done because during the period of time they had to review the many areas of non-compliance, this is what they found. If the code allowed for different timelines, different actions or reactions, maybe we would be sitting in a different position here. I continue to believe that our staff has given us a recommendation that they believe is the right way to proceed at this moment. We've had a lot of discussions about being fearful of what will come next. I think council has given us a bit of a roadmap of that, and understanding the board would be primed and ready for that course of action should we need it. We still cannot deny the fact that when we went in to verify and find evidence of compliance, we found it. And I don't think we can ignore that at this juncture. We will continue this trek of targeted inspections. I agree with Chief Haynes in that the recommendation itself should reference monthly. It also should reference unannounced, and that's not in the written recommendation that we've gotten. We are in very, very serious times. We do not want young people to be in peril. But we have to work with the evidence and outcome that we're faced with at this point. That may change.
If we did do that model of the once a month unannounced inspections, how long, Aaron, like how, like, would we, I mean, we're not going to indefinitely do that, or would it be what would be the time for that? And then how does that look after that? Oops, sorry, after that time?
We would have to consult with Allison and her team a little bit because, you know, there is a bit of a resource issue in terms of our own staffing and the ability to continuously be being down in LA. What I would think would happen is that we would find out pretty quickly if things are sustainable in the next couple of months. And then if things are okay, what I think the track would be is, as Allison mentioned, we still have to do the comprehensive inspection, which is all the regulations. So these were we focused on these regulations, these initial regulations back in August when they moved into Los Padrinos, because we wanted to ensure that things like safety checks and the programming was happening at Los Padrinos when they opened up Los Padrinos, because we had the concerns having shut down Central Juvenile Hall that we wanted to make sure things were getting up and running correctly at Los Padrinos, which is why we moved quickly to that targeted inspection in August. If they're able to maintain, you know, the next couple months, and we can have good report outs on that, and then I think we move to the comprehensive inspection and see, evaluate where they are after the comprehensive inspection.
Would there be any understanding there's resource issues, but this is a really difficult decision for this board to make. Would there be any possibility that rather than a couple of months, we can continue down this path till we get very close to that comprehensive inspection, so that the board has some confidence in this overview continuously operating?
I'm going to answer for Ms. Howard and say yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes,
Because
Madam
I
Chair.
think we want to be in 2 months and then wait. I think the
No, and I wasn't suggesting a gap between those two
Thank you.
things, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I was just suggesting that we would continue to do
Okay,
the
thank you.
targeted inspections until we rolled into the comprehensive
thank
inspection.
you, thank you. I'm glad we're all clear now.
I just have one
Yeah.
last question. I want to just preface this by saying that I do trust the staff. Being on the other side of inspections, I understand what the field representatives do, and I know it's real and it's thorough, at least in my experience, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate the collaboration. My question is it appropriate for any of the members of this board to go to the facility, or possible, on one of those inspection days, to be able to walk in there and see firsthand?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Chief Mills, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Chair Penner. I think this, for me, boils down to, do we have, first of all, objective staff who goes into these facilities and does their best job possible, given the statutes and the laws that and regulations that the legislature has put forward, to do an evaluation objectively. And if we believe that we do have that staff that is capable of that, then I think we're in a position where we have to rely on and trust our staff to give us the facts. And they've given us the facts at this point. And the facts are, for right now, it appears that they are within the guidelines in Los Angeles. If that is the case, then I think we need to move forward. If it's not the case, then we have a different course of action. But this is an important facility. And then the second piece of this is, I think it behooves Los Angeles to maybe have civilian oversight working with them in the facilities, where the community can gain confidence that our report is working, as well as the probation officials in leadership is doing the right thing. But that's not our responsibility. That is their responsibility. And then the last thing, if I can just chime in on this also, I have very little confidence in the union, in the Probation Officers Association to continue to do their job correctly. They have not demonstrated that yet. They're still having to take people out of the field to work in the facility. That is something that the county and the citizens of Los Angeles need to figure out. But as far as I'm concerned, if our staff is telling us that for right now this is working, then we need to trust our staff.
Thank you, Chief. Further.
To piggyback on the chief's comments, we have a public safety problem that's in front of us. They are using field staff to go into the facilities. So factually, what the staff is recommending, they are meeting those requirements. But at the end of the day, there's still a public safety problem that's being mishandled in Los Angeles County by not having the field staff doing their day-to-day job. So I know our focus is going to be the juvenile hall, and we do trust our staff that's done those inspections. But just as a public safety professional, I have some grave concerns.
Thank you. Yes, Chief.
Thank you, Chair Penner. I appreciate all the comments, the board members, and I would echo each of them. This one's tough for me, and here's why. Whereas I absolutely trust staff, I believe that they're giving us their the straight information, factual information on the ground based on their direct observation. And I believe that from their perspective, LA is technically in compliance with the minimum regulations. It comes down for me to the notion of remedying and suitability relative to compliance. And we're conflating all of those issues. Maybe we have to legally conflate those issues and say, well, suitability is based on the standards and the standards are being met technically. So technically we have to approve them as suitable because our staff have reported that to us and we trust our staff. I have a very difficult time agreeing that Los Angeles County has established suitable facilities that I would trust having my family members in. And I don't mean to be rhetorical about that because this is not a rhetorical argument. We hear a lot of rhetoric and a lot of commentary that comes to us about LA probation. And I want to be clear that we aren't not listening to some of that rhetoric. I mean, I understand from where it comes, but at the end of the day, is it a suitable facility because they actually have remedied the situation? It's the remedied piece that I'm actually stuck on. Have they technically met it? Yeah, they probably technically met it for a 4-day period, a 5-day period, a 7-day period. Have they remedied the situation such that it's a suitable facility? I don't know is the answer. I really don't know if they have remedied the situation, and that's what the code says. Did they remedy it? And if I were a trier of fact, I don't know that I would say, yeah, they've met that standard and I'm prepared to find in their favor. That's essentially what we're doing today. So, so as I sit here right at the moment, I genuinely don't know how I'm going to come down on it when the question is called. So there's my struggle. Again, I've heard council's position. I understand staff's position, and to your point, Chair Penner, this is a very, very difficult decision for those reasons for me.
Yes, I hear you loud and clear, but I would continue, and I'm going to say it again, you know, we can only rely on the period of time we have to verify and inspect. Using rhetoric or other issues we hear is difficult because we ask staff to go in and look at these particular regs in compliance with these particular regs. And certainly we're all aware that LA has some very serious personnel issues and some very serious union issues. No one is supporting staff that does the wrong thing. We know that their staff were in court today for some onerous behaviors. None of us support that. None of us want that. And when I ask LA, are you holding your staff accountable? Included in that is, you know, taking care of the bad apples and getting them out of a department. And we have all been there where we've had employees that do wholly the wrong thing and they just need to be gone. With all that said, we can't let that influence what we know and what we learned last week. But we are putting safeguards in place going forward so that we have some solutions built in, because like you, any thinking individual cannot just walk away and turn their back on these serious, serious issues in LA. And they may fail in 30 days. But we're ready to take measures if that in fact is the case. So I support staff's recommendation with my amendments. And I'm sorry, Supervisor Chavez, I ignored you.
You didn't ignore me. Thank you,
Okay.
Chair Penner. You know, just a couple of comments I wanted to make, and I'm particularly struck by two of my colleagues today. And one of them, I just want to acknowledge Chief Mills's point about how important it is that we really support the efforts and leadership and work of our staff. I will say that I sit on a number of boards, and even though I have a lot of trust and a lot of faith and a lot of confidence in the folks that serve our public, I don't always vote with the direction they've given, in part because, you know, I think it is also an obligation that we have to make sure that we're taking the steps and sending the messages that we need to. And I know you weren't saying that, Chief Mills, but because of my position on this, I just wanted to be clear, this is not, my comments and my concerns are not a reflection of our staff following the rules. I remain concerned about two issues. I think the question of whether or not boxes have been checked is, and that's a little how this feels to me, because in part because I think the elephant in the room is still the staffing problem. And I think Chair Penner, you did a very good job at the beginning of the meeting saying, look, that we see where you are right in this moment, but there's much work that needs to be done. I think the other is that I'm still very unclear on how robust our follow-up and compliance will be. And so for that reason, I remain very, very concerned about the work being done here. And also Sheriff Dykes raised a really important point that I just want to lean into, which is we have two amazing leaders from the county of Los Angeles County. But the question really is, from a resource perspective, does the staff have all the tools they need to make the change that frankly, not just us, but the public is demanding? And so I don't feel convinced of all of those things. And again, I just want to say that's not a reflection of my thinking about the staff. It really is just a reflection of having been in these meetings and feeling like we're just not able to get over the hump of really moving forward in a way that is really both, you know, recognizing it's a custodial facility, being recognizing there's also a high level of responsibility that LA County has and that we also have. But I did just want to say thank you to the staff and to all the people who came out and spoke and shared their personal experiences. That has had an impact on how I'm thinking about this. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your remarks. Board works hard and they're insightful and they're professional and they're diving into this subject matter in a way that I truly respect. There is no rubber stamp here. There's a lot of concern and need for assurances going forward. If there are no other comments, I would ask that the board adopt the recommendation of staff with the edits that I referenced earlier. That would include targeted and unannounced inspections on a monthly basis. I'm looking for a motion and a second, please. Okay, sir, go ahead.
Could we also make an amendment that it would be until the comprehensive inspection would be completed?
That's very fair. Thank you.
With that amendment, I'll move based on staff's recommendation with the amendments.
Thank you. We have a motion. I need a second, please.
I'll second.
Thank you. Adam, please take the roll.
Chair Penner,
Aye.
Mr. McCumber,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Abstain.
Mr. Taylor,
Aye.
Mr. Dykes,
No.
Ms. Chavez,
No.
Mr. Haynes,
Aye.
Mr. Richard,
No.
Ms. Guard, Mr. Budnick, and Ms. Zaragoza recused, Mr. Mills,
Aye.
Ms. Kumpion.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work on this, everybody. And I respect the divergent and compliant opinion, all that, all works here. It's really, really difficult work. And Scott, you can't come back yet because we still have the next leg of this journey to go. Sorry. Is everybody okay just moving forward? I might take a run, but I can do that. Yeah. Yes, I can. I am going to do that. I'm very familiar with this report. And Allison, thank you again, and I'll be right back.
Good afternoon again. This will be the report for the Barry J. Nydorf Secure Youth Treatment Facility. On February 15th, 2024, the Barry J. Nydorf Secure Youth Treatment Facility remained out of compliance with the following sections of Title 15: 1321 staffing, 1353 orientation, 1357 use of force, 1371 programs, recreation and exercise, and 1390 discipline. Again, where I've covered detail that applies to both facilities, I'll be brief in the description for Barry J. Nydorf. During our inspection last week and for several days afterward, we reviewed documentation relating to the above noted items of noncompliance for the time period of March 29th through April 9th, 2024. Much like at Los Padrinos, we spent time talking with youth at the facility. A review of documentation, observation of operations, and discussions with youth and staff indicate that the following items of noncompliance have been corrected. Number one, 1321 staffing. Like Los Padrinos, we received a staffing plan that is effective April 2nd, 2024. All of the discussion about durability and sustainability and our concerns from the earlier report apply at Barry J. Nydorf as well. At Barry J. Nydorf, we reviewed the documentation of actual staffing numbers through April 9th and found the same results. With some exceptions on a few late night shifts, the facility is meeting their minimum staffing numbers. And a review of documentation and conversations with youth indicate that programs and services are not negatively being impacted due to lack of staffing. Field staff are deployed at Barry J. Nydorf as well, and the department has the same responsibility to ensure a durable solution at this facility. Number two, 1353 orientation. While at the facility, we reviewed an updated youth handbook and were able to confirm that the missing information and critical details about the new behavior modification program, which is called DSS, have been added to the youth handbook. All youth housed at the facility were reoriented to the updated information and given a one-page addendum with the updated information. Youth confirmed this reorientation at the end that they had received the addendum. All newly admitted youth will be provided with the new handbook. 3, 1357 use of force. Like Los Padrinos, the facility is on track for 8 hours of training by April 15th and will complete all required training by June 30th. Barry J. Nydorf is on track for meeting this plan as well. Number 4, 1371 programs, recreation and exercise. Like Los Padrinos, a new activity tracking form has been implemented. We reviewed activity logs, program provider sign-in sheets, and related documentation to confirm that youth are receiving their required activities. Youth also confirmed that they are receiving programs, recreation, and exercise. It also appears that probation-led programs are more robust than in the past. Also, like Los Padrinos, youth refuse some programs, even though many are offered. Youth report that many of the same programs continue to be offered throughout the years and they'd like more variety. Facility staff indicate that they are looking into more options. Although recreation meets minimum requirements, the facility does have work to do to offer more varied activities. And finally, Section 1390 discipline. The new developmental stage system, DSS, is being implemented at the facility. While this program isn't fully implemented, all appropriate staff have been trained in the DOJ-approved 8-hour course. The incentive program has been updated, and youth have been reoriented to the new program. Program staff continue to refine the incentive program to ensure that youth understand the program and receive appropriate incentives for their behaviors. Canteen point sheets have been updated to align with the policy and program and are user-friendly for the youth. We reviewed the canteen point sheets that indicate compliance. Youth are receiving their incentives. And as mentioned in orientation, we reviewed the updated youth handbook to verify that the information is accurate. This concludes the information about the remaining items of noncompliance and the evidence we have to believe that the facility has remedied the conditions that rendered them noncompliant. Staff is recommending that the board support staff's findings of compliance for the above noted issues and find the facility suitable for the confinement of juveniles within the meaning of the Welfare and Institution Code, Section 209D. Staff also recommends that with this finding of suitability, that the board direct staff to begin regular, targeted, unannounced inspections of the facility. We will be in the facility no less than monthly and will continue to conduct ongoing reviews of such issues as staffing, programs, safety checks, and room confinement to ensure sustained compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Looking to the board for questions or comments? Seeing none. Los Angeles, it's your opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. As stated previously, we do not have an official report. I simply want to say before Ms. Williams takes questions about Barry J., Chief Vera remains steadfast in his commitment to bringing LA County probation into compliance. This was a colossal effort. This was meeting 3 days a week, sometimes 2 hours, sometimes 5 with our staff. This was changing procedures, doing more than 9-hour over a course of days table read to change policies so that they were consistent with searches, consistent with what we wanted to do with room confinement. It's training people, training 7 days a week to make sure that people are being trained. I know this may seem quick to other people. And several different administrations. We're a relatively young administration with Chief Vera being in place just since April 2023 and me being onboarded just December 18th, 2023. But with that being said, we understand the responsibility. We understand that the real work begins now to come up with a plan to remain in compliance, not only in these targeted areas, but to be comprehensively compliant. These are, of course, as has been stated here in the prior meetings by members of the public, minimum standards. And it's not lost on us that these need to be met. We clearly understand that. We want to say thank you to BSCC, Ms. Ganter, Ms. Southwell for the technical assistance, to our DOJ court-appointed monitor, Michael Dempsey, and his assistant, Teresa Abreu, for their assistance. It's been very helpful and very valuable. We want to say thank you to the men and women of Los Angeles County Probation who did the work to make this happen. Many late days, late evenings, a lot of work went into doing this. We gave ourselves an internal timeline to be in compliance ahead of the 60 days. And this took work. I understand, as I said before, we're rebuilding public trust and we'll continue toward that effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam.
All right, I'm going to call the members in the room. If anyone wishes to make a public comment on Barry J. Nydorf, please proceed to the podium. And we do not have anyone in the room. And we have 8 attendees on Zoom. They just raised their hand, so please give us a minute to record all your names.
Thank you. And Adam, the queue may stay open 5 minutes after we begin, and then I'll ask you to close it.
Okay. All right, now I'm going to call the first person. That would be Sam Lewis. Sam, are you there?
Is this being done by email correspondence?
No,
or this is a raising of the hand?
yes, exactly.
Okay, I get worried some of those processes aren't as good as others.
All right, now we'll move on to Deanna Cerna. Deanna, did you have a public comment? Right, we will move on to Paloma Cerna. Paloma. All right, we will move on to Red Martinez.
Mic check.
There you go. I'm getting worried. Our technology is failing us. Are you there, Red?
Yeah, can you start my time over again?
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay,
Thank you.
go ahead.
Last time we were here, February 15th, discussing this topic, 2 young boys in Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall had overdosed. Is it not concerning to you to think that as we're speaking about this right now, kids are at risk of overdose in your facilities you're responsible for? If we keep these prisons open, we'll continue to harm not only the young people, but as well as our ancestors watching over us. Brian Diaz is one of those ancestors. These short-term solutions that probation has whipped up and little no to critical thinking, it is despicable. Community organizations have made a fully thought out plan, Youth Justice Reimagined, with no time wasted, yet we are not taken seriously. There are alternatives. We can take care of our children and demonstrate accountability without violence. We are here in a new era of decolonization. It's here. So in this new era, really ask yourselves, is this really how I want to live my life? To sit in this comfortable chair while kids die at my hand? If you do decide to keep these facilities open, don't think we won't get free.
Next, we have Justin.
Chair Penner, the technology is not failing. You all are. You just voted 3 no's, 5 yes, and 1 abstention and 2 recusals. I implore the rest of this board to not follow this choreography. Whatever you were told or pressured to vote, you have a chance again to do the right thing. We are watching. We want to lift up the folks who voted no in terms of finding the halls unsuitable. Listen to your colleagues. Recognize that you are all conflicted because you know what the right thing is to do. Do not find Sylmar Juvenile Hall suitable. Find it unsuitable. Do not restart the clock on this 9 months. What will you do if there is another sexual assault, another death? How will you live with yourself? And trust, we will be there and we will see you at the next BSCC meeting.
Thank you. Next, we have Israel.
Israel Villa, CYCJ. I want to make my public comment for the larger audience, those 500 on Zoom, the media, and those legislative staffers, and hopefully some of the administration folks here. I think I want to thank y'all today for what I knew and was anticipated was going to happen. And I believe you're all helping us paint a clear picture of why this board was created, to maintain law enforcement propaganda and agendas and maintain the resources. And I want to thank you again for this horrible decision that y'all are, but I understand your system stakeholders, and that's why there's 9 out of 13 of you on that board. And so my message is, and my comment is for the legislators, those champions that we have, to please pay some attention and please help us change the composition and bring some balance to this horrible board. Thank you.
Thank you. It is now 3:41 p.m. and the queue is now closed. Tanya, it will be the next person. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much for your service. And while I'm very pleased to hear from Ms. Abt that They're working hard to improve things at Najdorf. I'm pleased to hear that they're working closely with BSSC staff, with DOJ and the court-ordered monitor. I'm still very concerned with the lack of robust programming that the youth have at Najdorf. In February, the youth didn't have access to live or recorded television program. In April, the emphasis seems to be on logs. There's logs, and then it states, the report concludes that there's robust and relevant programming, but then the report continues to state that the youth are reporting that they'd like varied program, different opportunities for recreation and additional programming. So the report, it seems to be contradictory. On the one hand, they're saying, hey, we've got logs now, and we see there's programming and it's robust, but those are conclusory statements. And this is an area that needs to be
Thank you very
improved.
much. Next, we have Teresa.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
go ahead.
Yes, I believe both halls should stay and remain under the care of the probation department. Because the validity of these CBOs that come and talk, it's just, they just attack us verbally, and that doesn't help. We have to run our programs, and I think we have some of the best deputy probation officers that there is. We have so many field deputies that have so much knowledge in the field. They're drug and gang specialists. We have a lot of knowledge. It's just, we need to get our field officers back either in the offices, or if they're, medically fit to go into the juvenile halls. The juvenile halls you have to be in a certain classification for that. But we have the best there is, and we intend to be fully compliant with the Title 15 and the cap. And the CBOs don't offer solutions. They just complain all day.
Thank you. Next, we have Tori.
Hi, this is Tori. It's clear to state that the amount of public comment from the community present here for BJN is so low because your poor leadership is so disheartening. This process is bullshit. California and LA County are playing with children's lives, and I want to give a reminder that for every child whose lives you are deciding the fate for, there are equal amounts of parents, siblings, and chosen family that is being impacted by this. You are gambling with our future, and for those who abstain their votes and vote to keep juvenile halls open, you are standing, or should I say sitting, your ass on the wrong side of history. I invite you to check in with yourself, your values, and why you do this work, because currently it is not aligned with public safety and not aligned with nurturing our future and our children. Again, we'll say it over and over. If this was your child, it would not be going this way.
Thank you. Next, we have Deanna.
My name is Deanna with the Young Women's Freedom Center, and I'm urging the board to keep the unsuitability findings of LA juvenile halls. Your decision to magically find LP suitable after years of being out of compliance is absurd. This is dangerous, and there's so much blood on your hands. Trust your intuition. Lean into that anger that you showed back in February. You have reservations, and you said that durability is needed. When has LA County probation ever proved to be durable? Never. Minimum standards are bullshit. The world is watching, and what you showed today is that it's okay to put youth under horrific abuse. You should be ashamed.
Thank you. And we'll go to CJ Policy.
Nancy Juarez with CJ. We've been here before. On April 13th, 2023, BSCC was at the same point with LA when ODs were all over the news. At that point, the BSCC gave LA more time. I quote, BSCC defers further action on the LA County juvenile halls to a future board meeting because the county proactively moved to make improvements to both facilities. As such, the board should take additional time to evaluate whether the county has failed to meet its commitment to resolve noncompliance issues outlined in the corrective action plan. Unquote. Just short of a month after that decision, on May 9th, 2023, Brian Diaz lost his life in SYTF Barry J. A youth was accused of giving the drugs that led to Brian's death, and he was moved to the adult system. Yet LA Times reported an overwhelming amount of evidence suggesting an officer and teacher at Naردorf had been supplying the fentanyl to young people. This misconduct was covered up, and that probation officer is still on line staff. Shut it down. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Axel.
Hi, my name is Axel Becerra with California Youth Connection. So look, we are not talking down on probation or trying to belittle them. Our main concern is the youth. Youth being incarcerated is not the solution anymore. Heart of Youth Justice Reimagined is the solution. We need to start investing the funds and resources necessary to make it possible. At the end of the day, the only focus is the well-being of the youth in these facilities. Let's find a mutual halfway meeting point at the very least. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, we have Sean.
Hi, thank you. This is Sean Garcia-Lays from the Peace and Justice Law Center. Let me say that based on the comments I am hearing from the board, I think that there is a misunderstanding of your role at this moment, and that it is probably an inevitable result of having an entirely one-sided presentation in this case. The question is not whether or not you should believe staff or trust staff. I have no doubt that your staff is giving you a factual report. The issue is that you already found these facilities unsuitable at your last meeting. This is not an entirely blank slate look at a 2-week period. The question is, has LA proved that they have now become suitable in a durable, enduring, permanent way? And if you're uncertain about whether or not that is true, then you should do nothing, abstain, or vote against a finding of suitability. The burden here is on the department to prove that they've changed things. And if that hasn't happened, then a vote in favor of suitability, as if this was a blank slate, is inappropriate.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. We're back to the board, and I am looking for a motion and a second. Does anybody have anything they'd like to discuss?
I just want to say a couple things before we move forward on this. So, my understanding and the reason why I'm leaning the way I'm leaning is because it appears that the legislature has set up a process, doesn't appear, the legislature has set up a process of inspections, suitability, and a mechanism to get back into compliance. That mechanism is 60 days. And so I'm just taking it on its face that that's what the legislature decided. And I'm not going to, just like there's a lot of laws that have been passed by the legislature that I don't agree with, I still have to enforce them because that's the law. And I have some personal reservations. I do appreciate hearing that you're a young administration. I am ignorant to how long the chief and your staff has been there. I am hopeful that being a new administration that you do want to affect change. I want to believe that that's going to happen. My vote doesn't mean that I don't believe that these things have happened, and it sure as heck doesn't believe that I'm not afraid that they're going to continue. But I'm just trying to go off of what I'm reading, the Welfare and Institutions Code. I'm reading what the legislature intended for this board to do, and I'm staying within the guardrails of those regulations. And in my mind, the fact of the matter is there was a finding of noncompliance. There's a period of time to come into compliance. The inspection happened within that period. Staff is saying that they're in compliance. I take a lot of comfort from legal that that doesn't just mean it's a blank slate or a clean slate and we get to forget that this ever happened, that there are mechanisms if we come back into this again, that we can fast track potential being non-suitable or unsuitable again. And so I just want to qualify my thought process for everybody, especially being new and you not knowing me or how I operate. But I'm very much trying to stay, or I am very much staying within the guardrails of what the law says and what these people have been afforded an opportunity to come into compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheriff?
Thank you, Chair Penner. one of the comments, and since the beginning of this issue has come up, is we're dealing with multiple facilities. With those facilities being used and the number of staff it takes to staff them, we've also heard that one facility can support the number of juveniles in custody in LA County. If we would collapse to one facility, we would have enough staff, because this entire board is very concerned in the durability portion of staffing this. And I still haven't seen or heard any flex from LA County Probation to circle the wagons and form one area that has all these robust resources that would provide for that durability. And that's the reason I'm taking the position that I am, is there's a way to solve this without creating another public safety problem in our streets in LA.
Thank you, Sheriff. Would LA like to respond?
Thank you. Well, I understand, Mr. Dykes, our East camps, Afroball, Rocky, and Page are treatment facilities. Our Kilpatrick facility is a step-down facility for our secure youth treatment, and of course, Barry J is our secure youth treatment. The last time we were here, there was the discussion, yes, legally, we can combine our secure youth treatment and our juvenile hall, but our policy right now isn't designed that way, and that's not been the structure of that. That's not to say at some point in the future that wouldn't be considered, but to collapse all of our facilities into one, that would mean closing our, and I forgot to mention Dorothy Kirby, our treatment programs that are very valuable for our youth that are also in our care. So while I understand the question, that's the reason why we haven't. Those are treatment facilities, and we just have chosen not to have our secure youth treatment and juvenile hall co-joined at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Oh, go ahead, Norma.
Norma?
I have a question for probation. The youth that come to the office talk a lot about being at DJJ before it closed, and that there were a lot of vocational programs there. There were a lot of things for them to do and to stay busy, and we just really haven't seen that with the SYTF. Although it's somewhat new, it's been around for quite a few years now, and so what are you doing to put in place at the SYTF some vocational programs or some college programs for the youth to get excited about?
It's on. There are college programs, but we, I think like mentioned last time, we have engaged Mike Miner, the former DJJ director, to assist us with establishing the programs and treatments and services that are provided for the SYTF youth in our care.
So is there, so is there talk of opening vocational then with this gentleman that you mentioned? Are you talking about that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What would it look like? I mean, we can no longer just rely on, yeah, we're going to do that. I'd like to know some nuts and bolts.
I mean, I don't know, Mike, you want to come up there and.
So again, I've been on with probation since April of this year and working across a multitude of things with the organization, not just the programming perspective. So there are several conversations that we're involved in with different organizations. One, there was a music room being designed for young folks. It's being supported by, many of you may have heard of the rapper Common, who's really involved in reform efforts. There's another organization that we're looking to bring in that deals with trying to revamp the space to bring in culinary. Some of the staff had started their own culinary program, but they can't do that because of regulations and rules that are in place that you have to make sure food's safe, et cetera. That's two of the programs that we're working with. There's another program that was looking at bringing in some, not masonry, but construction type work that Ms. Epps mentioned too early. So those things are in this infancy stage. there was actually, they're in different phases. The project with the music studio, there's renovations being done, there's equipment being done, there's contract that's being worked out. The other two has to rely on some internal work from the internal maintenance branch to do some modifications to the building. I haven't had any conversations about those things in the last several weeks because we've been focused on making sure compliance, getting all those things into place, dealing with the staffing issues, et cetera. But certainly can go back and do a more comprehensive review of it and give the board an update on where those things are in its real time, along with where the contracts are, where the negotiations are, and those things that are being in place. I ran DJJ for 5 years. I worked in DJJ for over 30 years and quite familiar with the needs and of the young folks that LA County serves. And, you know, just being a part of this process lends an opportunity to really dig in deep in some of these things, because in the community, there are a lot of resources. Sometimes you can get overwhelmed with resources. And sometimes you have to figure out what's the right remedy. And it's not the right, one shoe doesn't fit all. And we have to keep those things in mind as we look at the young people that LA County serves. So again, I think that there's a lot of work been done in a short period of time. I do appreciate the leadership of Ms. Epps. She's brought a level of leadership to the juvenile side, because when you run a large organization like Chief Ferreira does, he can't focus on the day-to-day functions. And now he has someone in place with Ms. Epps, who's brought in a level of structure in this whole process of becoming in compliance, because as she mentioned, it didn't just happen overnight, you know, 3 days a week, meeting with folks, bringing the superintendents up, coaching those superintendents, getting them to understand their role in the organization. And then Ms. Williams being on the administrative side, really pushing to get the resources that the organization needs. I feel very confident that you'll continue to see growth and the behaviors or the services that's being provided to the young folks. And what one of the chiefs over there spoke about, the outcomes. What are we looking for? What are the outcomes? You know, young folks getting what they need, young folks being cared for, young folks getting out and staying out, right? That's what we're working towards. So I'm just happy to be a part of the process and have an opportunity to work with these folks. So thank you.
And thank you for the timeline for the vocational.
Yeah, we'd appreciate
Thank you.
that. Programs don't exist, we can't get the outcomes. So it's important to us. Yes, Chief.
Just one question, Chair Penner. Thank you. And this is for Allison. Allison, could you help quantify for me a little bit? Is there a palpable difference between the impacts of
Norma, excuse me.
the impacts of the staffing issues and the training issues and the things that are technically in compliance, but that have been problematic heretofore? Is there a difference between how that affects Barry J and how that affects Los Padrinos? You see it fairly similar?
Yes.
In nature? Okay, thank you.
Okay, back to the board. Seeing no hands up, no further discussion. I'm just going to begin by saying that this facility was in much better condition than the prior facility we spent a great deal of time on. Yet again, nothing's perfect. With all that said, I would ask for this board to adopt the recommendations by staff, including the amendments, which are monthly targeted inspection reports, continued overview of paperwork, and unannounced inspections. Did I include everything, Council?
And I think until the comprehensive is.
Until the conference. Thank you very much, Willa. Thank you. So as that amendment stands, I'm looking for a motion and a second.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Adam?
Chair Penner,
Aye.
Mr. McCumber,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Abstain.
Mr. Taylor,
Aye.
Mr. Dykes,
No.
Mrs. Chavez,
No.
Mr. Haynes. Mr. Richard,
No.
Mr. Mills,
Aye.
Ms. Kumpion.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the motion carries.
Thank you. Okay. We are now, okay.
Organize the public comment.
Well, and I just want to point out, closed session is the next item on the agenda. We're going to skip closed session.
Correct. And now we are at the portion of the agenda where any members of the public that want to make a comment on any subject matter.
Chair Penner,
Yes,
having recused, is it appropriate to, and the vote has been taken, is it appropriate to say something now?
let me check with council, please.
While we check, members of the public, if you need to make a public comment on any of the agenda items, please raise your hands now.
Yeah, I would say hard to say no to you, Scott. Please be brief.
You're welcome to say no to me if
Okay.
you're.
Yeah, Executive Director Howard is suggesting brevity.
Okay, I won't comment.
Go ahead.
I mean, this.
Okay, sorry. My
Say-
worry wasn't brevity. My worry was compromising a process we just spent a lot of time going through. But if council thinks that's okay, please go ahead.
Council, you thought I should recuse from this, so what's your opinion here?
Well, to clarify, Scott, I believe you've recused yourself on the matter. But in terms of speaking after the fact, again, if we've closed the vote, I think it's okay for you to speak at this time.
Okay.
Got it. Being on the ground every week at Barry J, this morning before this meeting, being at Camp Kilpatrick and having breakfast with the 20 young men that are there, picking a young man up who got released this morning from Camp Kilpatrick, taking him for breakfast, then to be back here for this meeting. All of this hits very close. This hits home to me. Brian Diaz, who died there, isn't just a name to throw out in a meeting, and I appreciate people keeping his name alive. Brian Diaz was a mentee of mine and a mentee of others who were coming into the juvenile hall, and we had to see his dead body being taken out of that into a coroner's van, and I'll never unsee that. I know all of the 95 youth or so that are in custody right now in SYTF personally. I know hundreds of staff members who have been there for the 20 plus years I've been there, who deeply, deeply care about the youth in the custody, in their custody. And this is not as simple as decarceration on one side, and these are violent, dangerous criminals that attack our staff on the other side. There's a lot of nuance here. If you talk to these 95 youth and you say, okay, your facility is about to be found unsuitable and you've all committed violent crimes, so the county's not going to send you home. So one of you may go 12 hours north to this county or 6 hours to this county. They don't want that. They want rehabilitation. They want help. They want love. They want education. They want programs. And they want to get out a better person than they went in. So this is very, very, very complicated stuff. And for those that want to talk about how dangerous these youth are, et cetera, it's like, I talked to one kid who's at Cal Poly Pomona, Tony, one that's at Berkeley, Monty, one that's about to get into the GRIP Union, Adrian, who all came out of SYTF. And there's incredible young men and women in this program. On the flip side, the chief and Miss Epps and Miss Williams and Mr. Minor, they're not the problem here, right? Nor are the people on the ground in the facilities for the most part, who are working on the ground, the directors, the supervisors who are making this place run every day and who the kids really, really like because they treat them really, really well. This department has been broken at the middle levels forever. They promote the wrong people. They don't promote the right people. And this administration needs the freedom from the Board of Supervisors, from others, to promote the right people, to bring in people from the outside, to not go through the proper procedures that take forever. I mean, the fact that we can say that SYTF has been around for 3 years, and there are 0 vocational programs, nothing. There's college, but there's 0 vocational programs. If I went into Mike Minor's DJJ, many problems I had with DJJ, he had 12 vocs going at any time. And in 3 years, LA hasn't started one because of red tape, because of bureaucracy. We need to consider this a pilot program. We need to cut through all of that. And this vote today, to everyone watching this, like this vote today doesn't mean it's done. We're dealing with a fight club that happened in LP. We're 8 probation officers. Thank you, Chief, for walking them out. Adults who are supposed to care for these youth. We're setting up fights and giving out prizes to the winners of the fights. That video from that, I'm sure, is going to materialize somewhere because it was subpoenaed in court. So that's going to be an LA Times story. Like, this is not over, right? This is just starting. We're dealing with fentanyl every week. So this happened today. I pray that LA County can sustain this and improve this and get better. And the next time we sit down, there's 5 vocational programs and different step downs into the community and different ways to handle this. But the fact that we had 550 people in the room today that care about this, that have their eyes on it, this means a lot. And so our eyes will still be on this. We care about these youth. We want to see them grow and change and become incredible people. So just know, even though I'm recused, even though I can't be a part of this conversation, I can't vote, like this is something that keeps me up every day, every night. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Appreciate your remarks, Scott. Anybody else? Any remarks?
I'd like to say something, and I will keep it brief. You know, Aaron, I heard you say that Scott chose to recuse, and I just want to say that it doesn't feel like a choice to recuse. I was strongly advised by you, Aaron, to recuse, and it still haunts me that I have to sit here silent and listen to a conversation about incentives and MP3s and not about the kids. We heard it through public comment, as we always do. And I thank every single person that gave a public comment that humanized the young people that are subjected to these horrific conditions. We heard about the Fight Club, a horrific video that I'm sure is going to be all over the media soon, maybe even today. The irony that we're sitting here having a conversation about LP while a video is being shown about LP and about the horrific acts of probation staff. I mean, the last time we met, 2 kids OD'd. It was in the news. There have been several others since then. There are allegations of sexual abuse. Probation scraped by today. And for those board members that voted no, thank you for your bravery. Because we're going to be here again. We're probably going to be here again soon. Scott and I are going to have to sit here silent when we're the ones that know these stories, we see these stories, we hear the stories, and it's heartbreaking. Probation didn't even have a plan B. That was said publicly at many meetings. There was no plan B because probation knew how things were going to go today. And here we are, doing what they wanted so they can continue with the status quo. Meanwhile, our young people who are on probation, trying to get their lives together, don't even know who their probation officer is or how to get a hold of their probation officer, are ending up with violations because they can't get a hold of their PO because their PO is deployed. They're the ones that are suffering in this solution to take them out of the field and put them in the halls where they don't want to be. Everybody loses in this Band-Aid. And we're gonna be here again. I know it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your remarks. And so we are at the end of the meeting unless there's other board members that would like to make remarks. And we are at a point where any member of the public may talk about any subject matter they like. We will open the room first and see if anybody would like to get up and make a comment. We're adhering to the 2-minute rule again. Seeing none, Adam?
We currently have 8 members of the public who wish to speak. If we could get the timer up at 2 minutes. All right, I'm gonna call on Emily Zamora. I do not see your hand raised, but please raise your hand if you still wanted to talk. There you are.
Hi, Emily Zamora with Youth Justice Coalition. To be honest, I had already drafted up a message, but it's just no point in sharing it anymore because y'all voted the way that we all knew y'all were gonna vote to begin with, which is really fucking devastating, just to say that. What I do want to say though is that we will be back and we're gonna keep trying to get this shit together because y'all are not doing your job. It's so disappointing that we come here time and time and time and time again, and it's the same fucking circus that y'all play all of the time. Like, you know the truth, we know the truth. These places need to be shut down, period. Stop playing games with people's lives. Stop playing games with people's kids. Stop playing games, period. Do your job. That's it. Bye.
Thank you. Next, we have Deanna Cerna. Deanna, please raise your hand so we can find you. There you are.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just want to say that I'm very disappointed in every board member that said, no thanks. What if these were your children, your kids? How would you guys feel knowing that all this crap is going on and this was happening to your kids? You guys need to get booted out, and we need people on this board that actually give a crap. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Paloma.
Hello. Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So my name is Paloma Cerna. I am the mother of Elisa Cerna, who died in Las Colinas jail in San Diego. And I am also the mother of Deanna Cerna, who just spoke right now. I am very disappointed. Exactly like what Deanna said. What if it was your kids? And let me tell you one thing. That happened to my kids, okay? We used to reside in LA. And you know what? The county, the state, they wanted to make sure that, because we're a people of color, that they always wanted to make our kids into a statistic, where eventually my children were taken away from me at one point because I was trying to avoid a daughter getting in, a 15-year-old girl talking to a 20-year-old male online, and they take my children away, where some of my 5 children that were tested in custody of the LA County. My sons and daughters. You guys should be ashamed of yourself because of that, of what happened to Elisa Cerna in LA. It drove her to drugs under foster care because they were better parents than us. And this is what led her down on the road with marijuana and hanging around with other people that did hardcore drugs like heroin, which eventually left her homeless. And to get arrested because of an addiction that was started in LA, for her to be in jail in the custody of the San Diego County Sheriff, to die. We treat our pets better than the way we treat human beings in the jail. You guys should be ashamed. I'm disgusted with you guys.
Thank you. And next we have Gracia. Gracia, please go ahead.
Hi, gracias, she, her, hers. First, I want to just say to the community members who showed up and showed out, I hope that you all take time to take care of yourselves. Because as some people that are sitting up here, to them, it's just a job. To us, it's personal. To us, it's emotional. And I really hope you lean on your community, and that's us. I am disappointed about today's decision, but I'm not surprised. Earlier, I mentioned a brotherhood and sisterhood existing amongst probation, and it is clear that it seeps into the BSCC. Thank you to everyone who voted no. We see you. We recognize you. Special thank you to Cindy Chavez, who is from Santa Clara County. I'm from Santa Clara County, and that makes me proud that we are on the right side, but it was not enough. And I just want to encourage everyone who showed up today to continue to show up and show out. It is our job to continue to place pressure on you all. You all are system actors, and you all should start acting not only on behalf of the process that you have that clearly stated what we already knew to be true and what has been a repeating pattern, but you are also not listening to your community. So thank you all who voted no, and shame on all of you who voted yes. That's all.
Okay, next, we have Zoom user. Oh, they dropped off. Give me 1 second. Teresa?
Yes, hi. I just want to thank the BSCC members who voted yes for us being in compliance. And it took a lot of work. I'm a field probation officer, and I still believe in public safety. And I believe the field POs are essential to our department for bringing the halls into compliance. And we do indeed de-incarcerate. We wear many hats. We help all of our probationers and our young men and women to get the help and counseling and programming they need, but we need cooperation from the youth and CBOs. And just the way that these certain CBOs, the way that they speak, how unprofessional they are, how disrespectful they are to law enforcement, they should be ashamed of themselves. Because nobody forced Brian Diaz to get addicted to drugs. If he came in with mental health issues and he was suicidal and he had a suicide or an overdose, we do as best we can as probation officers, but that's also with nursing staff, we work with mental health. So I just want to thank you guys for still believing in public safety, public enhancement, and still believing in law enforcement, because at the end of the day, we have a lot of work to do. Our department we are far from perfect, but we have a lot of work to do in rehabilitation. But rehabilitation, that is our expertise. That is the reason why we are one of the best probation departments. And I firmly believe that, because we are not punitive. We did not arrest these young men and women. We did not put them in the system. We are here to help them to transition into the community as well as adults. And I believe that all the field deputies.
Teresa. Next, we have Israel.
Yes, I want to actually start off by thanking the lady who just spoke to continue to highlight the truth, right? The clear divide. And yes, I know a few good probation officers, but I want to thank you, ma'am, for your comment right now. And please keep Brian Diaz out your filthy mouth, with all due respect. And I also want to thank all the community members who showed up today in person and virtually, most importantly, the young people, their courage, their resistance, their resilience. I just appreciate all of you. I also want to thank the board members who did the right thing today. Follow your heart. Thank you so much. It means so much. I have a question. I want to question esta cumbia, ¿cómo se llama? Norma. I'm just really struggling. I've been showing up to this space for 10 years before you've been on this board. And I want to challenge you to really reflect on your values and what you value, because thus far, and it's real, as we know, there's very limited community seats and community representation. And I'm just questioning and wondering, when are we going to see you stand up for the community, with all due respect? Lastly, and again, this decision is not surprising. It's so triggering, infuriating, but it's not surprising. And I want to challenge our governor, our administration, our attorney general to get involved. This is child abuse, right? And it was mentioned earlier, and no pun or disrespect to any religions, but we know that the priests have been protected, and y'all continue to do the same exact thing, protecting yours and your interests and law enforcement interests versus the well-being of our children. Probation has never been successful. Y'all suck. You're good at what you do. But yeah, just thank you again to the community, and y'all have a great one.
Thank you. Next we have Yusuf.
Yes, Yusef Miller, North County Equity and Justice Coalition Saving Lives in Custody campaign. And I'm extremely disappointed at this vote. It is infuriating, like Israel said. It is just too much to see this yo-yo back and forth, back and forth. And if you lean on the fact that the system and the policies allow you to make this decision, then something's wrong with the policy. Change the policy. Make it such that people and institutions cannot survive this yo-yo and keep in business and harming our youth. These people are treasured. They're treasured to someone. There's people on the outside waiting for them to change their lives around and come back home and get started on a real solid path. But they've been traumatized and broken even further in these systems of neglect, which teaches them neglect. We're so disappointed here in San Diego County and all over the state, as you can hear from the people who are chiming in. And in the North County Equity and Justice Coalition's Facebook page, we're going to talk about how this vote has gone and what does this mean to the community who couldn't make it here. We have 500 plus people who are here, but there are thousands and millions of people who are not here who need to know how this vote went, because you are the BSCC for the entire state and they need to know what's happening here. This is very heartbreaking. We see all these youth and these children and the adults, multiple number of adults that are waiting for them, friends and loved ones who are waiting for them. And we see this going on, and this vote turns out the way it is. If the system and the policy allows you to make a vote like this, please look at the policy, please look at the legislation and change it so that you cannot allow institutions to hide behind the policy loopholes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Jennifer Schmidt, I missed you. Your hand, you lowered your hand. Did you still want to make a comment? If so, please raise your hand. All right. Jennifer.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
I am here. 2022 on Valentine's Day, I got the notification that my dad, who had dementia, was supposed to be in the hospital, was illegally arrested and died on the Vista jail floor after never even having a traffic ticket. And medical staff is blaming it on deputies blaming it on medical staff, and it's just out of control. We have one of the highest death rates in the county, and it's nobody's doing anything. And the vote is very disappointing. Like, how can nobody see that there is, like Yusef said, needs a policy change? Look at the policy. There needs to be a human aspect to all of this. That was my dad, my twin sister's dad. Paloma's daughter passed away. It's not right. Nobody's being held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Tori.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I'm glad that we have 2 minutes at the end of this public comment, so I finally can take a breath and slow down what I'm really trying to say here and what I would really like to convey through this quote unquote democratic process. To be honest, I had to walk outside right now because I don't feel well. I don't feel good. And to anyone else who's speaking up for public comment, I would like to uplift again, like someone else did. Take care of yourselves. Every community organizer, advocate, credible messenger, therapist, take care of yourself right now, because what we are facing is the system just doing what the system does. you know, BSCC is trying to point fingers at the law and the limits to what the rules say they can and can't do. And it's just all BS. It's the political institution that likes to point fingers and play this game with the people. And personally, I'm over it. And my heart as a mother, as a young mom, is really, really hurting right now. So I would like to spend the last 45 seconds of this actually in prayer. I would actually like to say a prayer for the youth that are inside juvenile halls and inside jails across California and across the country. So if you would like to join me, I invite you to just open your legs, open your arms, take a deep breath and pray with me. I pray to God. God, please look over these children. Please look over every young girl, every trans young person who is sitting in a cage right now, alone, worried, hungry, stressed, feeling guilt, feeling like, man, I shouldn't have done whatever it is that got me here. I pray to God that you uplift their hearts, their minds, their body, their spirits, and reassure them that you are not alone.
Thank you, Tori.
Because
Next, we have Sean.
Thank you. I'd like to read an email I got this morning. Incident date time, Sunday, April 7, 2024, 8 a.m. Incident type, death of a minor. Incident summary. Probation received notification from the family that their 17-year-old son, probation youth, committed suicide in his home, utilizing a firearm on April 7th, 2024. I wasn't going to share that because I don't have all the facts yet. I don't want to use someone's death and this tragedy for political purposes, but hearing from Angeles and Scott made me feel we should share this in the interest of humanizing the problem. Because I can't help but think that that young person would have received more services had we not reassigned 200 people from our field services into the juvenile halls in order to make a 2-week show of compliance. We'll look more into that. I should also say someone brought up civilian oversight earlier, one of the board members. You actually heard from several members of the Los Angeles Probation Oversight Commission today, speaking as individuals, including me. So take that for what it's worth. I believe the community is aware of what is happening. And again, I don't disagree with staff's factual recommendations, but I do also want to thank the people who just spoke, who said that there was a policy problem here. I think they're right. What happened today was a one-sided presentation to a board that was ill-prepared to make the decision. The two people who are most knowledgeable recused themselves. So this is not the way government is supposed to work. And if we weren't giving every possible advantage to law enforcement institutions and were instead concerned about youth, what would have gone differently?
Thank you, Sean. I have Axel as the next person, but your hand is no longer raised. Did you still want to speak? You're no longer there. So Alita, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Alita Ledesma. I'm the Executive Director of the Arts for Healing and Justice Network. And I just want to echo my frustration and disappointment that our community partners have shared with you all. We've been here before. In a very public statement, Chief Villaraigosa said himself that the issues identified by BSCC and others have been persistent for over 20 years. And I'm just wondering when it's long enough. When are we going to stop continuing to support a system that is clearly flawed, that continues to harm young people? And it is disappointing that in the face of overwhelming evidence, that this board came to the conclusion that it did. I urge that when we find ourselves again in this space, that we are brave enough to embrace an alternative, that we can imagine a future for young people that does not involve the current system. And I think it's possible. We have community members that are ready to support young people. We have a new Department of Youth Development that was created for that purpose. And so I encourage this body that when we find ourselves again in this place, you take that into consideration and make the right decision moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Paloma.
Hello, yes, I am Paloma Sterna, the mother of Elisa Sterna. So I would like to state how it's a shame what's going on in LA County and that it will continue to go um, down the road of destruction of our youth. You know, I have a family member that been through the system, through foster, through juvenile hall, through the jails. And it's true, like what Scott had stated, and the woman that spoke after, him, there's rapes going on, there's probation or deputies or juvenile hall staff that are setting up fights, rapes. They just turn a blind eye. They don't care. And this happened years ago and it's still taking place now. This needs to stop. This is disgusting that this will continue to go on. And it's a shame that this board is not for the people.
Thank you. Next, we have Tamar.
Hi, this is Tamar Alexanian from the Youth Law Center. I moved to Los Angeles a handful of years ago to represent foster youth and was absolutely crushed when I saw how my clients were being treated when they were in custody. When the state takes children away from their families and their communities, it has a responsibility to do it better. We have heard over and over again today and in many previous occasions that this isn't the case, that it's doing a much worse job and in a way that is dangerous and harmful to these kids. I'm embarrassed for the city that I live in, to be honest. In my days as a teacher, I would know when a student was trying to pull a fast one on me, right? We all know when that's happening. That's what Los Angeles did to you all today. And it's very clear to the rest of us. Even when kids would, pull a fast one on me and say that they had done their homework or they had spent a bunch of time writing their essays, there weren't serious consequences if I gave them an A- instead of a B-, right? But there are really serious consequences that are going to happen from the vote that happened today. You don't have the trust of the community, of the people with lived experience, or of most of the attorneys who have shown up today to give public comment. And that is really concerning. The questions are not, is LA working really hard to do better? Or do we believe the people who gave the reports? Those are the wrong questions. We aren't giving out grades for effort. The questions are our kids safe there? Is it safe enough? And the answer to those things is no. And it has been a clear no all day. It has been a clear no in previous meetings. I thank those of you who voted no and recognize that this is not a way to treat our children and families. For the others, I encourage you to think about how it shouldn't be scary and dangerous for children to be in the custody of the state, because it is in Los Angeles and it's not acceptable.
Thank you. And our final commenter would be Suzanne. Suzanne, please go ahead. Suzanne. All right, Madam Chair, that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Adam. If there's no further comments, anybody would like to make a comment, please feel free to. If there are none, I will adjourn the meeting. Our next meeting is June 13th, 2024. It says tentative after that. I think that's because it's got budget issues associated with it.
We will hold that meeting if we have budget items to consider. If we do not, then our next meeting will be in July. I think there's a 40% chance we'll need a meeting in June. What do you think? Depends on what's going on with LA. Such a good point.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate all the hard work. Thanks.